Hello and welcome to the AZ-500 course. This course is going to help prepare you to get your Azure Security Engineer Associate certification. My name is John Christopher, and I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself and introduce you to the course. I've been in the IT industry now going on about 25 years. I started out as a junior network admin working with Windows NT 3.50. Got my first MCSE for Windows NT 4, and then eventually Windows 2000 all the way up to the 2022 servers, and I worked with all the different client operating systems over the years, and working with cloud services, Azure and Microsoft 365, and I really enjoy getting to teach. I've taught thousands of people over the years, and I also am a consultant, so I am out there working with this stuff as well as teaching this stuff. Now, one thing I want to stress to you right out of the gates here, something that's very near and dear to my heart, is that this course is not just going to be a death by PowerPoint course where I just talk about PowerPoint slides the entire time and read PowerPoint bullets. This course is going to have lots of lecture, real world examples, visual drawings. The majority of the course is going to be hands-on demonstrations, and then the thing that I'm probably the most proud about is I have hands-on simulations that you can do during the course. Even if you don't have an Azure account, these simulations are available to you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. In fact, let me show you one of those right now. Periodically throughout the course, you're going to come across these different simulations that'll give you a task to perform. This one is telling you to create an Azure firewall with a premium SKU and set the VNet and the subnet information. So all you'll be doing is you'll just have to click start. You're going to perform all the different steps. You're going to click through, and it's going to help you go through and run through each one of these tasks. And of course, I will be explaining what you'll be doing in each one of these steps. You may not really know what you're doing here at this time, but as you go through the course, you're going to learn what all this is all about. So this course has got these simulations available to you, and again, they will be available 24/7 for you to practice anywhere. All you need is a web browser. Now, I'm a huge believer in you learn by doing, and so this course is chock full of hands-on experience, but I also want to make it very clear that we are focused on preparing you to pass the AZ-500 exam. When I built this course, I took the actual test objectives from Microsoft, their official test objectives, and I broke out my course lectures based on their test objectives. I also work very, very hard to keep my courses updated. So you'll have access to the updates for this course for life, all right? I will continuously be making updates to this course, all right? And I want you to know I take things very seriously. I am an instructor that communicates with his students. Students message me every day. Every single day I am communicating with my students, and I definitely want to hear from you. If you've got questions, if you've got concerns, you're always going to be welcome to message me, and I definitely will always do my best to give you a reply and try to help you out any way I can. All right. So I hope you will join me on this adventure, and I look forward to hopefully getting this information across to you and helping you pass your certification exam. Now, as we move on with the course, before we begin these next couple of lectures, I want to clarify a couple of things. So the next lectures coming up, these are called foundation lectures, and they put you through a foundation of understanding what the on-premise environment of Active Directory domain services are. It's going to I'm just going to kind of draw things out for you and try to make sure. What I usually find is a lot of times people think they have a solid foundation coming into a course, but then sometimes they're missing a few things. They've got a few gaps. I've even found that some of my most advanced students are missing a few gaps coming into this. So I want to make sure that we're not missing anything. All right. So we're gonna do a foundation of on-premise Active Directory. We'll do a foundation of understanding sort of the remote access side of things, DMZs. We'll talk about virtualization, and then finally the Microsoft Cloud Services model, which is going to involve IaaS, Infrastructure as a Service, PaaS, Platform as a Service, and then SaaS, Software as a Service, which is getting into the whole Azure Microsoft 365 thing. So if you've taken some of my other courses before, you may have seen something like this before, and if you've already experienced it and you're familiar with it, then feel free to totally skip over these these next 3 videos. You absolutely do not have to watch these if you got a very good knowledge of all of this stuff, and or you feel like you do, and maybe you've seen this before, then totally skip over it. But I just wanted to kind of underline all that for you before you move into these foundations. All right. So feel free, again, if you want, you can skip these, or you can watch them. And I feel like if you do watch it, it's going to give you a decent foundation moving into the rest of the course. Now, if you're going to understand the Microsoft services and work with their products, especially all their cutting edge stuff, it's important for you to have a good foundation of the way things were, the way things are now, and kind of what Microsoft's vision is for the future. And so I want to make sure you have a good solid foundation of things like Active Directory, domains, remote access, virtualization, and then of course getting into the cloud stuff and how kind of things sort of came together. Okay, so we'll start with this. You go back far enough, you go back to the 1950s, the 1960s, they had mainframes, these massive computers that would take up the size of a room, and then eventually they became sort of the size of a refrigerator. And then as we got to the 1970s, people started making their own computers, and we got to the late 70s, and the concept of personal computing came out. And then by the time we got to the 80s, you actually started seeing computers in businesses. And so your companies out there would have actual computers that your office staff could use. And I'm just going to kind of draw a couple things out for you here. And the idea here with these computers is they would start populating the office, and maybe you'd have, let's say you've got 1,000 computers in your business. And of course, in the early days of computers, as we got into the 1980s, when PCs and stuff started really becoming popular, we lived in what was called a peer-to-peer network. Okay, peer-to-peer network basically means that every computer is equal. There is no real authority over each individual computer. In other words, if your boss walks up to you and says, "Hey, IT person, I want you to configure 5 things on all 1,000 computers," you had to either A, sit down at all 1,000 computers and configure them one at a time, or B, you had to write a script to do it. So peer-to-peer networking is not a great way to try to achieve things centrally, right? So what happened was a company called Novell, they created a product called NetWare. They really changed things. They really pushed this whole concept of what is called client servers, where you have a more powerful computer, maybe not the size of a mainframe, but a more powerful computer, and your client computers interact with that server, right? Well, then, of course, Microsoft eventually got into the networking world as well. They created this thing called a domain, which was very similar to what Novell was doing. And then you reached the year 2000, where things really sort of change. Microsoft comes out with a new type of domain. They start using a triangle as their symbol of a domain. All right. And one of the main concepts of a domain is that you have a special type of server, okay? And the server is called a domain controller, all right? So we'll just put DC, all right? And inside that domain controller, you have a database. I'm just going to draw this little cylinder looking thing for you guys here, all right? And this is your database. Now, your database is called the Active Directory database, all right? And so your domain controller is what controls your domain. So if you really want to know, like, why are domains important, all right, my answer to you is one word, and that is centralization. A lot of people think security. Yeah, security is important, definitely, but centralization is why domains are so important, okay? Because they allow us to control all of our stuff, our clients, our servers, all of that stuff centrally, right? We can manage it all in one place instead of having to sit down at each individual machine and make changes, right? That's the idea, okay? Now, of course, you're going to want to have usually more than one domain controller, and the reason why you don't want to have more than one domain controller is the same reason you want to have more than one of anything, really, more than one of any server especially, and that is fault tolerance and load balancing. Okay, fault tolerance meaning redundancy. If one fails, you've got another, okay, and load balancing, you don't want all of your machines having to interact with only one server. I always use the analogy, it's like going to the grocery store and getting a cartload of groceries, and going to check out, and then you get to the checkout line. It turns out there's only one cash register, one cashier open. And there's like 15 people waiting in line to check out, right? Well, first off, if that cash register breaks down, that's the only one they've got. Well, nobody's going to get to check out, right? Secondly, you got a performance problem, right? It's going to take forever to get out of that store. So what you want to see is a bunch of cash registers open, right? When you go to check out at a grocery store, and that way you can kind of load balance, right? Some people can go to one line, some people can go to another, so on and so forth. So we can do that if we've got multiple servers, okay? So these domain controllers also have these things called GPOs, group policy objects, which help us control everything. So instead of having to sit down and one at a time and make changes to a machine, I can create this thing called a GPO. The GPO can deploy the settings out to the machines. Okay, now something else that's interesting about Active Directory. Active Directory being the directory services database and all that you use. It uses a protocol called LDAP, Lightweight Directory Access Protocol, which is basically like the language that your directory services speak. User accounts, groups, all that stuff. Passwords are all kept in there. And it also uses a protocol called Kerberos for its security. Now, domain controllers replicate. So whatever you do to one Active Directory database, it actually does it to the other. For example, if I create a little user account, we'll say that this little smiley face guy that I'm making here, he is going to represent a user account. All right. If we make this user account, we create the user account on the first domain controller here. That's actually going to replicate to the other domain controller and any of the other domain controllers that are in the Active Directory domain. So what I'm basically saying here is that these domain controllers replicate with each other. So when you change one database, it's going to replicate over to the other. So they stay in sync. Okay. Now another important component of a Microsoft domain is your domain must have a name. Okay. And the name that it uses is a DNS name, domain name system, also known as domain name space, also known as domain name service. Okay. And this is because we human beings don't really like to identify devices by numbers. We don't really like having to memorize lots of numbers, right? We prefer to use names when we identify things. So DNS is the service that does that, okay? All your computers and services and all that, they have IP addresses that they use, which are numbers, but we like to associate things with words and names. So your domain will have a name. Like, for example, if my domain is called examlabpractice.com, that's my company name. A lot of times your domain name will be the same as your web presence. Okay. So the other problem with that though is if you're gonna, if your domain's gonna have a DNS name, you've got to have a DNS service that's gonna manage all that. So we actually have to have a server called the DNS server. Now, granted, your domain controller can actually play this role, but I'm gonna draw it separately here. And inside that DNS database, inside that DNS server, we have what is called a DNS database. So I'm going to draw another one of these little cylinder-looking things here. And the other thing that's interesting about that is that the database will be named after your domain. So if your domain's name is examlabpractice.com, your database is going to be called examlabpractice.com. That database is called a zone database, also known as a name database or namespace database. And what will happen is all of your computers, as they come online, they will automatically register their names inside that database, their names and their IP addresses. So now when the computers want to find each other, they can actually query that DNS server to find each other. So when these computers boot up, they have to authenticate to one of these domain controllers using Kerberos. They're going to do LDAP-based queries to do that. But they're going to first actually query DNS and say, hey, DNS, do you know who my domain controller is? And since those domain controllers have actually registered DNS, he'll reply back, and then the client can go and get authenticated. Okay, and you are officially authenticated. And then when a client wants to communicate with the file server, they'll actually query for the file server through DNS as well. Okay. So that is your basic back and forth that is happening to make all of this work. Now, we also have an internet connection to think about. So let's draw this little cloud symbol here, and we'll just kind of clean it up here. there we go. So our little cloud here is going to represent the internet coming in. All right. And let me just label that internet. Of course, you don't want your internal network to be, you know, completely unprotected. So you probably want to have a firewall, right? Firewall router type combination. So we'll say FW for firewall. We'll put a little box around it. That's going to be our firewall, and that's going to help police traffic going out to the internet and things coming in from the internet. All right, and we'll talk more about, you know, things coming in here in a minute in the next foundation video. But hopefully this gives you now a good understanding of just the basics of, you know, what is a domain, why is it important, its centralization purposes. You can deploy GPOs, group policy objects, which throw restrictions out there on people's machines and all that. And hopefully that gives you a nice little solid foundation of just what a domain and Active Directory is. I now like to talk to you about the remote access side of things. I want to talk a little bit about what a DMZ and all that stuff is as well. So as we move on here, I mentioned Active Directory. You know, it came out in the year 2000. Originally, it was called, it was an operating system called NT5, and then Windows 2000 is when they released it with, and they changed the name. They changed the name from NT5 to Windows 2000, and the directory service used to be called NTDS, and they renamed it to Active Directory. Okay, so 20 years ago, you know, Active Directory came out. This was cutting edge. It was great. It was awesome. And one of the things that we sometimes need to happen is we need computers on the outside world to get to the inside world, right? So imagine you've got a computer here, maybe you got somebody working from home, and they need to be able to access a resource, like maybe they need to access that file server. Well, let me tell you what you don't want to do. You don't want to just open up a bunch of ports on your firewall and let things in. Like file servers in Windows use a protocol called SMB, Server Message Block, and that uses a port 445, and there's a few other ports here too, but you would be opening ports coming in to let things come in from the internet, and that's very dangerous, right? We don't want to do that on our firewall. We don't want to open up file ports and all that, because we're just asking for a bad guy, all right? We're asking for a hacker to attempt to get into our environment, right? So let me just make a hacker here. All right, let's just zoom in on him. We're going to make him a bad guy here. Let's give him some devil horns. Let's give him a devil tail. All right, we'll make him look like he's just in a bad mood. All right, okay. All right, sometimes I get a little carried away, sorry. All right, so there's my hacker. All right, and we don't want to open up a bunch of ports because we don't want a hacker to be able to get in, right? That's essentially where we're going with this. Now, we do have somebody over here, though, that we do want to get in. So maybe we're going to let them do that. Now, there's a couple of ways you can do that. One would be to get something called a VPN concentrator or VPN router. It's basically an appliance, a box that you put on your network and you let people securely get in. Now, the Microsoft way, sort of their solution usually, is to set up a server called a RAS server, sometimes referred to as an RRAS server. Okay, and that RAS server is a remote access server, and from what we can do there is we can allow access with our firewall. We can allow what's known as a VPN, a virtual private network. So from there, you can securely connect from this outside world to that RAS server, and you can access this file server or some other resources, and it's all going to be encrypted using what's called an encrypted tunnel. Okay, and that's going to be one of your main ways and one of your safest ways to allow things to come in. Okay, another thing Microsoft supports is a thing called direct access, which are not really focusing a lot on that these days, but VPN is going to be one of the main ways that you do this. Okay, there are other solutions. You can set up this thing called a remote desktop gateway and allow remote desktop in, but VPN is going to be your main core way to do things. Okay, now the other thing I'd like to mention is, what about situations where we have something like a server that we need to make available to the outside world? Okay, let me give you an example. Let's say that you are hosting your own web server. All right, you have a web server and you are hosting it. You're not going to pay GoDaddy or somebody like that to do it. You're going to host your own web server. Well, here's the question. Where are you going to host it? Are you going to host it in here? Are you going to host it out here? Well, I'm going to tell you, if you host it in here, that's dangerous because, if you're letting people get to your web server anonymously, then, you got people coming in here and going through your firewall and accessing that web server. Well, hackers can do this thing called pivoting. If they gain control over that server, they might be able to pivot to other resources. So that would not be a good idea. A better solution would be to store the web server out here. Okay. The problem, though, with storing it outside your firewall like that is you are not really giving your web server any protection. It's exposed completely to the elements at that point. It's outside the firewall. So generally, the rule of thumb, what most people would do with this is they would actually get another firewall, okay, and they'd put the other firewall actually next to their internet, and at that point you have something called a DMZ, a demilitarized zone, also known as a perimeter network. So there are a couple of names for that, DMZ, perimeter network. And the great thing about that is I can police now the traffic flowing in through the firewall. I can police that. I might allow, like, for example, port 80, 443. You might have a DNS, and if you do, port 53. But now people can get to this web server coming in, but then you could block everything except maybe your VPN and all that going through that firewall. So that is the idea of a DMZ. So if a hacker was to gain control over that web server, they would still be blocked and would not be able to flow through that firewall. That's the logic, okay, of this. All right. So now the concepts here is there's multiple solutions when it comes to trying to allow people out, allow people in. If you're wanting to host something like a web server, maybe you want to do the same thing with an email server. Microsoft has Exchange, and you have a type of Exchange role called Edge, which of course we could have what's called an Exchange Edge server in there. And really, the mentality there is the logic has always been with the world that, at least in IT, we've always kind of felt as IT people we needed to sort of host everything ourselves and manage everything ourselves. And I want to kind of go over a couple of things in that regard. Let me just kind of move some of this out of the way to make some room here. All right. So first off, I talked about centralization in a domain and the fact that we have to have central control. GPOs are going to be one of our main ways to do that. Microsoft also has another server that helps you get even more control over your environment. And in the 90s, they called it SMS, System Management Services. And then in the early 2000s, they renamed this server that I'm about to tell you about to SCCM, which is System Center Configuration Manager. Okay. And so for the longest time, that's what it is. That's what it was called. And System Center Configuration Manager can even more so control your devices. It can inventory devices. You can deploy images. You can deploy applications. You can configure compliance. I mean, there's a ton of stuff you can do with SCCM. All right. And more recently, that got renamed to another product. It is no longer called SCCM. Hopefully this is not a shocker to you. It is now called Endpoint Config Manager. I'm just going to put CM, Endpoint Configuration Manager. All right. And this is because of a product that they're deploying in the cloud called Intune that has sort of become the big cloud-based system for managing things. And what they want is they want Config Manager and this other product Intune to sort of centrally work together. And so they renamed Config Manager to Endpoint Configuration Manager. And so that's what it is now referred to as. All right. Okay. Now, the last thing I want to mention here is that another sort of logic that we've had over the years when it comes to managing things as IT people is that, we got to have all these different servers, right? Like we have to have an Exchange server, all right? We got to have a SharePoint server, I'll just say SPT. We got to have a database server like SQL, SQL, and we've already got a file server, right? Let me use that little file server here. Actually, I'll just for the sake of keeping the font sizes the same, we'll just make it a little bit smaller so it'll fit here. So we got a file server. Now, the mentality has always been that we have to host all these servers ourselves, okay? And we have to have all this equipment in order to do it. And so you end up with a lot of servers in order to deal with everything. Okay, so in the early 2000s, a company called VMware really came to the table with some innovative solutions for dealing with the problem of having so many servers, so much hardware. And they came up with, they actually used an old solution to fix newer problems. There's a thing called hypervisors. This was a term that actually came out in the 1970s, back in the Unix days, early Unix days, and it was a virtualization idea. Hypervisor is not a new thing. It's actually been around for a long time. Okay, so they actually really came up with some cutting edge stuff on this, and the concept was that, if you can emulate hardware, processors and RAM and storage and network, you can then put software on that emulated hardware. So the idea of a virtual machine, is a emulated hardware, and you've got software installed on that, like server, Windows 10, Windows Server, all that. So you could take these four servers, these four physical servers, and you could actually run them on a single physical server, okay? So instead of having so many different, pieces of hardware here that you're trying to deal with and manage, you could do it all on a physical server. Of course, a lot of people, when they see that, they're like, now you've got a single point of failure. Well, I'll get to that in a second. So VMware really took off. Microsoft definitely took note of what they did. Microsoft actually bought a product called Virtual PC and then turned it into Virtual Server, and then eventually they renamed it to Hyper-V. So that is actually the Microsoft virtualization solution, even though VMware is still probably considered more popular than Hyper-V. So the other thing that we've got here is the fact that we have a single point of failure, I mentioned. If that server dies, we're in trouble, right? Well, see, that's the beauty of virtualization. We have the ability of actually very easily getting another server. All right, let me shrink this down a little bit. We can get another server. We can use a storage area network. We can host our virtual machines on that. And the Hyper-V servers can do clustering. So you can get a very high level of redundancy with the help of virtualization, okay? And so that's the idea of virtualization. Now, with virtualization came another term, and it's the term elasticity. Elasticity means that those servers can have tons of memory, tons of storage, tons of network bandwidth, tons of CPU usage, and they can pool it. So if the Exchange virtual machine needs more memory and the SQL virtual machine doesn't, then SQL can give up the memory it's not using, and the Exchange virtual machine can use that memory in CPU usage. And so, and it can shrink and grow and shrink and grow. Okay, and that's one of the greatest benefits of virtual machines. Another great benefit of virtual machines is the fact that you have these things called checkpoints, which used to be called snapshots. Okay, but they're now called checkpoints. At least in Hyper-V terms, they are. So this really changed things, and as you'll see, this is also sort of the forerunner of cloud computing. All right. Okay, but hopefully that gives you guys now a decent foundation of some of the other concepts, remote access, DMZ, as well as the basics idea of virtualization. Okay, so it's now time to talk about sort of how cloud computing came about, all right? So with virtualization and this concept of elasticity, it definitely got people thinking, and that was, you know what, we could actually, as a company, host hardware and make that hardware available to people to host resources like virtual machines on our hardware. Now, this isn't a new idea. Let me give you an example. Okay, between my wife and myself, and I have 3 teenage daughters, and I know no stress in my life whatsoever, right? But 2 of them are driving. They have cars, so I have 4 cars that we have to deal with. Okay, now I like to use the analogy of this. Now, when it comes to if one of those cars breaks down, I have a couple of options. One is I could fix the car myself. So I could actually turn my garage into an auto mechanic shop. I could buy all the tools, get all the skills, learn how to work on cars, and do it myself. Buy a hydraulic lift and, really go at it. And that could cost a lot of money up front to get all of that and get the skills and all of that, right? And I also have to maintain that garage. I have to maintain the tools and make sure it's clean and make sure everything's organized so that I can do a good job. And everything, have electricity and all of that's needed, right? And then I could work on the cars myself. Now that mentality, that sort of do-it-yourself mentality, is the way that we've always done things in IT. We've hosted our own equipment. We've set up our own data centers. We've provided power and air conditioning. We had to have skills to manage the hardware that went with it all, right? So there's a lot that went into that. And that was always the mentality. Now, the other mentality is if my cars break down, I can take it to a company that offers that as a service. Okay, like there's auto mechanic shops, they got the garage, they got the tools, they got the people that have the skills. They can work on the car for me and fix it for a fee. And that is a concept. That's basically what sort of like you have with cloud computing. Now there's different phases of it, but ultimately that's the logic, okay? So companies like Microsoft and Amazon, they have gone out and they have set up these huge warehouses, huge data centers full of equipment. Okay, you're talking tons of server blades, CPUs, tons of CPUs, RAM, storage, network bandwidth, and they are offering that as a service. Okay, so let's draw this big cloud here. All right, this is going to be, we'll say Microsoft's cloud. All right, let me make it a little bit bigger. There we go. Okay. So they have made their own, they've got their own equipment, their own data centers, and they're basically going to host equipment for us to use as customers. That's the idea. All right, these data centers are connected to the internet. All right, there are different versions. There's actually government equipment and equipment for consumer use. There's also the education system can get access to it. There's a lot of different pieces to all of this, right? Okay, so I want to introduce you to a couple of acronyms. All right, the first acronym is IaaS. IaaS is Infrastructure as a Service. Okay, Infrastructure as a Service is the concept of hosting all the equipment and making that equipment available to consumers. Okay, so for example, they will host all the equipment for you. They will maintain it. They will provide power, air conditioner, redundancy. They'll keep the equipment updated. And we can host things on their equipment. So you see these virtual machines over here? I can host those in their cloud. So I can host virtual machines. Okay? They will also provide other resources, virtual appliances. So you're getting into things like virtual load balancers. You're talking about virtual firewalls. Okay, they've got virtual storage for backing things up. Okay, they'll host databases out there for you as a service. There's a lot of things they're going to host out there for you. And the great thing about this is you just pay for what you use. So if you don't use very much, you're not going to pay very much. You know, I do consulting work. I have one client that basically they have a virtual server running server 2019 and they pay $30 a month, and they have a few people that hit it every day. You know, it's not that expensive. Of course, you can get into the higher tiers. Now, the other great thing about it is it's elastic. So if you got a lot of things going on in that server, then Microsoft can give you more CPU, more memory, more storage, more network. Of course, you're going to pay for that, right? Now, their cloud is called, their IaaS cloud is called Azure. Okay, by the way, that's how I pronounce that. You may pronounce it different. Azure. I've heard it pronounced Azure. There's so many different names for it. I actually tried one time to figure out the proper way to say that word. I actually watched the videos of the guys who created Azure, and guess what? They don't say it the same way either. they call it something different too. So that's how I say that word, okay? Azure. So Azure is their platform for dealing with all of these virtual, the hardware basically that you can store virtual things on, like VMs and appliances, and it's all you're basically paying for what you use, how much CPU you use, memory, storage, network, all that. Now there's another piece to this, okay, and it's called PaaS. And there's SaaS. Some people pronounce it PaaS and SaaS. Now, PaaS is Platform as a Service. Platform as a Service is where they are hosting some kind of a web-based platform, and you have to configure it and set it up the way you want and deploy it the way you want, configure it the way you want for your people. All right, and then essentially they're giving you a platform with the tools to do what you need, but you have to use those tools. And then SaaS, which is software as a service, is basically apps that are being hosted, applications like, for example, you can access Word online and Excel online and PowerPoint online and all that. Now, their PaaS and SaaS platform is actually called Microsoft 365. Okay. They used to call it Office 365, but it confused everybody because everybody thinks of like Office, right? You know, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, all that. But they changed it to Microsoft 365, and what you'll find is that Office 365 is part of that. And that's Office 365 is considered believe it or not, a platform as a service because you completely configure it and you can deploy the apps out, and you can have Office online, Office on the web. Okay, that is your software as a service, okay, side of things. Okay, now another piece of this that you get is you get things like Exchange Online. Okay, so they're going to host the email stuff out there for you. They're going to host SharePoint online. All right. You have something called OneDrive for Business. That is their storage. And then you have Teams. Okay, so they were doing Skype for Business, and Skype for Business going away. They have Teams, right? Teams is wonderful. It's a great collaboration tool and all of that. Okay, that you use, and so you have that, and then you've also got a product called Intune. Intune is Microsoft's MDM MAM product. So mobile device management, mobile application management. This is their product when it comes to managing all of your devices. The great thing about Intune, you can manage on-premise devices like this. You can manage cloud devices or internet devices that are just connected to the internet, like smartphones, tablets, things like that. Even devices that are at people's homes, if they allow you to, you can actually manage those too. Intune is now also part of the Endpoint Manager configuration. So you're going to use a tool called Endpoint Manager to manage Intune, and it is related to Endpoint Configuration Manager. So the thing is that it confused everybody when Intune came out because it could do a lot of the same things that Endpoint could. I'm sorry, that SCCM could, and so it confused everybody. So Microsoft renamed SCCM to Endpoint Config Manager, and Intune is now part of that as well. So you have a web-based portal that allows you to control both things. Okay. And so it makes it a whole lot easier because you can centrally control everything as opposed to having to jump back and forth. Now another great thing you get with Endpoint Config Managers, you can do this thing called co-management, where you actually link the two together, and it can control Windows 10 devices, whether they're internal or whether they're out on the internet. They can jump back and forth, and if the Windows 10 device is internal, then Endpoint Config Manager controls it. If the Windows 10 device is out on the internet, then Intune will control it. Okay. Now another piece of this that I kind of left for the last is a thing called Azure AD. Azure AD is kind of the glue that ties these two things together. Your IaaS and your PaaS are all, and SaaS is all tied together with Azure AD. That is your directory service, and it is a completely different directory service than what we had on premise. On premise, they'll use an acronym called ADDS, which is Active Directory Domain Services, if I could actually spell. All right, Active Directory Domain Services. Okay, wow, lots of typos here. Okay, so ADDS, Active Directory Domain Services, that is your on-premise Active Directory. Azure AD is completely different. It's developed with web-based programming. So you're dealing with a lot of your web-based SAML and what's called OpenID and Open Authorization. And it's a different language than what LDAP and Kerberos is built by. Okay, now you can actually, another thing that's really cool about this is you can actually link the two together and synchronize. So you can actually set up this thing called an Azure AD Connect server. All right, and if you set that Azure AD Connect server up, you can link your on-prem Active Directory with the cloud, and they can synchronize users, groups, passwords, all that stuff between the two. All right, and then you can achieve what is called SSO, single sign-on, where somebody on-premise can actually authenticate on-prem as well as on the cloud at the same time. But just so you know, you get to decide on all that. This is not forced on you. Okay, you get to make that decision, and you also get to decide what gets synchronized. So if you don't want all your users synchronizing, nobody says they have to all be synchronized. You get to decide what's going to get synchronized. Okay. All right. So hopefully that gives you guys a halfway decent understanding now of just the basic foundations of sort of where things were, where we are, and of course, as you can imagine, the cloud is really where Microsoft is heading in the future, and it's definitely where they're putting all their time, effort, and energy. But hopefully that gives you guys a good foundation of how all that works. I want to address something real quick. I get this question a lot from students. Students will ask me why I didn't cover the material in the exact order that the test objectives did, or the exam objectives did. And the reason for that, there's actually a very good reason, and that is because the exam objectives that they create, they don't put those in any specific order related to how you should learn stuff. I've been an instructor for 20 some odd years, all the way back into the 1990s, and I can tell you that it is very important that you place objectives in an order for learning that's going to make sense, that's going to help people understand things. You sometimes have to explain some of the basic foundational concepts before you get into the advanced concepts. If you look at their test objectives, you'll notice that in some cases they've got the advanced concepts earlier in the objectives list, and then they've got the basic concepts later down the road. So it doesn't make any sense to cover it that way. So yes, I want to clarify, I cover the test objectives, but it's important that I cover them in a way that you're going to understand it. The other thing is, you might notice I rename things sometimes slightly different, because sometimes I'll cover test objectives I'll cover multiple objectives in one video, or sometimes I have to break them up into separate videos. So things might be named a little different in some cases, but rest assured, things are going to get covered, and they're going to get covered in a way that'll make sense. Alright, so this is pretty important, so please don't skip this video. I get messaged about this all the time, and I want to make sure that you're very clear on it. So periodically you are going to come across assignments in the course. The assignments will be usually simulations that let you practice for hands-on. Now, to do these simulations, here's what you need to do. You're going to start the simulation. There's a message. You need to read that message, and then right here where it says click here. But here's the thing. When you go here, this is going to take you to the simulation. Unfortunately, Udemy does not allow me to host the simulations on the Udemy website directly, so I have to host them somewhere else. And unfortunately, when you go to that other website, it doesn't redirect you back to Udemy. So here's what you have to do. You have to right-click where it says click here and open it in a new tab. All right? This way, it doesn't close this screen. You're going to jump over to that new tab. You're going to jump over to that new tab, okay, and then you'll start. So hit start, and you're going to go through and perform the different actions that the simulation has you perform, all right? And of course, you're going to, when you sit through all the lectures and all that, you'll know why you're performing these actions, but you're going to go through and perform each one of these actions just like the simulation tells you. Now, at the end of the simulation, you're going to come across a screen that looks like this right here, okay? Even though you click here, nothing's going to happen. You need to close the tab, and when you close the tab, it'll bring you back here, okay? And now that you're done with the simulation, you're going to hit next, and it's going to ask you if it works smoothly. So I'm going to say yes. All right. And I need to scroll down, and I'm going to hit submit. All right. At that point, I can click next, and we're done. And the thing you're going to notice is it may not check off the assignment. You can refresh your web browser, and that will normally check it off. But here's the key. The Udemy website sometimes is a little buggy on that and does not check off the assignments. You do not have to have the assignment checked off in order to finish the course and get a certificate. I repeat, you do not have to have the assignment checked off to finish the course and get a certificate. The only thing that matters as far as finishing the course is concerned is the videos. You got to make sure all the videos are checked off. The assignments don't matter. So if you don't see this check mark, if this checkbox does not get checked off, it is not a big deal. All right. Okay, so make sure you're aware of that. You definitely, usually if you go through and you refresh your browser after doing that whole process, it will check it off. But if it doesn't check it off, it's not a big deal.
All right, guys, I did want to say one more small thing. I just have a small request from you guys. I work really hard to try to put together a solid course for you guys, and I really try to get the simulations working really well for you guys. I've put hours of time in on those, and I hope you enjoy those. And that's one of the big things that I'm trying to do with examlabpractice.com is provide these hands-on tutorials, hands-on simulations, and make this course different from the other courses. And as far as I know, I'm the only instructor that's out there putting these little SIMS together, as well as trying to provide that hands-on with you. And you know, for exam-related courses, a lot of the exams now have the hands-on side of it, and the simulations are going to prepare you for those and give you a chance to practice those. But one thing that you got to understand is things are always changing. With cloud services and all that, things are always changing, and from one week to the other, something can change. I try to stay on top of things on that. I try to make sure that the courses are updated, and I really do take pride in that, and it's very important to me. One thing that's important to me is I take it personally. Your happiness as one of my students is incredibly important to me, and I want you guys to know that I really do care. And if you message me, I'm going to do my best to try to get back to you and make sure you're happy with things. And I ask something out of you, and that is, if you're unhappy with something, please let me know. It's hard sometimes if somebody jumps to a conclusion on something and they just give a bad rating on the course, and it severely hurts the course when people give bad ratings, and they're sometimes things will be unfounded, and sometimes things are just small little requests that can be fixed. And I'm not asking you not to rate the course bad. I'm not asking you to rate the course good, but I want you to be honest, but I also want you to give me a chance, if possible, to fix things. So if you're ever unhappy with something, please let me know. And again, I want to be available to you for other things. If you're struggling with something, get in touch with me. I try to go over and beyond the norm, but you gotta communicate with me in order to do that. I just want you guys to know I really do care, and I would really appreciate you rating the course and giving me some feedback and helping me improve. And if there's anything I can do, just let me know. All right, guys, I appreciate it, and I hope you enjoy the course.
Now, if you're going to work with Azure, the first thing you're going to need to do is set up an Azure account. Now, you can, of course, learn Azure if you've already got an account with your company or something along those lines, and you can do pay-as-you-go, and you can definitely learn Azure and play around with a lot of the resources by just, going through the learning process, and then just removing Azure resources when you're done playing around. The majority of the Azure resources aren't going to really cost you anything as long as you don't leave them running for long periods of time. For example, I can create a virtual machine and play around with that for a few hours today, and you're talking about a couple of pennies, a few pennies worth of cost there. But one thing you can also do is set up a free account and get at what's called Azure credit. All right. So what I'm going to do is show you how to do that right now. All right. So the first thing I want you to know is Microsoft changes the link for the free Azure account on occasion. So what I've done is I've set up a link on my web page that allows me to update this link anytime Microsoft changes it. So if you'll go to examlabpractice.com/Azure, okay, right up here. If you'll type that into your URL, it'll take you to this page right here. And then you've got a link that says set up a free Azure account. So we're going to click that link. So once we go to this next screen, and keep in mind they change this screen frequently. Your screen might look a little different than mine, but no big deal. It should be pretty easy to go from here. You should be able to find a button that says start free. But before we do that, let's just look at a couple of things. All right. So the first thing of note here is that when you set up an Azure account, you will get a $200 credit, and keep in mind you do have to associate a credit card with that, but I'll mention that a little bit more in a minute. But you do get 30 days of $200 credit. They will not charge you for that. And the other interesting thing is, even though you might you'll have to associate a credit card with the account, it does not begin charging your credit card after that either. Basically, you have to manually switch it to what is called a pay-as-you-go account before they'll ever charge you. So don't stress over that. You will need some kind of a credit card in order to get the free account started. But if we look right here, we get a free $200 credit. We also get a bunch of free services for 12 months, okay? So that's pretty neat. You get $200 credit to play around with and add some of the paid services for 30 days. And then there's actually quite a few of these free services that are available as well. They tell you 40 plus other services are free always that you get to play around with. And then for up to a year, up to 12 months, a bunch of free services. So $200 credit for 30 days that you can put towards paid services, and then a bunch of free services that are available for 12 months. So if you take a look here, though, it says after your credit, keep getting the free services. So check this out. You get a bunch of free services. You get Azure a Linux virtual machine to play around with, an Azure Windows virtual machine to play around with, SQL databases, blob storage. Now, a lot of the stuff you may not know what it is, but just stand by on that. But ultimately, though, you get quite a few different services to play around with. If you want to see some of these other services, you can simply just click see all free services here, right? And you can look at a few of the other things that you can do there, all right? So once we are ready to create our free account, we're just going to click Start Free. At that point, it is going to require you to have an email address, okay? So at that point, if you have an existing email address you can do that. However, I always recommend, if you're starting out fresh, if you're just beginning with Azure, or maybe you're really nervous about mixing it up with your company somehow, mixing up this new account with your company's account or something, I recommend using a different browser or use incognito mode. And I also recommend just create a whole new email address, okay? That would be my advice. So I'm going to click Use Another Account. And then from there, it says, all right, do you have an email address? I'm going to say no account. I'm going to create one, right? So from there, you can go right here, say create an account. And if you don't have an email address, you can say get a new email address. So I'm just going to put in, let's do exam lab practice, and I'll just say Azure at outlook.com, right? So then I'll click next. All right, if it says it's not available, okay, and it might not be available, maybe somebody's used the name already, maybe they don't like the name Azure to be in the email address. You know, there's various things they could do there. So I'll just say exam lab practice JC at outlook.com. Okay, so that name's not taken. At that point, I just need to create a password. So I'm just going to put a password in there real quick, and we'll click next. Set you up a birthday. I'll just put in. There we go. And then at that point, it's creating you a email address. All right, of course, you got to prove that you're not a robot. That's always fun, right? pick the penguin. There we go. And we've now created ourselves an email address. And again, I highly recommend doing that. I highly recommend creating an email address, just because that way you won't mix it up with any kind of a previous account or anything along those lines. Okay, so at that point you just fill this out, and I'm not gonna fill this out myself, just because I'm actually using it at a paid account that I've got, because I've already set up too many free accounts as it is. But you basically will fill this form out, and then from there you'll finish up the form, submit it, and at that point you should have your Azure account. And from there you will log on to Azure by going to portal.azure.com. All right, and you should be able to log on, and you've now officially got your account set up, which my account is the jc@examlabpractice.com, and you are now officially in Azure and ready to start working with some hands-on. What I want to look at with you now is I want to look into activating our Azure Active Directory Premium 2 license. Now, I'm not really covering all the licensing stuff in this video. I mainly want to turn this on because if I don't, some of the things that I'm going to be showing you soon won't be available to us. Essentially, in a nutshell, Azure Active Directory has different versions. We may start out with the free version, but we don't get to take advantage of some of the really neat features that Azure Active Directory can give us. And if we activate the Premium 2 license, we can. So Microsoft will allow you to have a free Azure AD Premium 2 license for a certain amount of time. So to activate this license, here we are on portal.azure.com. We're going to click the menu button here. We're going to go down to Azure Active Directory Blade. Okay. From there, we're going to click on the Licenses Blade. Okay. You'll notice that mine already says that I have an Azure AD Premium 2 license, but yours is probably going to say free if you're doing this with a free account. But we're going to go down here to Licenses. Okay. From there, if you look to the right, it says Get a Free Trial. Okay, you can click Get a Free Trial, and then right here under Azure Active Directory Premium 2, you're going to click that and then click to activate your license. Now, let me warn you that it can take anywhere from 15 minutes to an hour for this to actually get activated. And let me also warn you that even if you go back to the menu button, go to Azure Active Directory, it may say that you've got this license activated, but it may still take a little time for some of the features to get activated for you. So just be advised on that depending upon how fast you move through the videos and things, if you're jumping around in the course especially, you may not have this activated yet. You have to give it at least an hour if certain features aren't working, but 15 minutes is usually adequate, but in some cases I've seen it take as long as an hour. So just be advised on that. But if you want to be able to utilize some of these features, you're going to want to turn that on. Then I want to talk about some of the differences of the concepts between Azure AD, the on-premise ADDS, the Azure hosted ADDS, and then we're also going to get into something called Microsoft Intra in this. So first off, you've seen this drawing before. This involves the understanding the foundations of your on-premise Active Directory. So again, we started out, for the last 20 some odd years, we have had this triangle here, which is, our actual on-premise ADDS. What is ADDS? That is Active Directory Domain Services, right? And this is an on-premise based directory service. It is built off of the LDAP protocol, which is Lightweight Directory Access Protocol. It uses an authentication protocol called Kerberos. It allows us to use GPOs and manage our devices and all that on-premise. It's a great on-premise solution. Now, the downside, of course, is that it is a bit dated. It doesn't support all the latest and greatest web-based authentication systems and all of that. Now, as Microsoft has moved into the cloud, they introduced Azure AD. Azure AD is Azure Active Directory, and with Azure Active Directory, it is a web-based directory services infrastructure that allows us to authenticate users out in the cloud. In fact, we can use Azure AD without even having an on-premise Active Directory domain services. In fact, as a consultant, a lot of the companies that I do business with. Now, I generally don't even recommend setting up an on-premise Active Directory services unless you just really want to host your own data center and manage servers and all that. I generally just recommend using Azure AD. Okay, now, another solution. Now, you might run across this fact that you may say, well, what about a company? Imagine this situation, everybody. Imagine the situation where you have a company that has built a bunch of custom apps and custom programming code that was built specifically for on-premise ADDS. And they're not ready to leave that yet. They're not ready to get rid of all that yet. However, the company does want to get rid of on-premise servers. Maybe they're wanting to completely get rid of their on-premise servers and move directly into the cloud. What would you do then? Well, Microsoft actually has what is called Azure ADDS. So that is a version of Active Directory Domain Services that's hosted in the cloud for you. So if you were in a situation where you absolutely had to keep ADDS, the old LDAP-based standards, you can actually host ADDS in the cloud, in Azure. All right? And you could migrate all of this stuff over. So if you needed to migrate this specialized LDAP code and all of that, you needed to move that into the cloud, you could totally do that. All right. So that is a solution for dealing with that. Okay. So that is Azure ADDS. All right. Now what I want to do, I just want to jump over to the portal. We're going to take a look at that. I'm also going to introduce you to Microsoft Intra. Now, looking at these services in the cloud, first off, if I'm here on portal.azure.com, I can click the menu button and I can go right here to Azure Active Directory, and this is, of course, where I can manage my users and groups and all that stuff right here in the cloud for Azure Active Directory. And if I wanted to link my on-premise domain into the cloud, I can utilize what is called Azure AD Connect. Azure AD Connect, it's something I can download, I can install on a server in my on-premise network, and then I can synchronize, which I'm not really getting into in this video, but you can do that, and that would let you set up a hybrid solution. So this is Azure AD. This is the way they want nowadays. They want you to be managing your identities and all that. They want you to be using Azure AD. Now, if you did want to host Azure ADDS, that's Azure Active Directory Domain Services, just like you had on-premise, if you wanted to host that type of LDAP-based directory service in the cloud, you can actually go to the menu button here. You can go to All Services. You're going to search for Azure AD Domain. There it is right there, Azure AD Domain Services. You would click on that, and then you would go and you would create this resource. Now, I'm not going to be demonstrating that whole thing. I just wanted to get into that concept with you of what that is. So as you can see here, Azure AD Domain Services provides managed domain services such as domain join, group policy, LDAP, Kerberos, NTL, and all those things that we had in our on-premise network would be available if you had the Azure AD Domain Services resource hosted in Azure. Okay. Now, what about this thing called Microsoft Intra? Okay. So Microsoft Intra, the goal of Microsoft Intra, this is a relatively new concept, and it's basically trying to do a unified approach to the different directory services that we have in our different environments. That would be Azure, but not just Azure. There's a whole other portal for this too that I want to show you. So to get to that, I'm going to go to intra.microsoft.com. So there's a whole new portal here that they've created. And the goal of Intra is, imagine if you're in a mixed environment, okay? So you're not just dealing with Microsoft Azure, but maybe you're also dealing with like Amazon Web Services and perhaps other cloud solutions. And you need to have a unified approach to dealing with all this. I worked with a government agency one time, a state agency here in the United States that was in that kind of situation. They had a Azure environment, but they also had AWS. And so what if you're trying to have a unified management so that you could authenticate user accounts to both places simultaneously. So that is what this is for. You can see here when you get in here, you have all your Azure AD stuff here. I've got my users and groups and all of that, just like I do if I go to Azure AD. I've also got what's called permissions management. Now, when you go to permissions management, you're going to notice it'll pop up another little portal, and this is something that you actually have to go through, and it's a licensed-based system that's going to allow permissions from other services such as Amazon, which I'm not getting into here. It's a license-based thing. You just need to know what it is here anyway. And then also you do what's called verified ID. Verify ID allows credentials from other services such as Amazon Web Services to authenticate with Azure as well. So this is something else that we could introduce into our environment. Okay, so again, Microsoft Entra, the big thing to remember about it is a unified approach to dealing with credentials that involves not just Microsoft, but also being able to be associated with other services. That's other cloud services such as Amazon Web Services, but also if you had other other web-based apps hosted somewhere like maybe GoDaddy or something like that, you could support authentication between Azure and those other web services. So that is the idea of Microsoft Entra. I'd like to now go over the concept of managed identities in Azure. Now, managed identities is going to be a situation in which you have different services that need to get access to various Azure resources. For example, imagine you have a SQL database that's hosted in Azure and you have a virtual machine that consistently needs to get access to that SQL database, for maybe that virtual machine is a web server. And you don't necessarily want to create a specific user account and assign that virtual machine to that user account, because if that virtual machine ever gets deleted, that user account is still available. So this is where managed identities are going to really come in handy. So to do this, there's going to be a little bit of setup. I'm going to set this up real quickly here. I'm going to go to the menu button here on portal.azure.com, go to resource groups, and I'm just going to create a resource group here, and I'm just going to call this managed identity demo. Okay, and that'll be the name, East US. Click review and create. Click create. All right, I've got my resource group created now. Okay, I'm going to go here to the menu. I'm going to go to SQL databases, and I'm going to click to create SQL database. All right, and we'll specify our resource group, which is managed identity demo, and we'll call this, I'm just going to call it SQL demo DB, and then it wants a server, so we'll click create, and the server name must be unique, so I'm going to call this SQL DB server ELP for exam lab practice. Of course, if you were doing this as well, you'd need to make sure that you name it something unique. All right, so from there, using Azure AD, select our admin. I'm going to make myself the admin. All right, and we'll click OK. And scroll down. Okay, it says compute plus storage, the standard. Again, point of this video is not really to get into the explanations on all the SQL databases and all that stuff. The point is just to show you how to set this up. All right, how to set up a managed identity, not to get into all the depth of SQL right now. All right, so we'll go with that. We'll go configure database, and so you can, I'm just going to go with, let's see, general purpose. Yeah, we'll just do basic here. Yeah, and we'll set maximum size since we're not really configuring this full blown. Okay, I think we've done everything. Let's click review and create, and click create. Let's set up our little server that's going to host our SQL database. So we'll give that just a moment to create. Now I'm going to go to the menu button and click on, I'm going to create a virtual machine. So we're just going to go here to virtual machines, click create Azure virtual machine. All right. Resource group will be managed identity demo. I'm going to call this, let's see, Win server ID demo. All right. East US, not going to worry about redundancy. Again, point of this video is not really get into the depth of virtual machines and all that. It's just to create one real quick that we can take a look at. All right. Okay, so we're just going to go with that. ELP demo, or I'll call it ELP admin for my username. Set my password for the VM. All right. Uh-oh, got to fix that. There we go. Everything else should be good. Standard HDD. I don't think there's anything else. I am going to make it shut down at 7 p.m. That's fine. Click review and create. And once that's done validating, we are going to go ahead and create. Oh, we've got to fix something. Let's go back. Let's see what we got to fix here. Everything's good here. Nothing else here. Good there. Let's try that again. Okay. Yeah, I think I was just moving too fast for the portal actually. Okay, so now we'll go ahead and click to create. And I'm going to pause the recording while that's getting created. All right, now that the VM is created, the first thing we're going to do is go to the resource itself, go to the virtual machine. You're going to notice there's a blade called Identity. We're going to click on the Identity blade, and here it is right here. You'll notice there's an option that says a system assigned. It says a system assigned managed identity is restricted to one per resource and is tied to the life cycle of this resource. You can grant permissions to the managed identity by using role-based access control. Ultimately, what they're saying is that I can set the system identity up by turning this on and clicking save. I'm going to go ahead and turn that on. It's now registering that with Azure AD. What's great about the system identity is if I give it access to something like the SQL database and the scenario comes up to where the virtual machine is ever deleted, then this system assigned identity is deleted as well automatically. So it's not like a user account where you create it and then you have to go back and delete the user account later or something like that, like a traditional service based identity system. So this is what a system identity is going to do for us. All right. So now I'm going to click the menu button and I'm going to go down here to my resource groups, and we'll click on the managed identity demo, and we're going to click on our SQL Server ELP right here. And then from there we have this blade called IAM. We're going to click on IAM, and we're going to click Role Assignments. All right. And then I'm going to click Add a new role assignment. And let's do, let's say Contributor. And we'll click Next. And then for members, this is the thing that's important. I'm going to select Managed Identity, select Members. All right, I'm going to drop down and choose right here where it says Virtual Machine. There is my identity that I created a second ago. I'm going to click that, and we're going to click Select. We're going to click Review and Assign, and we're going to click Review and Sign again. And at that point, we pulled the trigger, and we've officially set up that identity assignment for that SQL database server. So now that we've done that, I want you to imagine another scenario. Imagine that you're not just dealing with one virtual machine that needs access to this database. Maybe you're dealing with maybe 4 or 5 or 10 virtual machines that need access to this database, and you don't want to have to do separate identities for each virtual machine. So what you can actually do is you can create a individual managed identity that all of them can use simultaneously. Let me show you how to do that. Okay, so I'm going to go home, and now what I'm going to do is click the menu button. We're going to go to All Services, and we're going to search for the term Managed, and you're going to see Managed Identities right there. As you can see, we don't have a managed identity. We're going to click to create a managed identity. I'll just store it in my managed identity demo resource group. Okay, we'll do East US, which I passed it. There it is. And I'm just going to call it My Managed ID. That'll just be the name of it. We'll click Review and Create. We'll click Create. All right, so now it's going through the process of creating that managed identity. After that managed identity is complete, we're going to go to our virtual machine. Okay, click on the virtual machine here. We're going to go down here to where it says Identity. From there, we're going to go to User Identity. Click Add User Assigned Managed Identity. There's the one we just created. We're going to click Add to that. And there you go. Now, all we got to do is go over to our SQL database. So here's the menu. We're going to go to Resource Groups. Click on Managed Identity Demo. Go to our SQL Server here. Go to the Access Control IAM. Role Assignments Add Role Assignment. All right. We'll say Contributor. Click Next. Managed Identity. Select Members. And we'll go there and select User Assigned Managed Identity. Select it. Click Select. Review and Assign. And we've now officially done that. Now again, what's great about this is if we just want to lose connectivity with all those virtual machines, we have multiple virtual machines that were using that same identity, we can just disable access using that managed identity, and that'll disconnect all of them from having access at that point. So that is the difference as far as using, again, the system-based identity method versus a user-managed identity. So again, if we go back over to our virtual machine, we go back to this virtual machine real quick and go back to identity, you'll see you had two options there. You had a system assigned, which you can only have one of those, right? You only have one system assigned per virtual machine. But alternatively, if you had multiple virtual machines, you could do the user identity. It's a few more steps, but it's another solution that would get the job done. I want to now take a look at how we can create users inside our Azure environment. So, of course, in Azure, we have a directory services known as Azure AD. Okay, a lot of people think that Azure AD is just like on-premise Active Directory, but maybe handled through virtual machines in the cloud, but that's actually not the case. Azure AD is a newer system than the on-premise Active Directory that was created back in the year 2000, or I should say before that, because it was in beta for a while. But with Azure AD, it is a fully functional cloud-based directory services that can hold our different users, groups, and handle authentication with passwords and other multi-factor authentication-based systems and all that. So we're going to look at how we can create user accounts in Azure Active Directory. So to begin with, here we are on portal.azure.com. We're going to look right here in the upper left-hand corner, and there's this little symbol right here, the three lines. A lot of people call that the menu button. Some people call it the hamburger. I guess it's supposed to look like, you know, two pieces of bread and a piece of meat. I always just argue that IT people just love to talk about food, so maybe that's it. I don't know. But another option for getting to Azure AD, you can go over here to right here where it says Azure Active Directory. But I tend to like to be in the habit of using the menu button because you're not always going to be on this screen. So I'm going to go to the menu button here, and you will look down here and see these here are called blades. All right. Another interesting name that they give things here, but this is called a blade. So we're going to click on the Azure Active Directory blade, okay? At that point, we are now in Azure Active Directory, and we can go over here to the Users blade, and this is where we can begin creating user accounts, all right? So from there, now you might notice that I have a bunch of user accounts in my little environment here just because I've some of my other courses I've created some users, but you can ignore those. You will not have all those users right now, so don't worry about all that. But if I want to create a user account, I'm going to go right here. I'm going to click to create a user, right? So new user, and then I'm going to say create a new user, all right? From there, all I got to do is choose to create a user. I'll explain what invite user is in just a moment, but if I want to create a user, I just go here and specify what I want that user's name to be, okay? Now, one thing of note, you will notice that my the at symbol. This is called the user principal name, which is a username and then an at, like an email address type name. You'll see mine says examlabpractice.com because I have registered a custom domain name, which I'm not getting into right now on how to do that. Just know that it is possible to do that. You can register a custom domain name if you want, okay, but we're not getting into the details on that just yet. So I'm just going to create a user named Bob Jones. You can pretty much come up with any name you want here, and just put that in there, and then Bob Jones, first name Bob, last name Jones. At that point, you can do auto-generated password, and if you click show password, you can see what that password is, or you can say let me create the password, which you can create your own password for the user. And then essentially what would happen is you would tell the user what that password is, and then as soon as they log in, Azure Active Directory is going to force them to change the password. You could also assign them to groups. Not getting into groups right now. You can also assign them to roles, which I'm not talking about roles right now either. Although, in a nutshell, groups can give different access to different resources using groups, and with roles you can actually give administrative permissions and things like that. But again, not getting into groups and roles at the moment. From there, you could say block sign-in for the user if you want. This means the user will not be able to log on right now. Maybe you just want to create the account, and then maybe you're going to allow them to log on later down the road. Or maybe you temporarily just want to turn a user off. You can actually go into the user's properties and turn this, set this to block later if you want. Then you got usage location. Now, I would like to say, even though I'm not really talking a whole lot about licensing right now, one of the things you do in Azure AD in some cases is you give them licenses to things, especially if you start using Microsoft 365 and you're working with, the Office services, and maybe you're given access to Teams and Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and different products. You'll need to assign them licenses, and it is very important that you associate a usage location. If you don't, you cannot assign any licenses, okay? And the other thing is, and I haven't really gotten into this just yet, but there is licenses involving Azure Active Directory. Right now, when you start out with a free account with Azure Active Directory, you have a free Azure Active Directory license, and then you can upgrade to things like Azure Active Directory Premium 1 or Premium 2 license, which gives you even more capabilities out of Azure Active Directory, which again, I'm not thoroughly explaining licenses right now. I just wanted to throw that out there. The main point I want to get across to you right now is that even though Azure Active Directory will allow you to bypass this and not associate a usage location, it is important that a user does have a usage location. And if you start trying to give the user a license and they can't get a license, it could be because you did not assign them a usage location. So I'm going to go ahead and just put in United States here. All right, and then we could say job title. Maybe Bob Jones is going to be a, let's say that Bob Jones is a help desk level 1. All right, support. All right, help desk level 1 support. That's his title. His department will be IT. All right, company is Exam Lab Practice. All right, and then of course you can also associate a manager to the user if you wanted to, and that way you have the ability to look up who their manager is, and their manager can be given special privileges, which I'm not getting into just yet. All right, so from there, if I want, I can go ahead and click to create, and it says this user has been successfully created. All right, so the next thing I want to show you here is what the invite user is. If I click new user again, and I click to create a user or invite user, it really doesn't matter. Either one's going to give you the same options, but you'll notice that if you said invite, it's going to default to invite user. So that is known as an external. You're inviting an external user, also known as a guest. Okay, so in a lot of cases, your company might be working with people that don't necessarily work as an employee for the company. It could be like a contractor, some kind of consultant or something like that. I know for me, I've done consulting work. I've actually done consulting work directly with Microsoft before, and they invited me as a guest to their Azure AD service, and we had meetings and things like that through Teams about the project we were working on and all that. And that's a common practice for a business to, if they want to temporarily give access to a user, this is a great way to do it, especially if the user is not a full-time employee, they're just a consultant or something like that, they're just temporarily working on some kind of a project. This is a great way to handle that. So from there, you would put in, let's say you've got a user, let's say the user is, we'll do Greg Johnston, all right? And Greg Johnston's email address is gregjohnston@gmail.com, all right? Maybe he's just using his personal email address. So at that point, you would put in that information, and you could send him a personal message like, hey, Greg, oops, does help if you actually can type. Hey, Greg, please accept this link. Okay, so what'll happen is you can click to invite. It's going to send a link to this user, gregjohnston@gmail.com. They can accept the link. It'll from there it'll let them create a password. They can sign in, and they can be given access to resources. Which again, I haven't really gotten into how we can give access to resources right now. Okay, I'm just simply showing you how you can invite a guest. A guest can be invited. You might say, well, is that guest going to be more restricted or less restrictive? You can actually give a guest user account pretty much the same privileges as a regular user account. The thing is, though, is that with the help of these things called access reviews, guests can be a little bit heavier scrutinized than a regular user sometimes would. And you can periodically have these reviews done on whether or not this person should remain a guest. But I'm not getting into that right now. I just wanted to point out that you could. Okay, you're welcome to try this out yourself. You could invite yourself as a guest. If you have a personal email address, you could try inviting yourself as a guest to your own environment and try logging on. That's a good little thing you could give a shot at right now if you wanted to. But then from there, we could continue filling all this out. Groups, roles, block sign-in, usage location, job title, department, company, manager. You're going to see it's pretty much the same thing as creating a user. The only difference is this guest user will get to keep their own personal email address or whatever email address that's put right here. All right. Okay. So the next thing I want to show you, let's go back over here. Go back to the users blade, and so I wanted to show you that we do have the ability to download all of our users to a spreadsheet if we want. We can click download users, and it will basically download it to a CSV file. Okay, if you want to pull that up, you can see all your user information in a spreadsheet. Remember, you're not going to have all these users that I've got. I created these users previously, okay, just in a previous course, but don't worry that you don't have all these user accounts, because you're still going to be able to practice everything that you want here. And then, but the next thing I want to show you is if you go over here to bulk operations, you have a bulk create option, which is kind of interesting, a bulk invite and a bulk delete. So if we go to bulk create, it's going to let us download a spreadsheet. All right, and we can open that spreadsheet up. Let's open that spreadsheet up with Excel. All right, and then what you can do is you can create users based on this CSV file, this comma-separated value file, okay? So they show an example of doing that, like, create Chris Green is the user they use as an example, and then we'll say Chris Green at, and then whatever your domain name is. You might have a name that says .onmicrosoft.com. You'd need to put that in there. In my case, I've registered a custom domain name, examlabpractice.com, so I could put that in, and then I could specify what I want the password to be. Okay, I'll just say, let's just do this little, one of Microsoft's favorite little passwords right there, which I'm not going to leave it that, but that's what it will be right now. And then if I want to block sign in, no, I'm not going to block sign in. And then I could do, first name is Chris, last name is Green, job title is sales manager or something, department is sales, so on and so forth. Then you could go ahead and fill the rest of this out. Now imagine if you had a situation where you had your company recently absorbed another company. Maybe this other company is a smaller company that's got 50 employees or something. And if you had a spreadsheet maybe that was provided by that company's HR department or something, you could build the spreadsheet out like that, like you see on my screen, and then you could actually import all this and have all those users created without having to manually type all that in. So that could really save you a lot of time. Okay. So I've got a Chris Green. Let's also create another one. Let's do Larry Thomas. So Larry Thomas at examlabpractice.com. We'll just do the same password. And again, as soon as a user logs on, it makes them change their password. Larry Thomas. Maybe Larry Thomas is a marketing manager. Okay. He's part of the marketing department. Which I just realized that I messed that little up right there, so I'm just going to fix that. All right. And of course, again, you could fill the rest of this out, but I'm not going to do that. All right. So from there, I can go and save this. So we'll just say, save this. I'm just going to save it to my desktop real quick. All right. Once it's saved, now I'm going to jump back over into here, and we're going to upload that spreadsheet. Okay. All right, so I selected where it was on my computer, and I'm going to hit submit. And if you've got any errors, it's going to let you know. Okay, hopefully we don't have any errors, and it should be able to create those users successfully. So imagine you had a spreadsheet of 50 people, 100 people, 500 people. This could really cut down on the amount of time. I also use the analogy of it's like, imagine a school university, and they've got enrollments with a lot of students starting, and maybe they got an enrollments department that collects all the student data through a spreadsheet. You would be able to use that to your benefit. You wouldn't have to go through and do all the clicks. So let's go ahead and try refreshing, and let's see if our users are there. So there is Chris Green. And there's Larry Thomas. So it was able to create the users. Of course, another way we can create users that I'm not getting into right now is you can use PowerShell. There's also Azure CLI, which it's based on Linux. If you're familiar with Linux, the Azure CLI commands will be used, but I'm not showing you how to do that just yet. I just wanted to show you how you could do all this graphically. So as you can see, very easy to jump right in and create user accounts. Also invite users as guests using the Azure portal. I now want to take a look at creating groups using Azure Active Directory. Okay, now just be advised that you will need to utilize some of the functionality in groups. You will need to make sure your Azure Active Directory Premium 2 license is activated. And I've shown you how to do that in a previous video. Just make sure you've done that, and remember that it can take up to from 15 minutes up to an hour for that to actually take effect. But either way, you should be able to, if you're trying to follow along, you should be able to do the majority of the stuff here that I'm doing even without that license. All right, so here we are, portal.azure.com. We're going to go to the menu button. We're going to go to Azure Active Directory blade here, and then from there we're going to click the groups blade, and this is where we can create groups. Now again, you might notice that I've got a bunch of different groups here. You will not have all those right now. Just don't stress over that, because you create your own groups. These are some groups that I had from a previous course that I built, okay? But don't worry that you don't have all those groups. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to go and click to create a new group, all right? And from there, we have group type. Now, there are two kinds of groups that Azure AD will natively support. You have what is called a security group, and you have what is called a Microsoft 365 group, okay? Now, let me just start by explaining what a Microsoft 365 group is, just because that's a very common one that's used in your business services, especially, of course, if you are using Microsoft 365. So if your company is using Microsoft 365 licenses, so you've got maybe Office and you're using Teams and you got all these different application services and stuff that you're using. And of course, we're not really looking at all that stuff right now in this video, but if your company is using that, those types of services, this is the preferred group, because when you create a Microsoft 365 group, you have the ability to essentially assign users to that group, and those users will essentially be tied together in a certain way. For example, in that group, it can automatically create a team for Microsoft Teams, so the users that are in that group will automatically be associated with Microsoft Teams. They automatically can have a SharePoint site set up for sharing information through SharePoint. Microsoft Planner, there's a thing called social media platform called Yammer they're all associated with. They get an email address associated with that group, so if you email the group, the email will go to everybody in the group. You can also give the group permissions to resources and things like OneDrive and all of that. All right. Now, there is one major thing that this group cannot do, and that is it cannot contain devices. It can only contain users, and that is something that I would recommend you remember. Microsoft 365 groups cannot contain devices, so you can't put laptop, desktop computers in this group. You can't put smartphones, tablets, anything like that in this group. It can only contain user accounts. All right. And if you're just talking about pure Azure services and you're not doing a lot with Microsoft 365, you generally would want to go for the other group. All right, the security group. All right, so the majority of the stuff we'll do here and play around with is going to involve using a security group if we're just doing pure Azure related services and we're not dealing with the Microsoft 365 licenses a whole lot. In other words, we're not playing with Teams, we're not doing Exchange or any of that stuff. Okay, so a security group. Security groups are built specifically for giving rights out to things. So for example, if you're going to be setting up virtual machines and giving certain people, individuals, access to the virtual machines to play around with it, or other resources in Azure, and you're giving permissions out for that, this is the more common group, because it's not really related to dealing with Microsoft Office and all that fun stuff. And very critical, if you are going to be associating devices to this group, you have to use a security group for that. So let's create a security group. I'm going to call this security group developers. All right, maybe we've got a group of users that are developers. Maybe they're developing applications for our Azure environment. And so we're going to have this group called developers. You can specify a description. Right here, you can also associate Azure AD roles to this group. Roles are going to give certain permissions out. Not really going over roles right now, so I'm not going to select anything there. And then you can do membership type, either assigned, dynamic user, dynamic device. Okay, so this is where it's important. If you don't have the Azure AD premium subscription set up, you will not have the dynamic user, dynamic device. Okay, but let me explain what all this is. So an assigned group is a group type that you have to either add or remove people to and from that group. Okay, so this will involve me as an admin adding people to the group manually or removing people out of the group manually. Or alternatively, we can also have what's called a group owner, and if we assign a group owner, then that group owner can add people to the group or remove people out of the group. Okay, so generally speaking, it's a very static group. People get added or removed manually by somebody, either an admin or by a group owner. Okay, now that is the generally just how normal groups, if you got a free Azure AD subscription, you'll always have that option. But with the premium, you get the ability to use dynamic user, dynamic device. And notice, by the way, that if I go to Microsoft 365 group, I do have the ability to do a dynamic user group, but not a dynamic device group, because remember, we cannot associate devices with a Microsoft 365 group, only security groups, right? So from there, I could go, let's do a dynamic user group. Now, I will also say that you can still assign an owner to this. An owner can configure certain settings for the group, but with dynamic groups, no person will ever be manually adding people to the group or removing people out of the group. Dynamic groups are really interesting. They use these things called dynamic queries. And the only way something is part of the group is by this thing called a dynamic query, okay? So for example, if I go over here and click Add Dynamic Query, all right, from there I've got these different expressions. These expressions are like conditions that have to be met, and based on those conditions, the device or the user, in this case it's a user because I did a user group dynamic rule here, based on that expression, the device or the user in this case will be part of that group. Okay, so I'm going to go here to property, I'm going to click, so I have all these properties that it can look at in regards to a user. Okay, so we'll do department, and operator will say contains, so that's like their department property contains the word, we'll say developer. Okay, and by the way, this is not case sensitive. All right, so it doesn't matter if I put a capital D or a lowercase d. Now watch this. I can also say, we'll say add another expression. We'll say and or. We'll say or, and we'll say job title. So if their department property has the word develop in it, contains the word developer, or maybe the job title contains the word developer, either one of those will automatically make this person part of the group. Okay, so at that point, we'll click Save, and we've created ourselves a little dynamic rule here, and we can click to create, and we've now got ourselves a dynamic group. Okay, on the flip side of that, if you want to create an assigned group too, just to play around with that, we'll create an assigned group called Help Desk. All right, and we'll do an assigned group, and we won't worry about having owners or any of that. We'll just click create. And so if we come down here to sometimes it takes a moment to show up and you have to refresh the screen, but let's do that again. Hopefully it's here. No, we're still waiting on it. Let's look at developers first, since we're waiting on that to appear. We'll go to developers, and then from there we'll look at members, and you'll notice that add members is grayed out. Okay, so people will be a member based on the information in their property of that user. So if I wanted a user really to be a member of this group, I'd have to go and edit based on these dynamic membership rules, right? And those are our dynamic membership rules. So if I went back over here to, let's go home, let's go to the menu button, go to Azure Active Directory, users, and let's choose a user. Let's do Larry Thomas here, and we'll go to Edit Properties. All right, and if we scroll down, he's part of marketing. Let's just change that to developer. Okay, and we'll hit save. So we'll say that I put that he's a marketing manager, but we're just gonna change that. All right, just so you can see how this will work. We'll say for job title, he is a lead developer. All right, now either one of these, you didn't have to do both, because remember we used an or statement on those conditions we were setting, but either one of those would automatically make him be part of this group. All right, but the one thing I also want to point out with Azure is you got to be patient with Azure. Things do not take effect immediately. Sometimes when you make changes like this, it can take about 15 minutes before it actually appears. So if you click groups right now, it actually happened really quick. This case, it did happen very quickly, but just so you know, sometimes it can take up to 15 minutes for something like that to happen. And you're going to hear that a lot when working with Azure. Some things can be instant, some things can be 5 minutes, some can be 10, 15, some can be an hour, and there are even some things that can take 24 hours before they take effect. So that's one of the things you got to consider whenever you're working with Azure Active Directory, or Azure in general, I should say. So let's go back over to groups. So if we go over here to developers, we can click members, and we can see Larry Thomas is part of that group. All right, but notice we can't add or remove people from the group. Okay, now if we go back over to here and we look at Help Desk, which has finally appeared, you'll notice I can, if I go to members, I can manually add people to the group if I want. So because this is an assigned group. All right. So hopefully that gives you a decent understanding now of working with groups. Obviously, you can create groups through PowerShell and the Azure CLI, which is the Linux type shell that Azure has, but I'm not getting any of that right now. I just wanted to show you how we could do this using the graphical tools. I now want to talk about a feature known as administrative units. Now, if you've got some experience with Active Directory on-premise, or ADDS, Active Directory Domain Services, you might be familiar with a feature called OUs, organizational units. And one of the great things we could do with our on-premise Active Directory OUs is we could put users inside of an OU, an organizational unit, and we could delegate control over the resources that was in that unit. Now, administrative units are similar to that concept, but there are some differences. Ultimately, though, the point of an administrative unit is it allows us to sort of categorize our objects together, and then we can delegate control over those objects to certain admins using roles. So, for example, if my organization was broken up into different offices, like maybe I've got New York City, and maybe I've got Atlanta, Georgia, and maybe I've got Los Angeles, or you start getting into like Europe, maybe you're talking about London and Paris, and all these different places. You might have certain administrators that are designated control over those areas and those resources, and maybe the users that utilize those resources. So this is what an administrative unit is all about. So the way I can do that, I can manage that, is I can go here to portal.azure.com, click the menu button, go to Azure Active Directory. All right. And then from there, I have a blade called Administrative Units. Okay, so I'm going to click on that. And one thing you can do, you can click Learn More, which is always helpful because you can kind of skim through some of the documentation. But a couple things here, they give some examples of doing this. In this case, you're looking at, they've broken their administrative units up into School of Business, School of Engineering, security teams, executive teams, talking about maybe some kind of university type scenario. And then you got admins that are designated control over that. Now, ultimately, though, one of the things to understand here is the licensing requirements. You must have at least Azure AD Premium 1 in order to do this. Now, in my environment, I have Premium 2, so I am perfectly fine to do this. If you don't have a Premium license, it will let you create an administrative unit. You just can't populate it with anything, so it's kind of pointless, really. You got to have at least that Premium 1 license, okay? But let's go ahead and let's take a look at doing that. So I'll just jump back over here. I'm going to click Add. I'm going to create a administrative unit called NYC, all right, for maybe New York City. All right, from there, I can click Next to assign a role. Okay, so maybe I'm going to allow somebody who is a user administrator. I want a user administrator to have the ability to manage any user that's associated with this role, right? Or with this administrative unit. So in other words, if I had, let's say I had 50 users that were part of New York City, okay? If I put 50 users inside that administrative unit, then I could delegate a certain user to have what's called user administrator authority over that administrative unit. And they would be able to create and manage users. And you have all these other roles. I'm not getting into what all these roles are right now. You can kind of see what the descriptions are of these, but basically what I'm wanting to do is I'm wanting to give admin rights over a certain user. Okay, so from there I could do that, but I'm going to go ahead and create the role first. The administrative unit first. Let's create the administrative unit. So we got one called NYC. Let's create another one called ATL, maybe for Atlanta. Okay, all right, so we'll click that, review and create, and we've created two. So from there I can go to NYC. All right, and I can click to see what users are part of NYC. So if I can click Add, and maybe we'll say that Bob Jones is part of NYC, okay? And then if I go over, let's go back over here to ATL, and we'll say add a member to users, and we're going to do, let's do Larry Thomas. Now, let's just pretend that I've got 50 users in Atlanta listed here, and I've got 50 users in New York listed here. So now what I can do is I can go to Roles Administrators, and I can assign, say, the user administrative role. I could give that role over to a certain individual, okay? So a certain person could be given that user administrative role if I wanted over that. Okay, so any of these users you could assign it, and that's really what you're getting out of this. Now, you might recall an on-premise Active Directory with OUs, organizational units. A user couldn't be part of multiple OUs. A user could only be in one OU at a time. If you don't believe me, try it. Okay, a user could only be part of one organizational unit in on-premise Active Directory. Now, that's one thing that's very different about administrative units. In an administrative unit, a user could technically be a member of both of these if we wanted them to be. Of course, if you're going to do that, you probably wouldn't have called it New York City or Atlanta if you're talking about offices. Now, if you broke your administrative units up based on departments or something, and maybe you've got a sales administrative unit and then a marketing administrative unit, and you have a user who's a member of both departments, you might have them part of both administrative units. But ultimately, if you're doing it like this, where you're breaking it up into different locations, like I am here, maybe my resources are either tied to New York and my resources are tied to Atlanta, or my users are tied to New York, Atlanta, then I would have maybe an admin or a group of admins that would control either one of these. So that is the idea of an administrative unit.
Let's walk through the process now of working with Privileged Identity Management, also known as PIM. Okay, so here we are in portal.azure.com, and I'm going to go to the little menu button here, and I'm going to click All Services. And we're going to search for Privileged Identity Management. All right, and there it is right there. I'm going to go ahead too, and I can just add that as a favorite by clicking the little star icon. So now it'll show up as one of my favorites here in my little menu bar. So I can just click on that. And here we are in PIM, in Privileged Identity Management. All right. And just kind of looking through some of our options here, I've got my roles. If I click on my roles, this is going to show me if I have any eligible roles. Okay, I can click on active roles, and this will show me my active roles. Now you can see I am a global administrator. So that's been assigned, and that's permanent. I'm part of that role, right? So, if you go back over to our Azure Active Directory, just standard Azure Active Directory, you can click on your roles, and this is how we traditionally would add users to roles. We can see all the different roles that are available here, right? And I should be able to go through and see the global administrator right here. And the global administrator, I can click on that, and I can see that my user here has been given those rights, okay? Let's jump back over to Privileged Identity Management. All right, and so I've got my roles. You can see that I have active roles. Do I have any roles that have expired? No. Okay, so this is when you go into Privileged Identity Management. If you're clicking on my roles, that's exactly what that sounds like it is. You're looking at roles that your account has, not anybody else. Your account. You've got my request. This is if I've requested any roles. Okay. And then approve request. This is if I need to approve any request. I don't have any requests to approve right now from any users. Okay, so if any users have requested, if you've required a role to be approved, that's where that would happen. You can also click Review Access, and you can see if there's any particular access reviews of a starting time period or an ending time period that have occurred. You'd be able to see those here as well. All right, now here's where things get interesting. All right, I can go right here where it says Azure AD roles. So let's go ahead and click on that. All right, and I've got some options here. I've got assign eligibility. I've got the activate your role. That's if I had a role that was made available to me. This is where I could activate it. Assigning eligibility, I'm going to look at that with you in a second. That's basically assigning a role. Here's where you would approve request, and then you can also view history of things that have happened through Privileged Identity Management here. So you can click on View History, and you can see previous things. So as you can see here, I've added eligibility to a user and removed eligibility to a user, all that. But let's go back over here now. All right, and let's click on settings. And you can see all these different settings that we've assigned or modified at the moment. All these different roles, as you can see, it's not showing that I've modified any of these at the moment. So this is what settings is going to do for you when you're looking at it through the AD roles. It's just going to show you if you've modified any. Okay, assignments. All right, I haven't done any assignments, but I could add an assignment if I want. Okay, so if we look at roles, we can see all the different roles that are here. And then I could choose a role like user administrator. We'll kind of go along with that junior administrator example. Maybe I've got a junior administrator, I want to make a user administrator. I can do that right there. I can click on it, I can add assignment that way. So that's one way you can do it. Another way is if you come back over here to Azure AD roles and you go to assignments, you can do it through here as well. So you click to add the assignment, and then of course you've got to specify the role that you want to assign. Okay, so you can do that you can do it either way. You can click on Azure AD roles, you can click assignments, and then it'll make you choose the role. Or if you choose just the roles blade itself, then you can choose the role you want, like user administrator, and you can add the role that way, or add the user to the role. So I can also look at role settings, and I've got all these different settings, like activation maximum duration is 8 hours. You can require justification, require a ticket information on activation. So if you're using a ticketing system, you've got MFA, you can force that on the user. All right. You can allow permanent eligibility, or you can turn that off for the role. Okay. You can have a expiration. So you can actually edit these different settings by just clicking edit, and then you can actually go in and you can modify these settings very easily if you want. Okay. So I encourage you to kind of come in there and peck around. Here's where I could set a duration if I wanted to, for a maximum period that this person can get this role in hours if I want. So if I want to, as you can see, it'll let me go, activation of 24 hours if I wanted to set that. On activation, require MFA, require justification. If you got a ticketing system, require approval if you want to approve. You could specify who the person is that's going to do the approvement, right? So you could set all of that very easily if you want. Like I said, they've made this very intuitive. They've made it a lot easier. They've actually improved on it. It used to be a lot harder to deal with a while back, but they've actually done a lot of work to it and made it a lot better. Okay, so let's go through the process. We've got a user named Chris Jones. We're gonna make Chris Jones a user administrator. So I'm gonna go here, and I'm gonna go to roles, and we're gonna go down to user administrator, and we're gonna click assignment. All right. So the role's here, it's already assigned. We're going to click select our user. And we're going to find Chris Jones. There's Chris Jones. So we're going to select Chris Jones. We're going to click select. He's going to be our junior admin maybe. We're going to click next. And if I wanted to give permanent eligibility, I could, but I don't want to. So I could set a date. I could say, okay, this is going to expire. Notice it sets it to a year. Of course, if you went through settings, you could set it to only be available for 24 hours or something. But you could go through here. It's set to a year right now, but if I don't want to set it to a year, I could. I could go through here and set it to whatever I want. Okay, so if I wanted to go ahead and just say we're going to allow this this person to have access for a few days, we'll say till the 13th. 2020, we'll say assign, and Chris Jones is officially assigned. Okay, so we have officially given Chris Jones access to where he can accept it. All right, and in this next little lesson, I'm actually going to log on as Chris Jones, and we're going to take a look at how Chris Jones would accept it. Okay, so I am about to log on as my user Chris Jones at examlabpractice.com. I went ahead and opened up my browser in incognito mode so that it didn't remember my previous logons, and we could log on as Chris Jones as though we were that user. And we can test out the ability of PIM. Allow Chris Jones to go through and accept that role. Okay, so we're just going to sign in as Chris Jones. Okay, got my password entered. Going to go ahead and sign in now. All right, we'll go ahead and get logged in here. Now the first thing we're going to do is we're going to try to create a user as Chris Jones. So if we go to our menu bar here, we're going to go to Azure Active Directory. All right, we're going to click on users, and we're going to go and try to create a user. And as you can see, we cannot. Okay, we cannot. It will not allow us to go through and create this user. So we've got to get power to do that. We got to get a role as Chris Jones to do this. So we're going to go over here to the menu bar. We're going to go to all services. We're going to search for privileged identity management right here. Okay. And then from there, we can look at my roles. Okay. Chris Jones has a role that he is eligible for, right? Which is the user administrator. Okay, and it will expire a few days from when we activated it. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and allow this user to activate the role, and we can specify the max amount of time the user can activate the role. Okay, which from our settings that was configured in PIM, that was set to 8 hours. All right, so we can select that. Allow this role to be activated, but notice something, it's going to require additional verification. Okay, so the user is going to have to go through that process of MFA. All right, so at this point we put in a phone number, and it's going to send a code to this number, which of course I have the phone, so I'm going to enter in the code. All right, and then I'm going to go ahead and click to verify that. All right, so we've successfully verified MFA, and we are officially ready to activate the role. So we've got this one, then we got to give a reason. This is our justification, and we'll say needed to create new employee user accounts. So we'll put that in, and we'll say activate. So it's going through the process of validating it all, and then it's going to hopefully officially activate it for us. Okay, so it took a minute to activate, then it went away, and from there you're going to notice that my user has this activated. You'll notice that the user has the ability to now go and create a user. So why don't we go and do that? All right. So this was the role that we could activate. If we look at active roles, you can see it is activated. That's the state it's in. So don't get confused, because a lot of times when people see eligible roles, they're like, wait a minute, did it get activated or not? Yes, it did. If you look right here, it's activated. Okay. So now let's go to the menu bar button here. We'll click on Azure Active Directory. And drum roll, here we go. Users, and we can create a new user. So as you can see, it did successfully go through. All right. All right. Well, hopefully that gives you a good understanding now of working with PIM. It's a great feature. It's a relatively intuitive feature, pretty easy to use. And you got to see it from the point of creating the PIM activation for a role, and then you've seen the user go through and add it. So hopefully that gives you guys a good understanding of how that works. And I encourage you now to jump in there and play around with it a little bit, look through some of the settings, and help wrap your brain around PIM.
I want to talk now about the concept of conditional access policies. Now, conditional access policies is a feature that is able to sort of connect all the different detection signals that Azure has, and based on some conditions that you can set, these conditional access policies can decide whether or not they're just going to completely block the user and device from connecting, or if they're going to challenge the user in some way, perhaps by forcing multi-factor authentication or something like that to kick in. All right, so let's take a look at what we're talking about here. Here we are on portal.azure.com. We're going to click on the menu button and we're going to go down to Azure Active Directory. From there, we're going to go down to the security blade, and you'll see a blade called conditional access. We're going to go ahead and click on that, and then we're going to click to create a new policy. Okay, now maybe this is the scenario. Okay, imagine we have a situation where we have some sales users that maybe work from home in our environment, and it's been reported that some of these sales users are using an older email client that uses something called ActiveSync. And this is seen as a security risk for us, and maybe we would like to either block that, or perhaps maybe we want to enact multi-factor authentication or something along those lines. All right, so this is an email problem. We have some sales users that are using an older legacy application that uses ActiveSync, like some old version of Outlook or something, and we want to, or mobile Outlook, and we want to just block them, or we want to challenge them with multi-factor authentication. All right, so I'm going to call this sales ActiveSync policy. All right, and then from there we're going to go down to users, and from there we'll say include only the selected users. So we'll say the selected users are going to be the sales group. Okay, so there is our sales group. We'll select sales. All right, and so then we've got a few options. We could say cloud apps, based on maybe if the users are using specific cloud apps. I could say all, or I could select apps. In this case, you could go through and you could select what apps you want. Now, in this case, with me, I am not actually the ActiveSync and all that is a legacy app, so it's not really going to be seen as a cloud app. But if this policy was going to affect some of the newer style cloud apps like Office 365 and all that, you could select that particular app, and this policy would only be in effect if a user was using that specific app. Okay, but I am not going to select any there. Then we're going to go down here to conditions, and you have user risk. This would be if the user was seen as a risk. So this ties in with what's called Azure Active Directory Identity Protection, and it would be detected if the user was detected as a risk, low, medium, or high, and also if the user was detected to be a sign-in risk. Perhaps Azure has suspected that this user's account's password has been stolen by somebody, and you could have low, medium, or high, and it would base a threat level. So if you selected either of these, this policy would only take effect if the user was currently seen as a low, medium, or high, either sign-in risk or user risk. Okay, and this is not really the lecture. We talk a lot about Azure Identity Protection right now, but that's what those are. All right, this ties in with Azure Active Directory Identity Protection. So we'll go down here to device platforms. This would be if we wanted it to be a specific platform. All right, and maybe this is going to be it is only Windows devices that we've had this issue with. So we'll go with that. We'll say Windows. All right. So then from there, locations would be like particular subnets. You could actually create what are called locations in Azure, and maybe like a particular TCP/IP subnet. You could select that there. Then we have client apps. All right, so this is the one we're actually looking for here. We would say yes, and so you have modern authentication apps. The problem isn't with modern authentication apps; it's with this ActiveSync client. So this is a legacy style email client that can have that could be seen as a security risk, and maybe we want to either block it or enact multi-factor authentication. So we're going to select that. We've got a new feature down here: filter devices, filter for devices. You can actually be a little bit more specific. You can actually select properties of the device, like device ID, device name, things like that. You could specify values, but I'm not going to do that in this case. All right, so from there we go down here to grant. This is going to specify whether or not we're going to grant or block. So if I wanted to, I could just simply say block, right? I could also say grant, and then if I wanted to say, okay, we're going to grant access to these legacy, perhaps maybe we have no choice, maybe we absolutely have to have some of these legacy devices using this old ActiveSync client, but we're going to require MFA, okay, if we want to. Or again, we could just say block if we wanted to. You can also do some other things here. Require device to be marked as compliant, so it also have to meet compliance of the company. Require hybrid, if you had a hybrid environment between an on-premise domain. Require approved clients, so you'd have a list of approved clients there. You got require app protection policies if you wanted to implement that with the help of Intune. Require a password change, marketing promo. This is a newer little feature they've got. You require all the selected ones, or you could require one of the selected ones. So in my case, I'm just going to go with this top one. I'm going to hit select. And you've also got this new session feature over here, which we don't really need in this case, but they tell you to control access based on session controls. You can enable a limited experience with specific cloud apps. We're not really doing cloud apps in this case, but you can utilize these little features as well. All right. So at that point, if I want to return this on, I can go ahead and just turn it on. I can have it report only, turn on, or turn off. I'm going to say turn on, click create, and I've now officially implemented my sales ActiveSync policy. So that is what a conditional access policy would do for you. This is only going to affect the people in the sales group. It would not affect anybody else, and they would have to be using an ActiveSync based client, those older email based clients, for this policy to affect them. And if that was the case, it would force them to use MFA. And if they couldn't use multi-factor authentication and they couldn't authenticate through multi-factor authentication, well, it would just not let them in. They would not be able to utilize, they wouldn't be able to check their email. So this would, this just adds that additional layer of protection, forcing them to use MFA. Again, I could go in there and set it to block if I wanted to. All right, but that's the idea of a conditional access policy. It's a great way to sort of utilize a lot of the different signals that Azure AD is using to detect threats and things like that, and then decide whether or not we're going to block or we're going to allow the user based on certain criteria.
We're now going to take a look at the Azure AD Identity Protection System in the portal.azure.com. So to start with, I'm going to go up to the menu bar here, and we're going to go to All Services, and we're going to search for Azure AD Identity Protection. Okay, you'll see Identity Protection show up in the list, and you can go ahead and click on that. Okay, from there, we'll take a look over here on the left at some different blades that are available to us. So the first one is the user risk policy, so we're going to click on that. All right, and these are the parameters that have to be defined for your user risk policy. So first order of business would be to select the users that you're actually wanting to assign this to. Now by default, you can see here I've got all users, but I could add a group of users that I want, and I could add exclusions if I wanted. In my case, I'm going to do all users, so I'm going to leave that the way it is. The second thing is conditions. So we're going to go to conditions, and at this point you select a risk level based upon the actual user that's possibly at risk. So this is a decision that's made based upon all the things that we talked about in that previous video, where it decides whether or not something is a low risk, medium risk, or a high risk. And this is a system and based upon an algorithm that Microsoft has created. Now in my case, I'm going to say high risk. So we're going to be looking for something that's flagged as a high risk. So chances are it is definitely a compromised account. And then we'll hit select, and we'll hit done. From there, we're going to look at the access. And this is going to be what we're going to do. Now we have block or we have allow, but if we choose to do allow, we're going to make the user do a password change. Okay, because chances are if this is a high risk, the user really has had their account compromised and we would require a password change. Or if you just wanted to flat out block the user, you can block the user. Okay, and at that point I would enforce the policy, which is going to turn this on, and I would click save. So as you can see, configuring your user risk policy is pretty easy. Let's take a look at the sign-in policy, sign-in risk policy. So we'll click that. Same kind of deal. You would select your users here, specify if you wanted to do groups. Okay, and I know I've said this previously, but as far as inclusion and exclusions, if you added a group of users to include, and then you added a group of users to exclude, the exclusion will override the inclusion. So if the users are in both groups, the exclusion would essentially take over. Okay, so from there, we're going to go ahead and set our conditions here. We'll set that to high, click select, and then done, and then we're going to go to control access. Now notice with control access here in a sign-in risk, we can choose block or we can choose allow, and if we choose allow, it says require multi-factor authentication. So in other words, if it's considered a sign-in risk, then what's going to happen to the user is they're going to be forced to perform MFA. Keep in mind, if the user does not support MFA, then it's just going to block the user. Okay, so the user does have to be signed up to utilize MFA and have a MFA license in order to do that. Okay, so I'm going to do allow on this one, but I'm going to require MFA. Okay, and then at that point I would enforce the policy, click save. Speaking of which, if you wanted to go further, I know I've discussed MFA, but here's an MFA registration policy you could look at as well. But here's the little reports I was also talking about. So you have risky users. You can see if you've got any risky users that have logged in, and as you can see, I don't. I also have the ability to download this little report if I want. It'll put it in like a little spreadsheet CSV file for you. All right. You can also filter this report. So if you had a very long list of users here that was listed, you could filter, show certain dates, the risky states, all that. So then we've got risky sign-ins right here. This would show you any risky sign-ins that have occurred. Same kind of deal. You can filter if you want. You can export the data, download the data. And then lastly, we have risk detection. So this is going to show everything in general and by default, as you can see, the last 7 days. But of course, if I wanted to, I could alter this, these filters, change this around, and sort by detection time, user, IP address, location, all that stuff if I wanted to. So it's actually really easy to see the different risks that are going on in your environment. Of course, in my little trial environment here, as you can see, I don't have much going on, but I'm definitely in a legit environment. If you actually are managing a Microsoft 365 environment, I encourage you to go and check out these objects here to see what risk you've got in your environment. All in all, I hope you'll find that Azure AD Identity Protection is a pretty easy system to manage and control. Just a matter of going and finding the right blade you're looking for, user risk policy, sign-in risk policy, and enabling the conditions you want.
Now, when it comes to Azure and authentication, one of the concerns that people think about here is the fact that you have Azure AD, which is, of course, the online authentication directory services they have. You have Azure ADDS, which is the Active Directory Domain Services hosted in the cloud. You have third-party authentication services, such as Amazon Web Services. And, of course, you have possibly on-premise authentication, which would be on-premise ADDS, Active Directory Domain Services. And, of course, one of the concerns you have there is, what if we've got a mixture of these different services? How is this all going to work? Well, of course, Microsoft, one of the big terms that they've pushed for many, many years, I would even say for the last 20 some odd years, is a term called SSO. SSO is single sign-on. And the idea of single sign-on is that a user should be able to have one identity account, one user account that they're using that they can authenticate with one time and get access to all the services that they need access to. And of course, that is definitely what Microsoft has tried to do. For one, if you do have on-premise Active Directory, you can set up Azure AD Connect. So if I go here to the menu button on portal.azure.com and I go to Azure Active Directory, we have Azure AD Connect. Azure AD Connect is a service that can be installed on a server on-premise, and it can synchronize your on-premise user accounts into the cloud. The other thing is, with Azure AD, you can have Azure AD accounts that authenticate with Azure ADDS as well, and with the new Microsoft Intra services, you can authenticate with services like Amazon and all that. So Microsoft provides us with the ability to allow a user account that can authenticate in all these places at one time, which gives us the single sign-on capabilities. Now, the other thing that Microsoft has started to implement is the ability for multi-factor authentication with passwordless authentication. And well, let's talk about multi-factor authentication first. Multi-factor authentication is the single most powerful capability we can implement in a cloud environment that gives us the ability to basically prevent account breaches. You think about one of the number one reasons accounts get breached in most services is because somebody discovers a person's password. We can implement multi-factor authentication. If I go right here, click the menu button, and go to Azure Active Directory and click on my users, I can go right here, and right here where it says per user MFA, and I can implement multi-factor authentication, all right, for my individual users. All right, so whatever user I've got, like Bob Jones here, I can enable multi-factor authentication for Bob Jones if I want. All right, not only that, if I go over here to service settings, I can control exactly which types of authentication systems that a user can use for multi-factor. Now remember, multi-factor authentication involves not just using a password, but also using it with pairing it with something else. Like for example, I could have call by phone, where when the person goes to log on, they might put a password in, but then it can call by phone, and the user would have to enter a code. They hit a number that basically the phone call tells them to put. Basically, it'd be like a Cortana type voice talking to you. You can have a text message by phone where it sends a PIN number, a one-time password to your phone. You can have a notification through the mobile app or verification code for the mobile app. If you actually go out there and look at what is called the Microsoft Authenticator, if you've never seen it, if you have a phone or tablet in front of you, you can go to the App Store on that, and you can download the Microsoft Authenticator app, whether you've got Android or iOS. And there's two options for that. You have a one-time password that changes every 30 seconds when you go to log on. And then the other option is you can support a pop-up approval message, all right, where it says, do you approve this authentication? Of course, if you go back over here, you'll see right here, you have notification through the mobile app. That's the pop-up message that says, would you like to approve the sign-on? Or you can also do the verification code where it changes every 30 seconds through the app. And then also you can do hardware tokens. Microsoft supports, you can support what's known as a FIDO2 key. These are becoming more popular. It's basically a USB drive like this, and it has to be inserted into a USB of the computer that you're authenticating with into the domain or into Azure. And you can also, of course, support good old smart cards that have been around forever, which is kind of like what the military uses. They use what's called a common access card here in the United States to authenticate. They have a little smart card reader like this that is utilized. All right, so there are these other systems, of course, that can support that authentication, the smart card and FIDO and all that don't require you to enter a password. And you can also use with on-premise Windows machines, you can support what's called Windows Hello for Business, which can do facial recognition and all of that. So there's a few different solutions that Microsoft has added to help us with the different authentication services that we have in Azure. One of the great features that we get with Azure AD is the ability to periodically go through and reevaluate some of the user groups and rights that have been given out within Azure Active Directory. Okay, and this, of course, works in conjunction with Azure AD as well as our Microsoft 365 services as well. And this feature is a feature called Access Reviews. Now, some of you guys that have been in the IT field for a while, you probably know, like, one of the big headaches that can sometimes arise is when maybe we have somebody who, let's say we hire a consultant or a contractor, and this person is working for the company, maybe doing some work temporarily, and then maybe their contract is up in like 3 months or 6 months or a year, whatever. And so what happens is the person gets hired on. We add them to a group. We've given them rights through this group. Okay, we've given them maybe role permissions or something, and then 6 months goes by and their contract is up, and now they're no longer work for the company, or maybe they're no longer involved in the project that they were working on, and they're working on a different project now.
And unfortunately, they still have all the same rights. So, and especially in that kind of scenario where maybe you have somebody that joins the company, they're working on a project for a certain amount of time, and then they get moved over to do something else, and they no longer should have rights to this technology, this resource that we've given them access to. So, Microsoft allows us to do this thing called access reviews. Access reviews will make it where periodically access must be reviewed and determine if somebody should continue to have access to something or be part of a group to continue that permission. So let's take a look at access reviews. Now we're going to start out here. We're on portal.azure.com. We're going to click on the menu button here. We're going to go down to Azure Active Directory. Okay, from there you have a blade called Identity Governance. We're going to go ahead and click on the Identity Governance blade here. And once we get that open, you will see this thing called Access Reviews. So we're going to click on Access Reviews, and at that point, it'll load and it'll tell you if you have any of these, which I don't. So I'm going to click to create a new Access Review. So from there, it's going to ask me, what kind of Access Review are we talking about here? Is this going to involve teams and groups? Is this for a particular application? What is this for? Okay, so we're going to do teams plus groups. All right, so at that point, what are you doing this for? Is this in regards to your Microsoft 365 groups with guests? So maybe this is for, groups involving your guest, or is this specifically for teams involving Microsoft Teams groups? So I'm going to say Microsoft 365 groups with guest users. And at this point, we're going to say guest only scope. All right. So we're going to click new, and we're going to look at this from the standpoint of maybe we're talking about a guest user who has been given rights, been put into a group that's been given rights, and then periodically we need to review that and make sure that they still should be a part of this. So we're going to go right here where it says select reviewers, and you can choose what kind of reviewer you're going to have, whether it be the group owner who's going to make the decision, or a selected users who's going to make this decision. Another interesting thing is you can make it where users have to review themselves and decide if they should be part of that group anymore. So this is kind of based on the honor system, right? And then the user would say, well, no, I'm not even working on that project anymore, so I shouldn't really be part of that group anymore. Or you can do managers of users, which involves whoever the manager is. If you look at a user's attributes, there's an attribute called managers, and whoever the person is that's labeled as the person's manager would make this decision. So I'm going to do a selected user group, and we'll say select the reviewers, and who's going to be the one that's going to handle reviewing this. Maybe we have a person who reviews the groups, and this is going to be maybe this guy Alpha here. So we're going to choose this person, but you could use a group if you wanted to instead of a user to do this reviewing. And then how frequently do you want this review to occur? So you could do weekly, monthly, quarterly, semi-annual, annually. I'm going to do monthly, and then you have the duration of 14 days there. All right. So what will happen is they're going to get this notification to let them know that it's time to get them to review this group and make sure that the people that are in the group, guest or group settings that you're working with here, whoever's in it needs to be reviewed, and whether or not they need to be removed. So you can say never ending, or you can say in on a specific date, or you could have this happen a certain number of times, and then at that point it would stop. So these are pretty self-explanatory. I'm going to click on next, and then at that point, do I want to, it says upon completion of these settings, do you want to auto apply results to the resource? Go ahead and enable it. If you're still making changes, you can keep it disabled for now. It says if the reviewers don't respond, what do you want it to do? Remove access, approve access, or take recommendations. So I could say remove access. That's going to just remove access to that group for that person. I could say approve access, which means just go ahead and let it go through. And then I could say take recommendations, which take recommendations will be based on Microsoft's recommendations, and that's usually based on the security level that group pretty much has. So I'll just say remove access. Enable reviewer decision helpers. This is going to have little notifications that pop up. So it says no sign in within 30 days. At that point, notice what it says. It says if enabled, system recommendations based on user access information will be shown to reviewers. All right. And then you have some advanced options here, like a justification. So somebody can give a justification, a reason to for approval. You have the email notification. So it's going to send emails to the reviewers as reminders, as well as you have admins. And then general reminders, it tells you this is going to send reminder emails for access reviews in progress to all reviewers at midpoint of the review. So you have the email notifications there to enable email notifications, and you have the reminders at the midpoint. And then you can also add an additional comment or message to the reviewer if you want. At that point, we click Next. And it's going to confirm what we're doing. All Microsoft 365 groups we've selected. We did it for teams and groups, right? We chose the monthly. We chose these settings here. And then, so that just kind of reviews what we did. And at that point, we can click Create. And there you go. You've now created yourself an access review. It does take a few minutes to take effect and come on, but eventually it will come on. And at that point too, we can also view reports on that. You've got additional settings you can look at. I'm not getting into the settings right now, but this is where your access review is going to be configured, and that's how you set it up. Now, like most Microsoft environments where we're working with products and trying to manage products, one of the things that Microsoft has really put a lot of stock in over the years is PowerShell. And if you're going to do administration with any of the cloud services, whether it be Teams, Exchange, SharePoint, Azure AD, Intune, all the cloud services nowadays, as well as the security and compliance capabilities of the Microsoft cloud services, PowerShell is still a major component of really working with all that and managing all that. It's an important piece of the puzzle that is your Microsoft services that are out there. Okay, I want to spend some time making sure that you guys have the fundamentals, because it's really hard to understand, the more advanced things that you can do with your command line environment if you don't understand the basics. So I want to make sure that you understand the foundation of PowerShell. Now, of course, if you already feel like, oh, I'm an expert with PowerShell, you can move on. But this is going to help you have your fundamentals that are needed in working with PowerShell. Now, the first thing to understand is you can get into PowerShell in your operating system by clicking Start and searching for PowerShell. You can right-click your Start button in Windows, like Windows 10. You can go to PowerShell. I recommend opening up PowerShell as an admin, because you're going to have administrative privileges, and some of the things that you're going to want to do, you're going to need administrative privileges for. Okay. And then the other option is if you're in command prompt, you can open up, if you go to command prompt, you can just type the word PowerShell and you can get into command prompt, okay, and work with PowerShell that way. Okay. Now, there's two main ways of dealing with PowerShell. One is right here in the command line environment version of PowerShell, where you can run commands just kind of like what you're used to with command prompt, or maybe you have experience with DOS back in the day, or maybe you're a Unix, Linux person, so you're very comfortable with the way that working with the command line environment goes. This is great for you. Another way is Microsoft has a scripting environment that is built to help you with writing scripts involving PowerShell, and it's called the ISE. You can type ISE, and that will open up the integrated scripting environment, and this will help you if you are wanting to run scripts and things like that within PowerShell. This is a great way to do it, because it's going to sort of baby you through the process of writing a script. Okay, I'll look more at that here coming up in just a minute, though. I'm going to minimize that, get back into regular PowerShell. Now, PowerShell, it really does live up to its name. It's an incredibly powerful command line environment. If there is such a thing as an intuitive command line environment, an easier to use command line environment, I really do think that you have a good case to argue that PowerShell is one of the easiest command line environments you can use, because it has a lot of tools to help you and make your life a little easier. Okay, for one, it works off of a verb-noun system. Whenever you run a PowerShell command, it's going to start with a word that is a verb, and then there's going to be a dash, and then there's going to be a noun. For example, if I want to see some information about something, I'm going to use the verb get. Get means get me some information. But if I want to change something or alter something, I'm going to use the word set. Okay, set's going to let me modify, it's going to let me alter something or change something. If I want to delete something, I could use the word remove. That's going to delete something. Okay, if I want to move something, I'm going to use the word move, or copy something, I'm going to use the word copy. Okay, if I want to start something like a service, I'm going to use the word start, right? And then if I want to stop something, it'd be the word stop. Okay, so it uses a verb-noun system. Okay, speaking of services, for example, if I wanted to see what services are running on my Windows operating system right now, again, not even talking about the cloud right now, but just right here on Windows, I can type get and then the word service. Oh, and by the way, PowerShell supports IntelliSense. So if you start typing a noun, you can hit the tab key and it'll try to figure out what it is you're typing. Now, if I would have just typed get the letter S, I could tab through all these commands that start with the letter S. If you accidentally pass the one you're looking for by hitting tab, you can hold down the shift key and goes backwards if you want. There's no reason why you should have to type out a big long command like that, because you can use the tab command to help you. But I'm going to type get ser, and there it is. I'm going to hit enter, and it's going to show me the services that are running on this Windows computer right now. Okay. Now, if I wanted to stop a service, like let's say I want to stop this W search service right here, I could say stop-service. And then the name of the service. Or maybe I want to start a service, like WinRM, for example, is currently stopped. I could say start-service. So I'm just changing, notice how I'm just changing the verb from get to start. I typed get service a second ago, now I'm typing start, and at that point, get-service, and then I could say dash name. Now keep in mind that some of the commands you run, they give you a default output. Like if you type get-service, it's going to give you a default output. But if you if you're trying to run certain commands, they need additional parameters, and that's what these dashes are right here. So you'll do a start-service, the verb noun, space, and then a dash, and then you're identifying a parameter. Okay, when you do that. All right, that's the purpose of that. Let me get rid of that message. Okay, so now I'm going to specify the service I want to start. So I'm going to say WinRM. That's the service. Hit enter. And with PowerShell, a lot of times no news is good news. If you don't see a bunch of red text, then whatever you did was right, and it started the service. Now if I type get-service, hit enter, you should notice that the WinRM service is officially going to be running on my machine now. See, it's running. Okay. I can clear my screen by typing CLS. I just cleared my screen. Now watch this. I'm going to stop that WinRM service. Now I started it. I'm going to stop it. Stop-service, and then dash name WinRM. Hit enter, and there you go. I've stopped the service. If I type get service again, and by the way, you can just hit the up arrow, and it'll cycle through the commands you've typed. All right, and then it'll show that that service is now officially stopped again. Okay, and by the way, speaking of the WinRM service, that is a service that lets you remote into, allows machines to remote into your machine. If I wanted to remote into another machine and run commands, that service must be running on that destination computer. Okay, again, not talking really about the cloud here, but if I wanted to remote into another machine, I could, so I could actually type get service dash, check this out, computer name, and then whatever the name of the other computer is. If the other computer is called client 68, I could hit enter right now, and if there really was a computer called client 68 that's running WinRM, I could actually remote into that machine and run and see the services that are running on it. Another thing you can do is you can actually type enter-ps session and the name of a computer name, and then client 68, for example, and I could remote into that other machine and run commands directly from inside of it instead of just running one command at a time. Now, I'm not really getting into all that in this course because I'm sort of more focusing on teaching the fundamentals and then getting into the cloud and how we remote into the cloud. But I did want to clarify that's something you can do with your PowerShell. Okay, so that's one of the things that makes PowerShell so powerful, is the fact that you can run lots of commands locally, but you can also very easily remote into another machine. Like I can say get process, for example. That's going to show the processes that are running on this computer right here. Okay, but I could also, if I wanted to, I could say get process dash computer name client, we'll say 10, comma, client 11, comma, client 12, comma, whatever. I could see the services on all those machines. You know, another thing I can do with PowerShell is PowerShell supports something called piping. Piping is where you take the output from one command and you send it to the input of another command. So for example, I could pipe using that little bar symbol. That's the symbol above your enter key with the slash. If you hold down shift and hit that backslash, it'll create that character. Okay, and then if I wanted to, I could say out dash file. This is going to output it to a file, and I could say c:// client processes if I want. Okay, .text, right? And that would generate a file on the C drive called client processes. Okay, and it would actually generate it from those 3 computers, if those 3 computers would allow me to remote into those. Okay, so that's the idea of being able to take the output from one command and send it over to the input of another command. I'll show another example of this here coming up in a minute. All right. But PowerShell makes it very easy for us to do that. Another thing PowerShell does is it allows us to get help on things. For example, if I wanted to see, let's say I wanted to see the Windows event log, I can type get-event log. Okay, but the problem is maybe I don't know how to use the command correctly. So if I hit enter, for example, it tells me I'm missing a value. I need to specify a log name. I'm going to hit Control-C to escape out of that. Okay, you can type get help. All right, get help on that if you want. And if you type get help, I could say get help and then type get event log. And then it'll ask me if I want to download the latest help information from Microsoft. I'm going to say no to that. And it's going to show me a little bit about using the syntax of that. Okay, using the syntax of it. But I'm going to tell you, I'm not a huge fan of their help documentation built into PowerShell. What I love to do is to look the commands up using the browser. So let me jump into the browser and I'll show you really quickly how you can find the knowledge base article on this command. Okay, so just popping over here at Google, if you type that command, get-event log, and you just search that, you're going to find that there is a knowledge base article on just about every single PowerShell command. So I encourage you, anytime you're working with PowerShell, check out just search for the command in like Google or something like that, pop that up, and you'll see the very first link there shows you how to use this command. So it even gives examples, which I really love. So like for example, get-event log name, showed me the newest, 5 entries or whatever. It even gets in a little bit of scripting here, how to declare variables and all that. Great. They have some great examples though that'll really help you. Okay. In fact, let's say we wanted to create a little script, and we'll do this in the ISE. We want to create a little script that is going to get the latest 5 entries of the security log on this Windows machine, and then I want to save it as a file, and I want to reformat it as a list instead of a table, and I'll show you the difference here too. So let's jump over into the ISE again. Okay, so right here in PowerShell, remember to get into ISE, you can just type ISE. It's going to open up the integrated scripting environment, and I want to show you how it kind of helps you when you're doing this sort of thing. So with the ISE, I can type get-event log, for example, and then if I space over and I hit dash, notice that it shows me all the parameters. See how much easier this is if you're trying to write a script or something? You have the parameters right here in front of you. All right, I'm going to do log name. And then here's one of my favorite things about it. If I hit space, it's going to show me the logs that are available. Okay, so not only does it detect the parameters, it detects the objects that the parameters associated with. In this case, it's the log. So I'm going to click on security, and then I'll hit space, and I'll say dash newest, and we'll say 10 entries. Okay. So from there, I can hit play, and it's going to show me the newest 10 entries. It's going to run the command down here, show it. Problem is the entries are so long, this table view that the get event log tries to show it shows it in what's called a table view. It can't show it all. It can't put it in the format to where I can see everything. So what I can do, I'm going to pipe that using that little bar symbol, and there's a command called format-list. Okay, and you can see all the format commands here too if you want. You have a bunch of options here. Format-list is the one I want. And then if I hit play, it's going to format it all as a list for me. Okay, and then if I wanted to pump this into a text file, I could say pipe again, out-file, C:, we'll just sort on my C drive, security log.txt, and it's now going to put it in a file on my C drive. So now I've got, if I go to my C drive, I can say dir star.txt, and there it is right there. So if I want to say notepad security log, it's going to open it up in Notepad, and here it is in Notepad. And I can kind of peruse that at my convenience. Okay, so very helpful. So the other thing you can do here, with PowerShell, you can declare variables. Like I could create a variable called $computer name equals client 10, and then I could throw a variable in here. I could say $computer name. And I could declare, now that I've declared the variable up here, I can call upon that variable here. This is just a very basic example of using variables in PowerShell. And if I want to run this whole thing, I can hit the play button using ISE, or if I just want to run one line at a time, I could hit this run selection button here, and it'll run just that one line. Okay. So, declaring variables in PowerShell, really easy. You just use $. If I, for example, I say $num equals 1, and I say we'll say num_b equals 2. I could say $num plus $num_b, hit enter, and it's going to add those together. Gives you a 3. Very basic example here of declaring a variable, though, and then you can utilize those variables, especially when you're doing scripts. One more thing I want to mention about dealing with PowerShell. When you save a script gets saved with a PS1 extension. The other thing is, on the computer that you're running it on, you need to make sure that the computer supports. It hasn't been restricted from using scripts. So, for example, I type git dash. There's a thing called execution policy, and by default, Windows computers have a restricted execution policy. So if I run git execution on my computer, I've already set it to unrestricted, so it'll allow me to run scripts. But if you're sitting at a new Windows computer, like a new Windows 10 computer, you'll need to type set dash execution policy, and then you can set it to execution policy. You could set it to unrestricted. You have your different options here. Unrestricted is what I've got mine to, so I can run scripts on my machine. Okay. All right. Hopefully that gives you guys just a quick look and a quick foundation of PowerShell, and give you a little bit of an understanding of working with PowerShell and how it can really benefit you. We didn't really look at it from a cloud perspective here. We just looked at it on local computers perspective. But hopefully that gives you a little bit of an understanding of utilizing PowerShell commands and how they're formatted.
Now, one thing to keep in mind when you are planning to manage Azure-related services with PowerShell is that you probably don't have the commands, or commandlets as they're called. You probably don't have those commandlets that are going to be needed in order to manage Azure, whether you're using Windows 10, Windows 11, whatever it may be. Now, in my case, I've actually already installed them, but I am going to go through the process of demonstrating installing them for you, and you can actually install them on your own computer. So how can I tell if I've got the commandlets? Well, one thing I can do is I can run this command get-command, and then I can say -noun, so the noun parameter, and then I could put in star AZ star. Okay, so what that's going to do, that asterisk AZ asterisk or star AZ star, those are wildcards, and that's going to allow me to basically search for every command that has the letters AZ in the noun. And so if I do that and I hit enter, it's gonna, you can see I have a lot of commands that start with the letter AZ. All right, right there. So that's telling you that I actually do have these Azure commands. But the thing is that I may not have the most up-to-date version of the commands, or in your case, if you're doing this, you may not have the commands at all. So where do these how can I get these commands? Where do they come from? So they come from a Microsoft has a repository called the PowerShell Gallery, and this is where they publish their different commandlets and all that. Now, commandlets are usually published into like a package known as a module. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to get the AZ module that's going to contain all these commandlets and stuff that that I want. Now keep in mind the AZ module is not the only module out there for managing Azure, but it does contain the majority of the commands that would allow us to do the things we want to do. However, when you start getting over into the Microsoft 365 side of things, there's also what are called the MSOL commands for Microsoft 365. There are commandlets that are built specifically for security of Microsoft 365. So it just kind of depends on what it is you're dealing with. In this particular demonstration, I'm kind of focused on just Azure in general, so the AZ commands are going to give me that. So what I can do, though, is before I go through this process, we can look at the website where we can see this repository. So it is PowerShellGallery.com. This is it right here. So if you go there, www.powershellgallery.com, you can search for the different things that are available. So AZ is actually the module that I'm looking for, and so there it is right there. I can see last time it was updated. I can see, you know, what version, and it even tells me what command I need to type if I want to install this module. So I can actually copy that, and then if I open PowerShell Backup, I can just paste that in by right-clicking. Now, in my case, I'm also going to do a /force, a -force, which is just going to, you know, allow it to go through and without prompting me, am I sure I want to do this, that sort of thing. And then I'm also going to say allow clobber, which is going to allow it to overwrite any existing commandlets that are there. Okay, so let's hit enter. Now, in your case, if you're doing this for the very first time, it may ask you to install something called NuGet. It'll prompt you. NuGet is a what's known as a provider that can go out and download the actual commands themselves, the packages themselves, so you'd have to say yes to that. Another thing you might get a message on is it'll say that it's pulling this from an untrusted repository, in which the reason that it's an untrusted repository is because even though Microsoft does own the PowerShell Gallery, it actually is a community-driven gallery. So that means that people that are not part of Microsoft can submit modules and commands and all that fun stuff, okay? And of course, you kind of have to say yes to that or it's not going to get installed. The good news is Microsoft does do moderation on that. So so that's good, and so that means that there are people that are moderating these commandlets and all that, and you can look at you can look at the code of it all and all that fun stuff. Okay, so we're going to let this run through. It is kind of a bigger package, and so I'm going to pause the recording while this is being installed. Okay, now that that's done installing, what we have to do if we want to manage Azure is we actually have to connect to Azure within PowerShell. So to do that, there is a connect command. Okay. And so I'm going to type, and by the way, if you're kind of wondering, well, what is the connect command or how can I see that? I can type get command -verb, and then I can put in the word connect and hit enter. this will show me every connect command. Now, you may not have all of these commands because I've actually installed quite a few modules throughout my creating these courses, but the one that I care about right now is this one right here. So now that I've installed that, I should have connect-az account. After installing that module, I should have that right there. So I should be able to type that in. In my case, I just copied it and pasted it by right-clicking, and then I should be able to hit enter. All right, and then at that point, it's going to give me an opportunity to authenticate with Azure. Okay, so I'm going to put my credentials in here. Let's see. Here we go. Does kind of help if you do put the correct password in, right? Okay, so here I am. I'm now officially connected to Azure, and I have the ability to actually run commands and see the different resources that are available to me. So now that we know how to connect to Azure, what can we do? Well, pretty much the sky is the limit. You can do just about anything that you can do graphically. You can use PowerShell for that. Now, sometimes I'll get asked this question from some of my newer students to all this. They'll say, well, why would I care? Why would I want to do this? It seems like I can do everything graphically. It's a lot easier to do everything graphically. Well, first off, there are certain things, advanced things, that you can't do graphically, that you have to use command line for. And I know that's disappointing, but it is what it is. A lot of times when they create new features and things like that with Azure, they'll create a way to do it with command line first because it's easier, and then eventually they'll map that over to having a graphical way to do it. But if you really want to know why understanding the command line stuff is so important, it's because you can do things a lot faster and you can automate things utilizing command line. So I might have a series. It might take you 50 clicks to do something with your mouse. I might be able to write one little line of code that does all of that in one go. Imagine it though that you didn't, maybe you had to do these 50 clicks, but you needed to do the 50 clicks against 50 resource groups or something in Azure. Well, I could automate that process very quickly by writing a script. So this is why it is so important to understand the concepts of PowerShell. And I'm doing this PowerShell introduction for you here to make sure that as we move through here this course and I demonstrate PowerShell, you'll have those fundamentals and be able to understand what you're doing. Okay, so now that I've done that, I can interact with Azure. Now, granted, we haven't really gone into a ton of Azure concepts just yet, so I can't show you a lot of advanced stuff, but you'll see that throughout the course. But I can show you some basic stuff, like what if I just want to see what users are available? Well, one thing I can do is I can do a search for a command that might involve users. I can say get command dash, let's do dash verb first and put the word get, because I want to get my users. I want to see what users I've got. And then I'm going to do a dash noun, and I'm going to do star user star. That is basically going to show me every command that I have available to me right now that is a get command and has the word user somewhere in the noun. Okay, so if we hit enter, you'll see the different ones. Now, some of these commands you may not have because I have got some older modules and stuff installed, so you can kind of ignore some of this. But the one we want to look at is this one right here. This is get-az-ad user. Okay, so let me run that command for you here. I'm just going to copy that, clear my screen by typing CLS, and then I'm going to paste that in, get-az-ad user. So as you can see, I can see the different users that I've created, like Larry Thomas and all of that. All right. Granted, if you're following along with me, you may not have all these users. That's no big deal. This is I'm just trying to show you how I can see what users that I do have available to me. Okay. That's the main thing I'm trying to get across here. Okay. Okay. So from there, what if I want to see what groups I've got? I can say I can search to find out what commands I've got available. Let's just change this to, by hitting the up arrow, it just retypes my previous commands. Change the word group. Okay, so here's all the group commands. So I actually have a little command, get-az-ad group. So if I clear my screen again,
I can paste that in, get-az80 group. I can see what groups I've got. Okay. All right. So from there, you might say, well, okay, well, what if I wanted to create a user or something in Azure? Well, to do that, you would need to know what the command is that does it. And we can actually, you're wanting to create something new, so you could actually change the verb. Instead of the word get, the verb would be new. So I want to create a new user. So what would that be? Well, let's see, new-az80 user. Well, so this is where I always recommend you get help. If you don't know how to do something, you get help. But I'm not a huge fan of the help documentation that's built into PowerShell. You can type get help and then new-8080 user. It's going to provide that. There's also a dash online command. Some of the commands will support taking you straight to the website. Me, I generally just will go straight to Google or Bing and just paste the command in like this, hit enter, and then go read the article on it. And it shows me exactly how to do it. So here's some examples. I'm going to copy this this example right here. So let's copy all of this. And then if we jump back into PowerShell here, let's open up the ISE, the Integrated Scripting Environment, so we can easily paste this in. It's a little easier to do it through the ISE. So let's look at this command, all right? First thing it's wanting to do is it's wanting to create a password. It wants to keep that password secure. So you're declaring a variable here. In PowerShell, anytime you start something with a $, it's a variable. Variable is just going to be a word that's being stored in memory, and it's trying to use a secure encrypted password string here. So if I put a password in, like it will do this password here, all right, kind of a dumb password, but I like to use it when I'm doing demonstrations. So it's going to declare this variable first, and then from there it says this it's taking this variable and converting it to an encrypted password. Convert to secure string. It's plain text. It's forcing it. So that means basically don't ask my permission to do it. Just do it. Okay. And then here's the actual command we care about. New-az80 user. The display name, whatever you want the display name to be. All right. So maybe I want the display name, and I'm not going to use a variable for this. I'm just going to say the display name is going to be, let's do James Williamson. All right. And then the password, I could have typed that out, but it's going to be encrypted. The account can be, go ahead and enable the account. That's what that's doing. The mail nickname, what do you want the mail nickname to be? Mail nickname is just going to be James Williamson. All right. And then what do you want the user principal name to be? That's going to be like the email address type name. So that'd be James Williamson at, and then examlabpractice.com. Now, in your case, if you were doing this, you would, if you haven't registered a custom domain name, you might just put the dot on Microsoft.com name on the end of it, whatever that is. And you can find that out very easily by doing the get AZ80 user. You know, if you look at your user accounts, you can see what their UPN names are. In my case, it's examlabpractice.com. So you would just put that in there, okay? Whatever it is for you if you were doing this. All right. I think we did everything correctly. I guess we'll find out, right? We'll hit play. All right, it says a parameter cannot be found that matches the account enabled parameter. Okay, so it's telling me that the new-az80 user commandlet, it's not seeing the account enabled parameter on there for some reason. Let me just double check everything. A parameter cannot be found that matches parameter name account enabled. So let's double check this. Dash. All right. All right, well, let's take that off. Maybe they have changed something since that article was created. Let's hit play again. Okay, and it created the account. All right.
All right, so at that point, we've now created a user account. And this is one of the things I'll warn you guys about. You'll run into a lot of times with Microsoft is that they'll alter things and they don't always update their documentation perfectly. And so it looks like they've removed a parameter out of there for some reason. And so at that point, that parameter no longer exists. So I just pulled it out and you can see the account did get enabled. So that's good. And let's go look in Azure right now to see if the account actually has been created. All right, so we'll jump back into our browser. We'll go to portal.azure.com. Click the menu button. We'll go to Azure Active Directory. Click on our users. And there's James Williamson. So the user account did get created. All right. All right. So that, again, this is just teaching you some fundamentals, some things to check out and try. Again, why is this so beneficial? This is beneficial because if I start learning how to script in PowerShell, I could write scripts that could generate a lot of users based on information that I've gained, including maybe spreadsheet information, database information. This is not a PowerShell course, but you are learning some fundamentals here to help you, further things. As you start learning how everything kind of fits together with PowerShell, you're going to start learning how to script with it. And this will help you with some of the later areas of the course, because as we start jumping into PowerShell, you'll understand these fundamentals. Now, on top of being able to use PowerShell on your own local machine to interact with Azure, which I'm a bigger fan of, there is actually a way to interact with PowerShell in the cloud. It is a feature called Cloud Shell. It works pretty well, and if you're in a pinch and you want to just interact with PowerShell right there in your web browser, you can very quickly just jump right in and use it. It's a little bit clunky. I do like to kind of warn people of that. It's a little bit buggy where you'll sometimes have text overwriting other text on the screen, and you have to kind of clear the screen on occasions. That's why I'm a little bit bigger of a fan of using PowerShell on my local machine to interact with Azure. But Cloud Shell works great, and you can also download the Microsoft app on like your phone or tablet, and you can interact with Cloud Shell that way, which is very helpful if you're in a tight situation and you need to get something done. So let me show you how to use Cloud Shell. Here I am on portal.azure.com. I'm going to click on this little symbol right here. This is the Cloud Shell symbol. I'm going to go ahead and click that. All right. Now, when you do that, it's going to say, okay, well, you got to have a storage account associated with your Cloud Shell. So that's just to store log information and all that. It doesn't really cost a lot of money to do that, but it is a requirement. So I'm just going to say, yep, go ahead and create the storage account that is needed so that we can go ahead and continue and start using Cloud Shell. Now, I also want to say that there's two different approaches to Cloud Shell. There is PowerShell, which of course, is the traditional way that we do pretty much everything in the Microsoft world. And so there you have that. But then there's also what is known as the Azure CLI, which is basically Bash. So you have PowerShell and you have the Bash way of doing it. So if I look right here, I have PowerShell and then I've got Bash. Now, the interesting thing about using the PowerShell version of this is that you get access to all the Bash commands as well. So it says Azure CLI. So maybe if you're a Linux person, you're probably familiar with the Bash way of doing things. If you're a Microsoft person, you're probably more familiar with the Microsoft way of doing things. Now, I will warn you that from an exam perspective, you want to be focused a little bit more on the PowerShell side of things, even though there isn't really a lot of PowerShell-related content to stress over too much on the exam. There is a little bit, so this is why we're going through this. But Bash, not so much. They're more PowerShell-driven than anything else because it's Microsoft's command line environment. So I guess you would kind of expect that, right? So from there, here I am in PowerShell. If I want to switch over to Bash, I can switch over to Bash, which again is the Linux side of things. But again, the beautiful thing about using the PowerShell side of things is that you can use the Bash commands from within PowerShell. Okay, so here it is connecting back in. I've got the get-command
I can hit enter and I can see all the commands that are available to me. By the way, you can also adjust this. All right, if you want. You can type get -command, hit tab, autocomplete -noun, and do the same thing. Star users or star user star, and I can see what commands are available to me for creating users and all that fun stuff. There's the get AZ-80 user command, same for groups, and all that fun stuff. Not to mention all the other commandlets that are going to let me interact with my Azure environment. So this is just another way of working with Azure. I will also say that if you type something like get-az and hit the tab key, one thing that's a little different is where in PowerShell that's installed on your computer, it will just let you tab through each individual command. With Cloud Shell, it actually wants to try to display it all on the screen for you instead of you tabbing through each individual one. So it's a little different from that perspective. Okay, and so it's actually displaying every single command that starts with the letter AZ. So it can get a little bit crazy sometimes when trying to do it. But again, Cloud Shell is a great way to just jump right in and start using it. You can use it from in your own web browser, and you'll have the same commands that you've got from the AZ module that you might have installed locally. Now again, this being a Microsoft class, we sort of focus heavier on the PowerShell side of things, but as far as Azure CLI, which is Bash, you can learn that as well. Microsoft has lots of documentation out there. If you do a quick search, you can say get help on Azure CLI, and Microsoft has an entire set of manual instructions on running the Azure CLI commandlets and using those. Okay. However, if we come back over here, we can actually run the Azure CLI commands in PowerShell by typing AZ. So everything will start with AZ. If you just type AZ, you can get help here. Or if you want to switch over to the official Azure CLI Bash shell, you can do that as well. Okay, so that brings us back over here. Okay, so if I wanted to create a user or something like that with this, you could look up the command. All you got to do is just do a quick Google search or Bing search for Azure CLI create Azure AD user, and there's lots of documentation, but the gist of it would be like this. So I would type AZ. If I type AZ and hit enter, right, that's going to show me the commands. Let's clear the screen. On Bash, it's clear instead of CLS. And then I would type AZ-AD user create -- display. So their parameters with the CLI will be a double dash, and then -name, so display name. So maybe this user I'm going to create, I'm just going to call this Joe Hall. All right, and then the password. All right, the password I'm going to use, just going to use this password here as my little temp password that I like to always use. -- user - principal. Oops. Principal. You can hit tab for autocomplete. Principal name, and then I'll say, we'll say Joe Hall at examlabpractice.com. Keep in mind that if you were doing this yourself, you would want to put your domain name in there. It may be an onmicrosoft.com name if you haven't gone through the process of creating a custom DNS name. So then I'm going to say -- force change password at sign in. That's going to force the user to change password to sign in. I'm going to hit true, and I'm going to hit enter, and let's see if we did this correctly. It looks like we did. One thing that a lot of people do like about using the Bash tool is that it shows it to you in JSON. This can both be a good thing and a bad thing. It can be sometimes annoying to see it in JSON format as instead of getting a more friendly format. But if you are working with JSON, it is helpful because you can copy and paste and all that. Let's go and look and see if Joe Hall was created. Here we are on portal.azure.com. We'll click the menu button, or actually I've got Azure AD right here, or you can click the menu button and go to Azure Active Directory. And then from there, let's just move this down.
And we'll go to users, and let's see if Joe Hall was created. And there's Joe Hall. So Joe Hall was successfully created, and that is how you could use Bash. Now keep in mind, I'm not doing, this is not a PowerShell / Bash class. We're just learning some basics here. You can do searching on the internet for running these commands. So if there's something you don't know how to do, there's lots and lots of documentation out there. You just got to look for it. It doesn't take long to find it. And you can learn how to build these commands. And if you start learning scripting, you can automate the process of building objects and stuff using these different commands. One last thing I'd like to show you involving the Azure CLI is that you can actually download and install that locally to your computer. If you go out to a search engine, for example, Google or Bing, and just type download Azure CLI, you can find, skip the ads here, talks about how to install the Azure CLI. So I can click on that. All right. And just choose, whatever. I'm using Windows, but if you had Mac, you can put it on Mac. So there's various ways you could do it, various operating systems, Debian, Ubuntu. Anyway, I'm going to do install on Windows. So we'll go down here. All right. And from there, all we got to do is go to install. So you got information here. There it is, latest release of Azure CLI. So we'll click on that. And it's now going to go ahead and install that or download that for me. And then all I got to do is just run that once it's done. So I'm just going to install that on my computer. All right. So we'll just open that up. Doesn't take too long, but once it's installed, what's nice about it is it'll be installed directly in there with PowerShell. So all you got to do is just load up PowerShell, and you'll be able to have access directly to the Azure CLI as well. All right, so we're going to go ahead and accept the terms here, and I'm just going to click install, and I will go ahead and let this run through. I'll pause the recording while that's happening. Okay, so that takes maybe a few minutes for it to finish installing. I'm going to go ahead and click finish, and at that point I can open up PowerShell, which I already have open. Again, right click start, go to PowerShell. And if I, from there, I can type AZ, and I should be able to see the AZ commands available to me. All right, there it is. If I want to log on to Azure, I can type AZ login, hit enter. It's going to give me an opportunity to authenticate. It's going to pull up browser, and then from there, I can put my password in. All right, it says that I've been successfully logged in, and so I should be able to open back up PowerShell, and there it is. Okay, and now I have the ability to run the same commands that I could run through the Cloud Shell version of this can now be ran locally on my computer through PowerShell. Let's talk now about the concepts of integrating your Azure Active Directory environment with another identity provider, such as Google or Facebook or maybe some third-party company that you're building a trust relationship with, and you need authentication to work. So here we are on portal.azure.com. We're going to click the menu button here. We're going to go down to Azure Active Directory, and then we're going to go to External Identities. All right, and then from there is a blade called All Identity Providers. Okay, so as you can see very easily here, Microsoft has already got a button here for Google. If you were going to establish a relationship with a Google account, you'd have to start this on the Google side as well, but then from there you can plug the information in that Google provides you with. And the same thing for Facebook. And then over here you have new SAML WS-Fed IDP. So what that is, so this is Security Assertion Markup Language, that is SAML, and then WS-Fed is the Web Service Federation Identity Provider. The idea there, that is a sort of a vendor neutral solution that involves using federation. You can pretty much, it's the industry standard. So every vendor out there under the sun supports SAML. So if you're not dealing with Google, you're not dealing with Facebook, you're dealing with some other organization, they can support SAML, and they've got a federated server, federated services set up, and all you got to do is go there and you can plug in information regarding that. You'd have to work with that other organization or that other company. You could plug in the information here that matches that organization. Now below that, you've also got the providers that are already configured here, which is Azure Active Directory, your Microsoft accounts, and email one-time passcode. So Azure Active Directory obviously is the native identity provider that we have in the Microsoft environment. Okay, if you've set up a hybrid environment, you would see some indication there as well. And then below here you have Microsoft account. That is just a personal account. So if you're supporting personal Microsoft accounts, you have that mentioned there. And then email one-time password is listed here. That is, of course, if you are supporting the one-time passcodes to be used for multi-factor authentication. Okay. And then if you did, this down here, if you did configure your SAML WS Federation, Security Assertions Markup Language Federation provider, that would show up down here, and you can always remove that if you ever needed to. Okay, so this is the idea of configuring the identity providers. If you ever needed to, you could set that up, whether it be Google, Facebook. Main thing to remember, there isn't really much here you need to memorize. Just know that it's done through this external identities area here, and that Google and Facebook are your two native ones, and then for everybody else you would use this option right here.
I want to talk now about a feature that Microsoft allows us to utilize in our Azure Active Directory environment, and it's a neat concept. Essentially what this involves is called app registrations. So app registrations kind of work like this. The idea of an app registration is, let's say that your company has a web app that maybe it is hosting on premise. Okay, this web app is running on your web server here. Okay, let me just make that look somewhat coherent. I'm just going to lower the font of it just a little bit. But the ultimately, this web app that we're talking about here is going to be an app that we're hosting on premise. Okay, but the application itself is going to be stored maybe on a internet-facing web server. Okay, that's in our DMZ. Okay, so we're just going to call this, maybe the URL is like app1.examlabpractice.com. All right, let me just kind of adjust that a little bit, and we will move that up here a little bit. Here, actually, let me just app1.examlabpractice.com. Let's kind of make that look a little neater. Okay, so that's what our application is going to be. That app is running on our web server, and it provides some kind of capability, some kind of feature. I mean, it could be a application for our employees, or it could be some kind of an application that customers are going to be hitting when they hit our web server. Okay, but here's the thing. We are wanting to tie that application to Azure AD and allow Azure Active Directory to authenticate users and provide a token and control who gets access to that app. So we want to make it where our Azure Active Directory can authenticate users for getting access to that app. We don't want to use any kind of like a directory service stored on the web server or use our domain for that. We want Azure AD to handle that. So Azure AD has something called app registrations. Okay. An app registration, the app registration service is going to make that possible, okay, to where we can basically generate what's called an access token. It passes the token back over to the user and supports with the web server, and the web server will accept the token, and they get authenticated. Now, the one thing I want to point out about this is not a developer class, nor if you're taking exam you are expected to know anything about programming or the web programming developer side of things. That's more of a DevOps thing, but you need to understand what app registrations are and just how to set up the initial configuration on the Azure portal side. So what I want to do now, I want to jump over to the Azure portal side, and we'll look at how we would configure this. Okay, so here on portal.azure.com, I'm going to go to the little menu bar here, menu button, click on Azure Active Directory. And then if you take a look, you're going to notice that there's a blade called App Registrations. So we're going to click on that App Registrations blade. And currently there are no no app registrations that have been configured. So we're going to click this little plus sign for register an application. Okay, at that point we give this name. I'm just going to call it App 1, whatever the application is going to do. Then it says who can use the application or access this API, this application programming interface. The default says accounts in the organization directly only. So in other words, only exam lab practice organizations can, and nobody trusted. Only people in my organization. Secondly, I can say accounts in any organization directly. Any Azure AD multi-tenant. So if I had multiple Azure AD tenants, I'm supporting all of those. But they've got to be. But anybody who accesses it absolutely must have an Azure AD account with one of our tenants. Then I could do accounts in any organization directly, any Azure AD multi-tenant, and any personal Microsoft account. So that means it'll support any personal accounts that are not strictly Azure AD. Okay, you could have an account for Skype or Xbox or any of those, Hotmail, Outlook.com, and even if it's not Azure AD, you could still authenticate, and you're basically saying let those people in. Either way, they're having to authenticate. And then lastly, you've got personal Microsoft account only, which basically means, hey, anybody who has a personal Microsoft account can authenticate. Maybe this is for our customers, but we're going to require them to have a personal Microsoft account. Okay, so what happens? I'm going to go back up here to this first one. What happens when this happens? So essentially, what's going to happen is it's going to generate an access token, right? The access token is going to be passed to back to our web server, and you would have to make sure that whoever your web developer is knows how to deal with access tokens that are passed from Azure. And of course, there are insane amounts of documentation out there that your web developer can look up about doing this. Okay, plenty of information on that of dealing with DevOps side of all of this. But another option is if you don't want it to go directly back to the web server itself, you may need it to go to another server, another authentication server, or maybe you need a different URL that it's going to use. So you'll notice that they have this option right here. You can choose web. Okay. You can also say public client. That's if you're using some kind of a mobile app. And there's also what's called a single page application, which we're not getting into here. But I can click on web, and then I could put in like https://examlabpractice.com/app1/auth. And so maybe that's the page that it's going to hit in order for it to accept this token. So then at that point, I can go ahead and click to register that. And I've now essentially got this set up, and I would have to do the web server side of things to deal with this. And we aren't really getting into the web server side of things. But if you click on endpoints right here too, you'll see all these different essentially these different URIs, uniform resource identifiers, that'll be associated with your web server. And your web developer, whoever's handling the programming side of that for the web server, would need to have this information. So you'd have to pass that to them. But again, all in all, it's kind of outside the scope, and you're not really being tested on, if you're taking the exam, you're not really being tested on the programming side of it. But if you're setting this up in the real world, you would need to pass this over to your developer. All in all, though, pretty straightforward in setting this up, but lots of documentation on this that you can look up on setting up the web server side of it.
Now, after you've added an app for app registration, it's important to understand the permission scopes that app registration utilizes. Now, this is going to involve when an administrator is trying to control how someone or something is going to be authenticated in regards to that app. In other words, you either you have a user who is logging on and authenticating to Azure AD to utilize the services of that app, that web app, or B, you have a situation where the app is actually some kind of a background service that needs access to Azure AD to perform the services that it's built for. All right. For example, the app could be gathering information. It could be a custom line of business app that we've written that is actually grabbing some information from Azure AD to generate some kind of report, and it doesn't necessarily involve a user. Okay, so it's important for us to configure the permission scope so that Azure Active Directory knows what type of app we're dealing with here. So here we are on portal.azure.com. We're going to click the menu button here. We're going to go to Azure Active Directory. From there, we'll go to App Registrations, and we can see our app called App 1. So I'll click on that. And then from there, there is a blade called API Permissions. Okay, this is where we can set the permission scope at. So right here, you can see it already has access to the Microsoft Graph API. Graph API is the Graph Application Programming Interface, which actually makes a lot of this stuff even possible. The Graph API is what kind of links to everything in the background so it can grab information. But if I click here on Add a Permission, all right, from there, it tells you here, Microsoft Graph, take advantage of the tremendous amount of data, Office 365, Enterprise Mobility Plus Security, Windows 10, Access, Azure AD, Excel, Intune, all this stuff. Okay, the Graph API is already been given read permission. But what about all this other stuff here? Okay, so for example, let's say that this app is needing to communicate with some of the different Office 365 management API information. All right, so maybe this app, I don't know, maybe this app is for, you know, dealing with users. Maybe it's a timesheet tracking app to track a user's activity, and it needs to grab some user information in order to do that. And maybe it allows a user to log on to some kind of a timesheet site that we've created that lets them look at their activity and track their hours and things like that. So it's going to need to grab some Office 365 management information. So we'll click on that. And this is the main thing that I want to get across to you here, and this is really what you want to remember. There's two different permission scopes that are available. We have delegated permissions and application permissions. So delegated permissions tells you your app needs to access the API as a sign-in user. So if you're dealing with a scenario where a user is authenticating to some kind of an app, they're putting their Azure Active Directory credentials in, and that app is going to work under the authority of their credentials, then you would want to go with delegated permissions. Now, if this is an app that is a background service, or as they call it, daemon, that isn't going to involve a user who's using the app, if this is something that needs to be able to communicate in the background, then you would want to go with an application permission. So again, if this app was automated and it was something that kind of runs in the background that generates reports occasionally and things like that, doesn't involve like an actual user who needs to do anything, that's when you would go with this. Okay, so again, if we were talking about some kind of an app, maybe app 1 is a timesheet app for a user to log on and check their hours and things like that, check their activity throughout the week, we can go here to delegated permissions. All right, at that point, the permissions that you've got here, activity feed, okay, says read activity data for your organization. You could do activity feed, read data loss prevention policy, if that's something that you needed, if you're doing some kind of data loss prevention tracking. And then also you could look at like read service health. I could put that in there. In this case though, I'm just going to do the activity feed. So it's going to be able to just read organization information for Microsoft 365, Office 365 services. So we'll say add permission. And just like that, we've now officially configured the permission scope for App 1. I'd now like to talk about the concept of app registration and permission consent. So whenever you register an app through app registrations in Azure AD, one of the considerations is that that application might need to be able to grab information from the Azure AD environment. And of course, we can grant permissions of doing that through permission scopes. So all we had to do that was to go to the menu button, go to Azure Active Directory. We would go to our app registrations, click on App 1. All right, we created earlier, and then we had right here on API permissions, and we granted the ability for the app to communicate with Office 365 Management API and look at activity feed and all of that. However, what I want to look at now is the consent involving giving permissions from an administrative perspective or from a user perspective. Now this is going to be controlled by going here to the menu button and then going to Azure Active Directory again. We're going to click on Enterprise Apps this time. All right, and you'll see App 1 show up. And then from there, there's a blade called Permissions. And if we look there, it says applications can be granted permissions to your organization and its data by 3 methods. An admin consent to the application for all users. A user grants consent to the application, so that would be like an individual user granting permissions, or an admin integrated application enabling self-service access or assigning users directly to the application. So the first option we got here is to grant admin consent. If we grant admin consent, we're basically granting it on behalf of all users. We're going to allow this app to basically have admin rights to go in and grab user information, and we can do that without individual user consent. If we want to do it so that it is granted based on an individual user consent basis, we would click this tab right here. And from there, what would happen is users would have the ability, if they're utilizing the app, they would have the ability to give consent for the app to grab information or not. Now in my case, I'm going to go with admin consent because I'm going to just give access to App 1 to have rights to grab anybody's information that it needs to. Again, especially if this was an app that was grabbing timesheet information and generating reports, and maybe I want to be able to do that with all users, then I'm going to say grant admin consent. We'll go right there, and it's re-authenticating me. It says, okay, this application is not published by Microsoft. This app would like to read activity data from your organization, sign in, and read user profile info. All right, so I'm basically going to say yes. I'm going to go ahead and accept that, and there you go. All right, now remember that when doing this with your application, if at any time you decide, you know what, I'm going to remove this, you can always remove the app registration if you want. I can go in and I can go right here, back over here to the Azure AD. I can go to app registration, and I could just completely remove the app. The thing you got to remember there is that this is not a permanent thing. If you ever needed to remove this app, you could always remove it, and then you could re-add it later if you want. Okay, so this is not a permanent thing. You can always get rid of an app, and you can re-add the app at any time if you want. Now keep in mind, it does take time for things to show up when you implement this. So like many other things in Azure, give it a minute or two, and it'll start showing up. So as you can see, after leaving and coming back, you can see here that the consent has been granted for admin consent, for the Graph API, and for the Office 365 Management API stuff that we had looked at earlier. Okay, and you can click on that to get a little bit more information. All right, and all that is showing up just fine. And we've now basically granted admin consent. I want to look now at the fact that we can always change things involving our API permissions. So I want to look at configuring those a little bit deeper. Here we are on portal.azure.com. I'm going to click the menu button, and I'm going to go to Azure Active Directory. We're going to go down to App Registrations, and then we're going to choose our app, which is App 1. From there, we have this thing called API Permissions. Now, we visited this before. As you can see here, I've granted consent for the Office 365 Management API. So the big thing I want to get across to you here is that a couple things. Number one, I could also grant admin consent here for these for things if I want. Says, do you want to grant consent or requested permissions for all accounts? This will update existing. I've actually already done that, so I don't need to. But here's what I wanted to show you. I can revoke admin consent for specific things if I want. So I might have granted admin consent for the whole thing. That basically makes it where I've given permissions to where the app itself has the ability to grab information on behalf of any user it wants because it's got admin rights. But if I wanted to revoke that, I can click the ellipse symbol here and I can revoke it. You can also just completely remove the permission altogether if you want. So if you want to take away a permission, you can always just take that permission away. Okay, but keep in mind, you can also add additional permissions. So if you want to add it back, you can always add it back, or you want to add additional permissions, you can always do that. So main thing here is that the stuff you're doing is not set in stone. You can always go and you can reconfigure these different settings involving your app registration. Now you might remember when you add an app registration, you get to configure a little bit of how the authentication is going to work in regards to the app communicating with Azure AD. And you can change that if you need to. So you might remember going here to the menu on portal.azure.com, clicking Azure Active Directory, going to app registration, and when you went and clicked to create a new app registration, you gave it a name, you had these options here, and then you could do this redirect URI. So I want to show you, if you need to alter some of this, what you can do. You can go to the menu button, you can go to Azure Active Directory, then go to your app registrations. All right, click on your app. In my case, it's app 1, and then I've got this blade called authentication. All right, and from there, I can alter this if I need to. So here is the redirect URI if I need to change that. And then if I want, look here, I've got this platform configurations. Depending on the platform or device the application is targeting, application configuration may be required, such as redirect URL, specific authentication settings, or fields specific to the platform. Now, if I click on Add a Platform, I have these options here. Okay, so just a standard web app tells you if you're deploying something like with .NET, Java, Python. Now, again, we're not really learning the developer side of this. We're not learning how to program here. You'd have to work with your developer, whoever that is, to figure out maybe what you need to select here. But if you're using a web, then this is where you'd use this redirect URI. Same thing I've got down here, which is what I configured when I initially set up the app. Now, of course, you've also got the ability to do single page application, configure browser client access, and progressive web applications like JavaScript. You could do Mac, iOS, Android. There's even the mobile and desktop application using the Universal Windows Platform, things like that. So you really need to talk to your developer on the game plan there. The other thing you need to work with your developer on is if you've got what's called a front channel logout URL. So in other words, when the user is using the app, do they have a logout button they can click on that's just going to log them out completely of the app? And if so, you might need to specify the web page for that. So, for example, I might have https://examlabpractice.com/@1/logout. Right? That might be my page. Okay. And then again, this stuff here gets kind of more in the developer side of things. Implicit grant hybrid flows. I tell you, request a token directly from an authorized endpoint if the application has a single page architecture and doesn't use the authorization code flow, or if it invokes a web API via JavaScript, select both access tokens and ID tokens. For ASP.NET, core web apps, and other web apps that use hybrid authentication, select only ID tokens. So you'll notice there's two options here. Select the tokens you would like to be issued by the authorization endpoint. All right, so it says access tokens used for implicit flows, or ID tokens used for implicit and hybrid flows. And that's something you'd have to work with your developer on whether or not you would need to select both of these. All right, because this involves if you're dealing with native Microsoft Azure apps and things like that, you shouldn't really have to mess with that a whole lot. But what if you're dealing with something like Amazon Web Services and you're dealing with an app there, or you're dealing with a third-party app that's hosted by some other company? They're providing the access tokens that are basically providing authorization to the app. And if that's the case, that's where you have to start getting into selecting these checkboxes. Again, wouldn't really stress over that much as far as like knowing all of that. The main thing is, if you're doing this in the real world, talk to your developer. Your developer is going to help you with what you need to select there if you were doing that. Okay. And then again down here, we saw accounts in this organization, when we were setting the app up, accounts in this organization directly only use single tenant or multi-tenant. Again, if you go back, you might remember seeing that when you went to app registration here. okay, new registration, that has to do with these options here. All right, single tenant, multi-tenant, all that. If you're supporting the old Microsoft accounts only feature or the old Microsoft accounts, remember Microsoft accounts are personal. That's what that had to do with, okay? So ultimately, that is the idea of dealing with app registrations. If you need to alter some of that authentication configuration, you can do that right here. I want to spend some time now understanding the different principles on the scope of Azure resources and how role-based access control is going to apply to those. So it's important to kind of get a feel for the fact that the resources in Azure are in a hierarchy. And so when you are managing access control, where you apply that access control is going to affect things in that hierarchy. Okay, so to begin with here, we have what is called a management group. Now, a management group is a root system, a root hierarchical system that allows us to separate our different subscriptions. So really, to understand the management group, you kind of have to understand a little bit about the subscription side of things, which of course a subscription is what allows you to purchase Azure resources. And every Azure resource that you purchase must be associated with a subscription. Even free resources like resource groups have to be associated with a subscription. Okay, and so the goal of a management group is to break those different subscriptions up into groups so that it's easier for us to control those. All right, now in the beginning, when you first start Azure, you don't really have a management group. You have to actually go in and say you want to create a management group, and at that point you'll have a root, and then you can create sub-management groups. Not all organizations even need management groups. It's when you're a very large organization, or maybe medium to large, that it kind of becomes important. Or even if you're in a small environment and you have a series of different projects going on, that might be another reason for doing this. But so like right here at the top, I've got I might have a management group. I might just call it, it'll be the root management group. And then below that, I might have different management groups that are used for different reasons. So for example, this might be called I might call this the dev management group. And this is for development. So the creation of the development of applications and different services at our company, right? And then right here, we might have this might be a production management group, right? And so this is for the production elements of our company, the different resources involved in production. And then you might even have a subcategory below that. And of course, I might even have multiple of these different production subcategories of different resources. There might be different products that our company is involved in, and I might have a management group for each of the big, huge product lines that we manufacture, or whatever it is. You kind of have to think of this in terms of your organization to really to really think of how you might set your management groups up. And remember that management groups are not critical for all companies. They're just there to help us break up our different subscriptions. So then these little key symbols here, these are your subscriptions, right? And the subscriptions are going to be the different payment methods you're using. Maybe you got one credit card for this subscription, different credit card for that subscription, and you might give authority over different people in the billing department or different team members or management for who has access over a subscription. Now keep in mind, as far as RBAC goes, you can give somebody like a global administrator will have the authority over the root and everything below it. In the development management group, I might have a lead developer or might even be somebody in the accounts payable department or billing department or whatever that has authority over this, and they make the key decisions over what the developers are allowed to, spend money on, right? And so you can set your role-based access control based on that. And then another thing, role-based access control can be set directly on just a subscription. So there might be let's say you have two different lead developers, and you don't want to give both lead developers access over both subscriptions. You could, if you wanted, you could give them just authority over lead developer number 1 would have authority over this subscription. Lead developer number 2 have authority under that subscription. So where you put your RBAC privileges, let's just make a little symbol for that real quick. Where you put your RBAC privileges will control what somebody's got access to. So if you put it up here at the root and give somebody root privilege, they have access over everything. If you put it over prod, then they would have access over everything below, or development have access over everything below. But if you just gave them authority over one individual subscription, that's all they've got authority under. Okay. Now the other aspect of this, it goes a little deeper than that, and I'm going to go down here, this next little illustration. So you have management group. Below management groups, you have subscriptions. And then below subscriptions, that's where your resource groups are. Now remember that a resource group is a container, and all Azure services have to be in a container. And you have to be in a resource group. And you cannot nest resource groups. So you cannot have a resource group underneath another resource group. Okay? So you can have your resources broken up that way. So you notice maybe this is like a web service and a database. This is a virtual machine. This is what we call a virtual network. You have applications. Over here is a storage account. So you might have a resource group that involves, that you might call web services, right? You might have a resource here for virtual machines. You might have a resource group here called storage accounts. All right. Keep in mind that you technically could put all of those things together, but this lecture that I'm doing right now is not about understanding the intricacies of resource groups. Keep that in mind. This is not what we're going over here. I just wanted to throw that out there. You could actually put all these together, but it's always a great idea to categorize or group things together into a container, and this is what resource groups are for. They're for grouping your different resources into a container. And of course, again, you can't nest those, but moral of the story is, if you give authority over somebody at the management group level, everything below it they'll have authority over it. If you give somebody authority over a specific subscription, they're going to have authority over everything below that subscription. If you give authority over a resource group, they're going to have access. They're going to have permissions over everything in that resource group. And then individually, you can also give authority just to individual resources. Remember that each one of these things has a blade called I am associated with it. Okay? Let's just move this right here. Everything's got an I am blade associated with it. All right? And so from there, you can set your access control over those blades, and then everything below it, that person, whoever you've given access to. So if I make somebody a contributor, an owner, or a reader, or whatever, everything below it, they're going to have access to. Okay? And that's the way you want to think about working with RBAC scoping. Okay? So all in all, it's not that hard to understand, but you do have to think about it from the perspective that it is a hierarchy, and when you give somebody privileges at a higher level, it's going to filter down to the lower levels. Now, when it comes to working with roles in Azure, I feel like it's important to have an understanding of how role definitions and permissions and all that kind of fit together. And so we're going to start out by looking at this little document that Microsoft has, and then I'll jump in and I'll show it to you so you get a better visualization. But if you were to go to Google and just do a quick Google search for the term Azure role definitions, you'll come across this article very quickly. And it's their official document on roles, all right? So, of course, we know that a role is going to give out some kind of privilege, right, or a group of privileges. Roles are made up of what are called role definitions, which are essentially collections of permissions, okay, that you would give. And, of course, role definitions are broken up into these different categories right here, okay, these different types of pieces of information. The name, the ID, whether or not it's a custom role, a description, the actions, the not actions that they're giving or not giving, the data actions, the not data actions, and then the assignable scopes, okay? So if we look down through here a little bit more, they give a nice little table that kind of outlines what all that means, all right? So obviously you have the name. The name is the name of the role. You have a unique ID, which is of course going to be the ID of the role, which is the official ID that it goes by. The name of the role is more of a friendly name, and the ID is the official name. Then you have is custom. That indicates whether it's a custom role that you've built, brand new, or if it's not a built-in role in that case. If it's a custom role, it'll either say true or false there. Then you have a description. Then you have the actions. The actions are, as I tell you, an array of strings that specifies the control plane actions that the role allows to be performed. So when they say array of strings, that's basically a path of the area of the actions that you're given access to. All right. And again, I'm going to show you an example of this. All right. So you'll see these paths that you're given access to do things, whether it's a read, permission. Anyway, I'll show that to you in a second. Then you have not actions. They tell you this is an array of strings that specifies the control plane actions that are excluded from being allowed. Okay, so as opposed to allowing something, you're excluding something. You're not allowed to do this. Okay. So then you have a data action. They tell you this is an array of strings that specifies the data plane actions that the role allows to be performed to your data within that object. All right. So see the difference there with this. This is specific to data, whereas actions here, the control plane actions that the role is allowed to perform. So these are actions that can be performed against a certain area of Azure, whereas this is specifically data. Okay. This is obviously the excluded side of it. And then below that, you have the assignable scopes, the array of strings that specifies the scopes that the role is available to for the assignment. So this is going to be the areas that this role is going to affect. All right. So what are the actions? The actions, you have a star. This is a wildcard. It grants access to all actions that match the string. So if you see an asterisk, that's what that's basically saying. You have a read permission, which is going to get information. You have a write permission, which is a put or a patch-based permission, allowing you to do something. You have an action, such as posting something, being able to post something there. You have delete, which obviously means you can delete something. All right. All right. So what is a role definition made up of? It's made up of JSON, though you don't really have to know a whole lot about JSON. Here's an example of one, though. All right. You don't really have to stress over a whole lot of JSON here, but here's the name. There's an ID that's given. When you create a role, Azure will create an ID specific for you for that role. Then you have the false for is custom. In this case, that means it's not a custom role. Description. Here's your not there. It says actions. And then they're specifically saying you're not allowed to do certain things here. So the star says it's granting access to all actions that match the string. They're basically saying these are the specific things you can't do. Okay. So it lets you manage everything except these things here. All right. So that's what this one's doing. All right. So that's an example of a contributor role being allowed to do something except those particular actions. Like as opposed to an owner role that would give you full control to do anything you want, a contributor role would give you, instead of giving you access to everything, you have access, but these things are taken away from you. All right. So that is the idea there. Let's take a look at the scope of it all. You've got an example here where you have a user named Alice who's been given full owner over the subscription. That means Alice can pretty much do anything Alice wants. So from the description to the resource groups below that, to the storage accounts below that, and then to the actual containers. In this case, it's a storage account, so you're dealing with a couple of blob containers here, and then these blob files. All right. And then Bob has been given access over the storage account. So Alice has been given owner access over everything. Bob has just been given contributor over the storage account. Okay. And then below that you have the data plane, as they call it here. And you'll notice that this data might pertain specifically to Bob only. You can tell by the color. So Bob has access to data, but even though Alice owns it, owns everything below, Alice does not specifically have access to Bob's blob. Now, granted, I will say this: Alice is the owner of the subscription, and if Alice needs to get access to the data, There is a way for Alice to do that, but I'm not getting into that right now. Okay. All right. And you can see the actions listed there and then the data actions. Okay, so let's take a look now at this in Azure. So we're going to go over to portal.azure.com. All right, we'll pull that up, click the menu button here, and we'll start out by going here to Azure Active Directory. And then again, from there, we can look at roles and administrators, and we can see the roles that are available to us, right? So there's our roles, and then if we were to create a custom role, we could do that. Clone an existing one, but here's all the different permissions that I have available, all right, for all the different areas of Azure. So I could go through and choose specific ones that I'm wanting, right? If you just read what areas these have to do with, they have a description that tells you what that's going to actually be given access to. And so you could create this role based on that, all right? And from there, let's just create that real quick, and then I could assign this to somebody if I wanted to assign it, all right? So I could go right here and I could assign it. I could also look at the settings of it if I want. Description, here's the description. If I want to delete the role, I can delete the role. And role settings shows you this here. If you've assigned it to anybody, which I haven't assigned it to anybody, all right? But let's go back over here. So the other thing that we've got though too is if we come over here, that's for Azure Active Directory. If we come over here to the menu button and we go to a specific resource, like let's go to resource groups. All right, and I've got a resource group here called Network Watcher. If I click on that, it doesn't, if you're doing this along with me, it doesn't matter what resource group, just if you don't have one, just create one. But you have this blade here, I am, and then from there, I can look at role assignments over this resource group if I want, and I could add a specific person, owner, contributor. And if I'm like, okay, well, what does the contributor role have? Let's go here and click View, and you can see the permissions that the contributor role is going to be given over this. All right. So the main thing to get across here, though, when it comes to interpreting all this, is you really have to think about, okay, well, what access do I need to give? Am I dealing with here? Am I trying to give somebody access over Azure AD? Am I trying to give access over a specific area of Azure? Like a specific resource or a resource group. Okay, I'm doing it over a resource group or a specific resource. I go to that IM blade, and then I would come here, and then I need to think about what is the permissions that I'm ultimately trying to give somebody, and then make sure you are aware of what those permissions are giving somebody. You can do that by clicking on View and look at the actual permissions that role has. If you need to create a custom role to do that, you can, all right? But that's sort of how you interpret how these roles are all put together and how they're going to be formatted, and then how they are applied. Now, as far as assigning roles goes, traditionally you would go here to the menu button, go to Azure AD and Roles and Administrators, and you can assign roles through here very easily. But one thing that they want me to mention to you here is that through Microsoft Intra, which is their big system now for sort of unifying everything together, the Azure AD as well as on-premise apps and all that, we can use what's called Intra, which is intra.microsoft.com. If we go there, this interface here, you have Azure AD already available. Of course, you can also link on-premise servers and things like that into the mix, but we're not getting into that right now. But if I look right here, I can click on Show More, and you have Roles and Admins. Drop that down, click on Roles and Admins, and you can see the different roles that are available. And very easily, let's say I wanted to give a user the ability to create user accounts or something. I could go here to User Administrator, click on that, and then I could assign right here. So if there's a specific user I want to assign that role to, I can very easily do that here. All right, so that's how you would assign a built-in role using Microsoft Intra, which is ultimately is just tying back to Azure Active Directory. So let's take a look now at how we can work with roles in our Azure environment. So we're going to start by looking at roles in terms of Azure AD, Azure Active Directory, and how it controls administration. So to begin with here, we're on portal.azure.com. We're going to click the little menu button here, and we're going to go down to Azure Active Directory. From there, there is a blade called Roles and Administrators. We're going to go ahead and click on Roles and Administrators, and you'll be able to then see all of the different roles that are available. Okay, so a bunch of different pre-assigned or pre-created roles that are built right into Azure Active Directory. Now, you will also notice a little green ribbon over some of these roles. Those are generally considered newer roles that that Microsoft has added. But there's lots and lots of different roles here, and the thing I always recommend is to kind of familiarize yourself with the type of thing you're trying to achieve in Azure, and then look for some of these different roles that might be associated with that. For example, if I was trying to give somebody rights to manage security in Azure AD, then I might look for the keyword security, right? So let's see if we can find that. And there you go. You've got 3 roles right out of the gates there that involve security. If I was dealing with the Microsoft 365 side of things, and I was dealing with like Microsoft Exchange or Teams, SharePoint, I would look for those keywords, right? So if we kind of look through here, you'll see there's Exchange Administrator, Recipient Administrator. If we look down, we've got a bunch of Teams related roles. We've got SharePoint. Let's see, we kind of scroll down a little bit there. There's SharePoint Administrator. You've got roles like Yammer Administrator, Microsoft's little social media thing they've got. Lots and lots of different roles here that we can look at. Now, the key to this whole thing, though, is just kind of understanding and getting a feel for what each role does. So, for example, if we're talking about security, and we want to look at the security administrators and all that, we have the 3 different security roles. Let's start with Security Reader. You have a brief summary of what it is, but let's click on it. And then from there, we're going to click on Description, and we can read what the description says. It says that users with this role have global read-only access, including all information in Azure Active Directory, identity protection, privileged identity management, as well as the ability to read Azure Active Directory sign-in reports, audit logs. It says this role also grants read-only access in Office 365. And if you look, or Office 365 security and compliance, but if you look, you can kind of scroll down and you can see what the role permissions are. So these are the different areas of Azure. You can kind of drill down and see, you know, what areas in the Azure environment, as well as the Microsoft Office 365 environment, that they're getting. And most notably, you're noticing that it says read access to pretty much everything. So you can see it says Security Reader, as you can probably imagine, has read access to things, right? If we click Assignments, we can see if anybody has been assigned this role yet, and as you can see, nobody has, right? So let's go back over to this. And by the way, these little things over here called breadcrumbs. Click on those, or you can just click back. Let's look at Security Operator. Now you can imagine a security operator is probably going to have a little bit more privilege than a security reader. So let's click on Security Operator. Let's click Description, and then it says users with this role can manage alerts and have global read-only access on security-related feature, including all information in Microsoft 365 Security Center, Azure Active Directory, identity protection, privileged identity management. I know we haven't really gone over what all that stuff is right now, but you can see these different items that you get. And then if you look, you can also see the privileges. You'll notice it doesn't just say read next to everything. So Microsoft Directory, Cloud App Security, all properties, all tasks, create and delete resources. So you can see these different privileges that they're getting on top of all the read stuff that they're getting as well, which essentially Security Operator can also read everything like a security reader. You'll also notice that you have these additional articles. I always, recommend when you're working with Azure, Microsoft, one of the things that they're really great about that they weren't so great about with their older server-based operating systems that were on-premise is providing easy to get to documentation. Nowadays, Microsoft, while you're looking at the different components in Azure, they have articles associated with those that you can very easily just click on and read to get a little bit more information. But anyway, let's go back and let's check out the security administrator. Of course, you can probably imagine the security administrator is going to be a step above a security operator. So we're going to click on that. And then from there, we'll go to description. It says users with this role have all the read-only permissions of security reader role, plus the ability to manage configuration for security-related services, Azure Active Directory Identity Protection, Azure Information Protection, Privileged Identity Management, and the Office 365 Security and Compliance Center. And then you can take a look here, and you can see you've got quite a few different permissions here that are available for this role. Okay, so one of the big things that I highly recommend you do is when you are trying to understand certain roles, click on the role, click the description, read the description, and kind of skim through what those permissions are, and that'll definitely give you a good base understanding of what that role does. Okay, we've even got a user administrator role. This is a role that lets people create users. That's one of the normal things that an IT team might need, is they might need to give an administrator the ability to create and manage user accounts. But they don't want to give them the keys to the kingdom, as they say. They want to give them least privilege. So if you had like a junior level admin that was in charge of maybe creating user accounts for new hires, new people that have been hired at the company, this would be a good role. So if we click on that role, click description, it says users with this role can create and manage all aspects of users and groups. Additionally, this role includes the ability to manage support tickets, monitor service health. Some restrictions apply for, kind of sounds like an infomercial there, doesn't it? Some restrictions may apply. But it says, for example, this role does not allow deleting a global administrator. So you're going to notice that the user administrator role doesn't really have a lot of control over higher level roles like global admins and all that. So user account administrators can change passwords for users, help desk administrators, and other user accounts and other user account administrators only. So doesn't, the higher level admin and all that, global administrator and all that doesn't have, this role does not give you privilege over that. Speaking of which, the global administrator being the most powerful role that we have in Azure, let's take a look at it. So we'll scroll up just a little bit. We'll go to global administrator here. You'll notice that for assignments, you'll notice that I am assigned global administrator, and if you've created a tenant to play around with, you should also have global administrator privileges. So you have all the power to do what you need to do. So we click description. You can see here, big, huge description, which, to sum it up, basically tells you have access to pretty much everything. And then you can kind of scroll down too and look at the different role permissions that you got, which is a tremendous amount of different rights that Azure gives you. So again, you don't want to give this role just out to anybody. Okay. So another thing we can do here is we can click to create a new custom role if we want. All right. I'm just going to call this demo role. You can say with baseline permissions, start from scratch, or clone a custom role. So clone from a custom role. So what you can actually do there is, if you've already created a custom role and you wanted to duplicate it and maybe create another role with a few additional things, you could do that. But we'll have to start from scratch because we haven't done that. We haven't created any other roles. So we'll click next here, and then from there we can look through all these different permissions. You can even do searches for permissions and select the permissions that you want. Okay. So, I could go through and just pick whichever ones I want just to kind of play around with this a little bit. But you can go through and choose whatever this role is going to do in your organization. You can pick the permissions you want to give. Then you would click next. Here's all the things that I've selected. I can click create. And at that point, I've now created this role. Now, the other thing you'll notice is that when you do create the role, you'll see it gives you kind of a little orange looking cube symbol next to it, as opposed to like a green blue type of cube. So that just indicates that this is a custom role. It also tells you over there it's a custom role. And of course, you can also, if we click on this and go into it, you can start assigning users to it and all that stuff if you want. And of course, if you go back, go back to roles and administrators, we can, if we do a new custom role, you'll notice that from here, if I say clone from a custom role, I could do that, and then I could actually add additional privileges. So kind of like the security reader, if you had like if you wanted to give like a bunch of read privileges, and then another one would be like an operator type role, you could add some additional functionality to that if you wanted to. All right. So that is how we can work with roles from the Azure AD perspective. Now, the other aspect of roles is giving access over actual resources in Azure. Okay, so when you start working with resources, you start creating virtual machines, and maybe you're adding applications into Azure, and you need to give privileges over those. All right. So you're going to use roles to do that as well. So what we're looking at right here is just purely administrative roles over Azure AD and all the things that are connected to Azure AD, which is pretty much everything in Azure, as well as Microsoft 365 services. However, what about the individual items that we work with in Azure? Okay, so like for example, if I go here to this menu button here, and I'm going to click resource groups. Now, a resource group is a container that you will use to contain your Azure services. All Azure components, all resources in Azure must be kept inside of a resource group. Okay, so if I click to create a resource group, I have to select a subscription, and then I'm going to give it a name. Let's call it Roles Demo RG, which is just Roles Demo Resource Group, right? And then I have to select a region. That's the area of the world where the data center is, which is basically where the Azure locations are throughout the world. Microsoft has supposedly 60-something different regions of the world where their data centers are. And on average, they can have about 3 data centers per region. And most of the time, you want to select a region that's going to be closest to where you're working, okay? Because you're going to be interacting with these resources, or if not where you're working, maybe where users are working that are going to be most commonly using these resources, okay? And of course, another thing to consider with your regions is where the actual region is you select. Sometimes resources may be more expensive in that region. Of course, I'm not really getting into this right now, but I will get into this concept of, if you think about cost and all that, there is ways to check to see what the cost of different resources are, but I'm not really talking about that right now. So I'm just going to select the, in this case, the East US region, which is closest sort of where I'm at. And then at that point, I'm going to click, I'm not talking about tags right now, but I'm going to click Review and Create, and then I'm going to click to create, and you should then at that point have a resource group, okay? It's one of the fastest things you can create in Azure, but the point of this isn't really to explain resource groups a whole lot. I want to talk mostly about the access control. So a resource group is a container that can contain resources. This will be things like virtual machines and all of that, but you have to give access to those resources, right? So what you're going to find is that the different resource groups as well as the different resources have a blade called IAM, okay? IAM. Now, if you're not familiar with what IAM stands for, it stands for Identity and Access Management. So you'll see that right here. It says Access Control, but the actual acronym IAM stands for Identity and Access Management. So we're going to click on that, and then from there, you can see that it says check access. I can say view my access, which will show you, what level of access somebody has been given, or you have been given. In this case, I've been given owner access over this resource. All right. So you can see my privilege. Pretty much owner access is the highest level access you can get, right? It says you also are user access administrator as well. And this is because it's all been inherited from from the fact that you're a global admin and you created the role or created the resource group. Okay. we can click on role assignments, and we can see what role assignments that we've got in here. All right. So from here, mostly what you're going to see here, it says items. There's 2 users, 1 service principal, and 9 managed identities. All this stuff here, not really getting into what all this is right now. This is the Kubernetes side of things, which gets into the being able to manage a large amount of virtual machines and all that. But what I want to look at down here, you'll notice the John Christopher is the owner. These are our user-related services. Now, again, not that I won't eventually talk about some of this other stuff here, but just you can kind of ignore that right now because we're not talking about Kubernetes and the services involved and all of that. But what I want to mostly focus on is my users that have been added. So, and this was added automatically because I was the one who created the resource group. Okay, I'm going to click on roles, and you can see all the roles that are available. These are different privileges that can be given out. Okay, the owner privilege is the most powerful role you can give somebody because basically they can do anything they want if they are the owner of something, including delete it if they want, right? And then you've got contributor, right? Contributor is somebody that can they can add things, they can modify things, but it doesn't necessarily give them the ability to delete everything. And then you've got the reader role, which gives them the ability to read stuff. Okay, so you have all these different roles, and if we click on if we click add right here, we can say add role assignment if we want. And you can choose from these different built-in roles. And you can also click View Details, and it shows you the privileges. So I know that's one of the things that gets a little confusing is you're like, well, it gives me a basic description here of what this role does, but how do I see everything it can do? Well, you can see everything it can do by clicking this little View button right here. And then from there, you can look through all these different privileges that are given to this user, okay, or given to this role. And it basically, if you assign the role to a user or to a group, you're giving out all those privileges to that user or to that group. So the owner, as you can see here, the owner has the majority, the most amount of privileges of all. Okay, so one little homework assignment for you, you can go through and just kind of skim through these different roles and just kind of familiarize yourself with all these different permissions. There's a lot of different ones. Now, I'm not saying you need to go through and read what all these are. There are lots of these that are related to applications and Kubernetes and things that we're not talking about in this video, okay? But definitely the main thing to do is to familiarize yourself with these 3 roles: owner, contributor, and reader. Those would be the 3 I would recommend, okay? Now, the other thing you can do, not only can you assign somebody these roles, right? So you can go through and say, okay, I want to make somebody a contributor, so we'll go next, and we say, okay, is it going to be a user, group, or service principal? Service principal will be some of the different services that are available in Azure, which I'll talk about later, or some kind of a managed identity, a specific identity that I want to specify, which, again, not really talking about managed identities in this video either. But I could then go through and say, okay, well, I want to assign a specific person, a specific member. Maybe this is going to be Larry Thomas, select, right? And we're going to go ahead and review and assign. We're going to give Larry Thomas the ability to be a contributor. So he's now a contributor of this, okay? Now, the other thing you can do is when it comes to adding roles, if you click add, you can create a custom role, right? So custom role name, I'm just going to call this custom demo. You can clone a existing role, right? Like contributor, or let's do reader. Clone reader, start from scratch, or do JSON JavaScript object notation, which I'm not talking about in this video, but this is a scripting language you can use. From there, click next, and I'm giving this read, and I can add permissions to that. All right, so here's all these different permissions that you could add. You could familiarize yourself with these, okay? All right. Go here to Microsoft Purview, which is going to involve what's called compliance and stuff like that. In Azure and Microsoft 365, you could give privileges there if you wanted. All right. I know this is a lot and it's overwhelming. If you are somebody that is new to Azure, believe me, I could make it a lot more overwhelming, and I'm trying not to. That's why you'll notice that I'm not getting into what certain things are right now, but stay tuned, because there's going to be a lot of stuff that you're seeing, these different terms that you're seeing, that'll get covered eventually. You just got to give me time to get there on some of this stuff. But try not to let it overwhelm you, because that is one of the things that gets people. All right. And scopes, not talking about what scopes are just yet. So then this is the JavaScript object notation. Not going to talk about that right now. I'm going to click next, and we're going to click create, and we've now created a little custom role. Okay. All right. So that is how we can deal with roles. Now keep in mind that roles can be assigned at different levels. I'm assigning a role at the resource group level. So that means that the permissions that I'm setting here are assigning these permissions for this resource group, this container, and then everything below that container. Okay, keep in mind you cannot have resource groups inside of other resource groups. Okay, but everything that's in this container, I would be setting permissions on it, right? If I go back over here to overview, or I'm sorry, if I go back over to IAM, the access control, right? You can see role assignments. Any role assignments that you've got, roles that you've been given. Sometimes this will take a minute to update, but from there, that's how you can control roles on an individual object, and that's also how we work with roles in Azure Active Directory. I'd like to now take a look at the concepts of securing connectivity with hybrid networks. Now, I want to also talk real quick just about how this diagram is set up. This is a diagram from Microsoft's official website on this, and the things you're looking at, first off, you've got the on-premise network right here, and the on-premise network, you'll notice they've got some virtual machines, they've got their routing devices, they've got their VPN connection and virtual network gateway that is associating this VPN connection with the cloud. Now, of course, they could also have a Microsoft domain associated with all this as well. All right, so you're dealing with a on-premise network, all right, that is hosting virtual machines, probably in a Hyper-V environment, since this is Microsoft and all. All right, they've got their own routing going on, and then they have their own VPN routing going on, and that's what we're looking at here. All right. So then over here we have the hub virtual network, or hub VNet. This is hosted in Azure, okay? And we've got a spoke VNet, which is also being hosted in Azure, all right? And this, again, is pretty traditional in the Azure environment to set up what's called a hub and spoke based scenario, all right? So the hub, this is our main connectivity with the internet usually, all right? And so what all we have going on here? Well, first off, we have this thing called a bastion, and bastions are used whenever you want to allow an HTTPS connection to manage virtual machines and connect into virtual machines. So it does cost some money, but what a Azure bastion is going to let us do is allow us to connect in from the internet securely, and we would be able to manage these virtual machines using something like RDP, Remote Desktop Protocol. Okay. So that's what a bastion is used for. We have the Azure Firewall, which of course the Azure Firewall is a full-blown firewall. It's a virtual firewall that's hosted in Azure, and most of the time what happens is in a hub virtual network, we're going to force all traffic to have to go through that Azure Firewall. So if it's coming in from a private network, if it's coming in from the internet, even these spoke-based virtual machines, if they're trying to connect to something, everything's going to have to funnel through that Azure Firewall, okay? So it's a very common strategy. You can use routing capabilities in Azure to force traffic to have to go through that Azure Firewall, all right? So then right here you got the virtual network gateway, and of course this virtual network gateway is actually connected to a VPN router of some kind, or VPN gateway that you would actually be hosting in your on-premise network, all right? And it's using a IPsec, IKE tunnel, that's Internet Protocol Security, and the IKE tunnel is the Internet Key Exchange tunnel, which is a VPN-based protocol that is used. So very common nowadays. IPsec is incredibly powerful, incredibly secure. It's been around now for over 22, 23 years, something like that, and been a very popular way to secure traffic flowing between a internal network to the internet. In this case, you're actually funneling across the internet. Now, one thing this diagram is not really talking about is you could be using what's called express route, which would be a dedicated private connection from your on-premise network to the cloud as well. And it wouldn't be too different than this. All right, you would still make everything funnel through the Azure firewall. All right. So over here, the spoke network. From there, they've set up a routing table here. That's what this is actually trying to represent in this case. It's a routing table, and the routing table is going to force traffic to flow into this Azure firewall. There's also another thing they're not showing is there could be a load balancer involved here too to load balance traffic between the VMs if it was like a web server scenario. All right. So the main thing to take away here when it comes to securing connectivity with hybrid networks is the on-premise network. You definitely don't want just to have like a public address coming into the cloud with no security going on. In this case, if you're allowing traffic to flow to that on-premise network, you're either A, going to want to do this right here, which would be utilizing a virtual network gateway, okay, or VPN gateway as it's called, or B, use express route, which is of course more expensive, but that's a dedicated connection that we purchased through a telecommunications provider with Microsoft, okay? And everything should have to flow into here, but then it would have to go into that firewall before we allow it to talk to the spoke network and then potentially get to these web servers. Now, the other thing of note here again is if you're talking about the Azure Bastion, that would involve admins that need to manage these VMs, and they might be outside. So if you had admins that were, or users that were outside of the on-premise network working from home or something like that, and they're coming in from the internet, they would have to go through this Bastion network. And even then, the Bastion network can still have to go through the firewall before it can talk to these VMs, okay? The last thing of note here as far as security goes would be the Azure Monitor. Microsoft's Azure Monitor can be monitoring all aspects of this. So as you can see, this gray dotted arrow here, it's showing that the Bastion is checking in with the Azure Monitor, the firewall's checking in with Azure Monitor. All of this going on here, the Virtual Private Network, VPN Gateway, all the routing that's happening is checking in. All your virtual machines are checking in. So everything here is checking in. And of course, they're not illustrating this fully in this diagram, but the on-premise network can actually communicate with the Azure Monitor as well. So the Azure Monitor can be logging pretty much everything that's going on, and this would help you in regards to troubleshooting. And if you started implementing like Azure Sentinel and all of that, that gives you some extra capabilities when it comes to dealing with security monitoring and all that. Okay, this isn't really a video about monitoring, but I did want to point those things out. All right. So that should help you now with some of the fundamentals of understanding the security behind connectivity with hybrid networks. Let's go through the process now of creating, say, a virtual network and subnet. All right, so here we are on portal.azure.com. Going to click the menu button. I'm going to go to resource group. I'm just going to create a new resource group, and I'm going to call it VNet Demo RG. All right, so that's going to be my resource group. Review and create. And I'm going to go to the menu button and go to all services, and we'll do a search for virtual network. And there it is right there, virtual network. So I'm going to click on that, and I'm going to click to create a virtual network. Resource group is the one I just created, and then I'm going to give it a name. Okay, so I'm going to call this VNet 1. All right, and that'll be East US. I'll click next, and I can select, if I want to go ahead and create a subnet now, I can go ahead and create a subnet now. It will create a default one here, but I'm actually going to change that, and I'm going to call this subnet 1A. Oh, you know what? I need to change my range too. I'm going to alter the range to 10.1.00/16. All right, and then we will go to add our subnet. And the subnet name is going to be subnet 1A, and that's going to be 10.1.1.0/24. All right, so as you can see here, you have the 251 plus 5 Azure reserved addresses. So again, Azure does reserve some addresses for itself for the internal routing of it. Okay, not getting into NAT gateway and service endpoints in this video here, so I'm just going to click add. And then I've just got my first subnet here. Now I'm going to add another subnet in a moment, but I wanted to add just that one. I'm not adding an IPv6 address space. I'm going to click next. Now in security, I'm not really covering a bunch of security in this video, but I will say this. You have what's called a bastion host. A bastion host is a secure way that you can allow somebody to remote into a virtual machine that is on the subnet. But I'm not getting into that in this video right now. And then also you have DDoS, that's distributed denial of service attack protection. Standard, this is an extra add-on that'll give you additional layers of protection to prevent a distributed denial of service attack if that were to occur against your virtual machines. In other words, hackers out there trying to perform a denial of service attack by blasting you with so much traffic that it could take your network services down. This would turn that on. Of course, you can research the cost of that through the Azure calculator. Same for the Azure Firewall. I'm not going to turn Azure Firewall on right now, but this is how you could do it if you wanted while you're creating the VNet. At that point, if I wanted to set any tags, I could. I'm going to click Review and Create. All right, and validation passed. So we're going to go ahead and pull the trigger and click Create, and we're now creating our VNet. All right, so we'll let that process through. Doesn't take usually too long. Once that's done, I'm ready to jump in and take a look at it. So kind of taking the long way here, but I'm going to go to the menu button. We'll go to Resource Group, and we'll go to down here where it says VNet Demo RG, and then there is our VNet 1. So if we go ahead and go into that, you'll notice that I can create subnets. If I go over here to the subnets blade, all right, and I have one subnet that's already set up. Let's go ahead and add another subnet. We'll call this subnet 1B, all right, and that will be 10.1.2.0/24. All right, not enabling any of this stuff right now. I'm going to click Save, and we have now officially added our second subnet. So we have VNet 1. Okay, maybe VNet 1 is going to be our hub-based VNet. We're doing a hub and spoke. Let's create some more VNets. So we'll go over here. We'll click to create. All right. Virtual network. All right, and there it is. Click to create a virtual network. In the VNet Demo RG, we'll call this VNet 2. All right. This will be East US, address space. All right, we will say 10.2, and we will add our subnet, which will be subnet 2A. And we'll do 10.2.1.0/24. Click Add, and we've added one subnet to that. I'm going to go ahead and click Review and Create. And click Create. And we've now submitted our second VNet. And while we're waiting on that, let's go ahead and create another one. So we'll go to VNet Demo RG. Looks like it just finished. It does take a moment to populate into the resource group, so just be advised that it doesn't always show up immediately. You can click refresh, you can see that it hasn't shown up yet. But let's go ahead and create another one. All right, create. And this will be VNet 3, East US. We'll set our address range to be 10.3. All right, and we'll set our first subnet. We'll call this subnet 1A or 3A, and it'll be 10.3.1.0. VNet/24. All right, and then we'll click Add, Review and Create, and Create. All right, so we just submitted it, and we'll go ahead and jump in and we'll create one more. The second VNet has shown up. All right. And this will be VNet 4. Go here, set our IP addresses 10.4.00/16, and then add subnet 10.4.1.0/24. Oh, I need to put the name there actually. Subnet 4A. There we go. And we'll just paste that addressing space back in, 10.4.1.0/24. We'll click Add. And there we go. We've added our first subnet to that. We'll click Review and Create. And once validation is done, we're going to go ahead and click Create. So it's now submitted. Let's go back over to our resource group, and we can see that our first three VNets, the first three VNets have shown up. All right. And so from there, if we wanted to add additional subnets to those, we could click on it, like VNet 2. We have subnet here. We only have subnet 2A. If we wanted to add subnet 2B, we just go here, subnet 2B, give it this addressing space. So this will be 10.2.2 because we have 10.2.1 already. That's 2A, right? /24. We're going to click Save. And we've now added an additional subnet to that. If we jump back in there, we can see, if we click refresh, let's see if the fourth one has shown up, and it has. All right, so we've now created our four VNets, and we've created our different subnets that we wanted to have in each of the VNets, okay? Keeping in mind that as of right now, even though the subnets within the VNets can talk, like subnet 1A and 2A and 1B can talk to each other, none of the VNets can talk to each other at the moment. To do that, you have to get into peering, okay? But right now, we've at least got our VNets set up, and we've got our subnets set up the way we want, all right? And that's what I wanted to accomplish in this video. I now want to talk about network security groups and the concept of application security groups, and then we'll look at creating some security groups. So to begin with, a network security group is a set of IP filter rules. Now, if you didn't know this, pretty much anything that can handle traffic inbound or outbound, such as a network adapter card or routing or router, all of those things can handle what is called IP filtering. What is IP filtering? IP filtering is where you decide to either allow or block traffic based on a source or a destination, or you want to block based on port, or you want to block based on a protocol. Now, a lot of people think that that's just a firewall that does that, but no, yes, I should say firewalls can do that, but no, firewalls are not the only things that can handle IP filtering. Pretty much anything in TCP/IP could technically do IP filtering if it allows traffic to flow in and out of it. Now, in Azure, the way that we control IP filtering without involving a firewall or any of that is through something known as an NSG or a ASG. Now, NSG is a network security group, and it is a resource that we can create, and we can place this resource on one of two things. We can place it on a subnet, individual subnet, or we could place it on a virtual NIC directly, okay? So if I wanted to stop traffic flowing in and out of a specific subnet, or allow certain types of traffic to flow in and out of a subnet, I could use this. I could place the NSG on a specific subnet, okay? If I wanted to allow traffic to flow in and out of a specific NIC, I could place it on a virtual NIC. That is the idea of a NSG. Now, one other thing of note here, if I place an NSG on a subnet, and I allow something, and I place an NSG on a virtual NIC, and I deny something. So for example, let's say that I allow port 80, which is HTTP traffic, to flow into the subnet, but then I deny port 80 traffic onto this VM. Well, traffic trying to flow into port 80 into this VM through this NSG is going to get blocked. So my point is that when you think in regards to traffic flowing into something, the most restrictive NSG will win in a conflict. If traffic is flowing into here and it's saying, okay, it's okay to let that traffic in, and then the traffic is trying to get into this VM because maybe that's a web server, and then the NSG that's attached to this VNIC says no, well, it's going to get blocked. On the flip side, if you denied the traffic here and allowed the traffic here, then it would have gotten blocked when it got to this NSG. Okay, so the thing to understand is the most restrictive NSG applies. That's what you're going to get if there's ever a conflict between having multiple NSGs. Now, I'll also tell you that Microsoft's rule of thumb on this is don't have a lot of security groups. Don't have a lot of NSGs. Don't have a lot of ASGs. Minimize the amount that you've got as much as possible, because it ends up, you end up running into problems where you got so many of these things. Like a lot of people want to place a different NSG on every one of their virtual NICs and on every one of their subnets, and then they get mixed up on what's allowing what, and it ends up not working. So you want to try to minimize this as much as you can. Now, the other issue you run into is that some virtual machines may have multiple NICs, multiple VNICs. Okay, so let's say I've got a virtual machine that has 2 virtual NICs on it, okay? And you want to have an NSG that's going to control traffic on this VM. But maybe instead of the old way you would have had to have done is you would have, if you wanted to allow port 80 on both VNICs, you'd either have to place it on the whole subnet or you'd have to create a separate NSG for each VNIC. So the way that we get around that problem now is we use what's called an ASG. An ASG is an application security group, and what you can do with an ASG is you can associate it to the whole VM. And you can say allow port 80 or port 443 or port 3389 on the whole VM. That'll allow it on all the NICs. So if you had a lot of NICs and you were doing what's called NIC teaming, you wouldn't have to deal with setting up an NSG for each individual one. Okay, so that's the idea of an application security group. All right, now let's jump in and let's look into creating a network security group and application security group. Here I am on portal.azure.com. I'm going to click the menu button here. We're going to go to resource groups, and we'll pull up VNet Demo RG, and I'm going to click to create. All right, and then we're just going to search for network security group. All right, so there is the resource. We're going to click create and create a network security group. All right, and from there we'll give it a name. Just going to call it NSG Demo East US. Click review and create, and we're going to click to create. Now while this is getting created, I want to go back and I want to go to my resource groups, and I want to look at this VM demo resource group, because I've got a virtual machine in it that let me find a VM destination. Sorry, the VM destination resource group. I've got a virtual machine called Win Server. Okay, and that server has remote desktop on it, which allows me to remote into the server by its IP address. Well, there is an NSG right here called basic NSG VNIC2 that's associated with this VNIC. How do I know that? I can click on the VNIC, and you can click on network security group, and you can see that that's what's attached to it. So if we go to that, we can look at this, and we can see these rules have been defined on this NSG. I want to look at these rules with you for a second, and then we'll go and we'll define some on the new NSG that we just created. So the first rule that's attached to this NSG is this RDP rule, and it's basically for inbound rule, and it says allow. It's going to basically allow RDP, remote desktop, on 3389. That's the port number that RDP uses. It's a TCP-based protocol. Source any, destination any. So that basically means that any source, any destination, traffic trying to flow into whatever this NSG is connected to, it's going to allow port 3389. Okay, that's what that's basically saying. All right. Now, what are these other rules? This rule says allow VNet inbound. That means any VNet, as long as there's connectivity with a peering or something like that, any VNet can talk through this NSG. That's what this is saying. And then you've got allow Azure load balancer. Any load balancer in Azure can talk through this NSG. So these are some built-in rules. And then finally, you have what's called the deny all rule. Okay, now the way that NSG rules work is they go in order of priority, and the lower the number, the higher the priority. So the very first rule that applies to this traffic is the one you get. It does not mix any of these together. The very first rule that applies to the traffic as it flows in is the one you get. All right, so essentially that means that I could have a rule below this that denies RDP. Watch this. If I go right here to inbound rules and I click add, all right, and I say source any for whatever source port, we'll say 3389, okay, destination any, and I'm going to say TCP, and I'm going to do priority 310, and we're going to say deny RDP is going to be the name of it, and I'm going to say deny. I'm going to hit add, all right. You would not really ever do this. It wouldn't make any sense to do it. But my point is to show you that that this deny rule is doing absolutely nothing right now. It is doing absolutely nothing because all traffic flowing in through this NSG would get this rule right here. The very first rule that applies to traffic is the one you get. Okay, and the higher the priority, okay, the higher the priority, the lower the number, the higher the priority is what I'm trying to say. Okay, so if I go here and I change this priority to 299 and I hit save, all right, guess what's going to happen now? All RDP traffic will always be denied, okay, at this point. Any traffic interacting with this NSG on port 3389 is going to get denied, okay? So the first rule that applies is the one you get. This does not go the most restrictive. Now, when does most restrictive occur? That occurs when you have multiple NSGs. When traffic has to flow through multiple NSGs, the most restrictive one is the one you end up getting. So if you've got traffic trying to flow through a virtual subnet that has an NSG attached to it, and it says go ahead and let the traffic through, and then you got another NSG attached to a VNIC, and the traffic is trying to get into that VNIC, but then that VNIC says deny, well, guess what? Traffic is denied. But when you're talking about an individual VNIC, an individual NSG, it's the lower the number, the higher the priority. The first rule you get is the one you get. So it wouldn't really make a lot of sense to do this. I just wanted to show you, you wouldn't want to have both of these rules in here. I just wanted to show you that what would happen if you did. So ultimately, though, the big thing of note here to remember, let's just delete this rule because we don't need it. The big thing of note here, though, is that if you don't have an allow rule that says to allow something, then you will eventually get denied. Okay, you will get denied, completely denied. All right, and so if there's not an allow rule that says let something in, then you end up getting the deny rule. All right, that's called the implicit deny, or what we call the default deny rule. The default deny rule should always be at the bottom. It should have the lowest priority. Of course, sometimes people will ask me, they'll say, well, then do we ever need to have a deny rule if all we're going to do is allow? And the answer to that question is yes. You can do a deny rule if you ever want to explicitly deny something. For example, right now I'm allowing any RDP traffic. But what if I want to deny RDP traffic for a specific IP address? I could go in here and I could say, well, source will say I want to deny this specific IP address on the internet, okay, the ability to talk to RDP. Deny, let's say that's a hacker, all right? Who knows? Maybe it's a hacker, all right? Oh, that's a port number, sorry. Let's put the port number there. And then this is going to be a hacker, all right? We'll put that down here. Hacker address, okay? And we're going to do port 299 is going to be our priority. So then we're going to say add. So yes, there's a reason for having a deny on there. You want to deny this hacker address, but you want to allow everything else. Okay, that's the idea of doing. That's called an explicit deny. You are explicitly denying something, as opposed to what we call an implicit deny, which means just deny it if there's not an allow. So at this point, everybody would be able to communicate with RDP except this address. That is the idea there. So this is for inbound security rules, and then you have outbound security rules. All right, so let's go back now to our NSG that we created. We'll go back over to our resource group called VNet Demo RG, and our NSG has been created called NSG Demo. So let's click on that, and you'll see it's got the same default rules, but it doesn't have the RDP rule that maybe we want to allow. So I could go here to inbound, I could say add, and we'd say, okay, source any, source port range, star just means any, destination any, and then we could specify a specific service, or we can just put the port number in there we want, 3389 in this case, which is a TCP-based rule. We're going to say allow, we're going to say priority, we'll just leave it set to 100, and we're going to say allow RDP, okay, on 3389, and we will click add. Now, why does it have a warning message there? The reason it has a warning message there is this little message here. RDP port 3389 is exposed to the internet. This is only recommended for testing. For production environments, we recommend using a VPN or private connection. So what they're telling you is it's okay to allow RDP temporarily for testing if you're going to allow something to connect into a virtual machine like I've done. But ultimately, there are better ways. You can use what's called a bastion. You can use a VPN gateway. You can use express route if you're dealing with on-premise needing to connect to it. There's various other ways, and I'm not getting into right now, but I wanted to show you the idea or the concept there of allowing RDP directly through this NSG. So now that I've set my NSG up, and of course I could do outbound, allowing traffic to flow out. It's the same concept really. It's just you're dealing with traffic going out. You could then apply it to whatever you want. There's two things you can apply it to. You can apply it to a network interface, or you can apply it to a subnet. So if I want to apply this to a subnet, I just click this, and I'm going to click associate. And then I would choose whatever subnet I want, like VNet 2 here, and we'll say subnet 2A, and we'll click OK. So now we've applied this NSG to that subnet. And yes, you can apply NSG to multiple subnets, okay? So that's not a problem. All right, so that is how we can configure NSGs in Azure. Now, what about ASG, okay? So it's real simple. All I got to do, go to my resource groups. Let's go to VNet Demo RG. We'll go ahead and click Create, and then we're just going to do a search for Application Security Group. Put that in. All right, search for that. There's the resource right there. We'll click Create Application Security Group. All right, we'll give it a name. I'm going to call it App Security Group Demo. We'll do East US. And then review and create, and we'll go ahead and let it create. Okay, so once that's done, I'm going to click my menu here, and we'll go to virtual machines. All right, and I've got a virtual machine called WinServer1. I'm going to select on WinServer1 here, and we're going to go to the networking blade. All right, and then we're going to click on Application Security Groups, and we're going to click Configure the Application Security Group. We're going to select the Application Security Group we have just created, and we're going to click Save. All right, so it's now going through the process of applying that Application Security Group. So then from there, I've got that Application Security Group applied. Now I'll go over here to where it says inbound port rules, and I'm going to click add an inbound port rule source, except this time I'm going to choose application security group. All right, which of course is this one right here that's been attached. You could specify your port range. All right, I'll do 8080. Well, you know what, let's do 443. We'll say any, allow, set the priority, give it a name. I'll just leave the default name. I'm going to click add. All right, and it's now creating the security rule. So that'll take just a moment before it shows up. All right, so it's been created successfully now. All right, and we've applied that rule. All right, so there it is right there. You can see that it's attached to the application security group. So this is now applied, and I could apply this application security group in multiple places. And the great thing about this is it's not just going to be attached to a specific VNIC. It can be assigned to all VNICs that are on this device, as opposed to just individual VNICs. The other thing of note is one thing that's different about application security groups versus NSGs is when you go and you look at an NSG, like let's go to our resource group, let's go down here to the VNIC demo RG, you can see the NSG right here, and you can look at the inbound outbound rules. Now if we go back and we look at the ASG, the app security group, it doesn't have those rules. That's because you actually have to go to the resources where the application security group is applied and set the rules there, and they're applied to that application security group. So you don't actually set the rules directly on the application security group like you do in NSG. All right. But hopefully that now helps you understand the concepts behind NSGs and ASGs. NSGs are still used a lot more often than ASGs, but the idea of an ASG is to try to account for the fact that your services may have multiple VNICs and things like that attached to it. Now, when we have an Azure firewall, we are going to need to direct traffic through the firewall inside the Azure network. So if you've got a bunch of virtual networks and subnets and all that, if you're going to direct traffic through that Azure firewall, you're going to need something called a route table. So let's take a look at that. Here I am on portal.azure.com. I'm going to click the menu button. I'm going to go to my resource group here, VNet Demo RG. We're going to go up here to click Create. All right. And we'll do a search for route table. So there's route table. We'll choose that. Click to create the route table. All right, and we'll say East US. And I'm just going to call this my firewall route table. Okay, this is going to be for routing traffic through the firewall. Okay, it says, do you want to propagate gateway routes? That would be if you're using a VPN gateway from your on-premise network. We're going to say we are, so we'll say yes. We'll click review and create. And it's now going to go through and create the route table. Okay, so this is similar to the concept of just like a routing table that you'd have on premise. If you had a real router, obviously on premise, you want to route traffic. That's the idea. So here it is. It's been created. We'll say go to the resource. All right, and from there we go here to where it says routes. I'm now going to go up to add a route. Okay, we'll say route through firewall. That's what I'm going to call it. And then the address prefix will be IP address, and we'll say anything from the 10 network, 10.000/8. So what that's basically saying is any address on my Azure network that starts with 10 is gonna be associated with this route. All right. So at that point, we'd say next hop will be a virtual appliance, and the virtual appliance is going to be our firewall. And we don't know what our firewall IP address is, maybe off the top of our head, so we can find that out very easily. Okay, we'll just go back over here, open up a new tab for home. I'll click the menu button. I'll go to resource groups. I'm going to click on my VNet demo, and then I'm going to click on my firewall. And I can see that my private IP is going to be that address right there. Remember, we're trying to direct the internal Azure traffic through the firewall, so that's why we are putting the private IP, okay? So we'll come back over here, we're going to paste that in, and then we're going to click Add. All right, so at that point, it's now been added. The next step is going to be to add the subnets. So come back over here, we're going to click Associate, and we'll say VNet 1, subnet A. We're saving that. All right. VNet 1, subnet B. All right. Associate VNet 2, which we have subnet 2A. And as you can probably imagine, we're going to do this with all of them, right? So, subnet 2B. Subnet is already associated. Okay, yeah. That's already been associated, so sorry. I clicked the wrong one. Subnet 2B. And then we'll go with subnet with VNet 3. We have one subnet on VNet 3. And we will do VNet 4. And there you go. We've now officially configured it so that this routing table is associated with all these subnets, and we've created our route. So all communication through these subnets are going to have to go through our Azure firewall. Now, anytime you are going to be implementing the Azure firewall in your environment, the first thing I always recommend you do is check out their documentation. This article right here can be found very easily just by going and doing a Google search on what is the Azure firewall. Okay, so if you go there, you search that, skip all the ads, of course. Microsoft has this article right here, what is the Azure firewall. And the reason I recommend that is because they're always adding new features. It's never ending. It seems like they're doing it about every week. And they're adding new offers. That right now there's 3 SKUs being offered here: stock keeping units, standard, premium, and basic. And you can see those here. With standard, as you can see, it provides a layer 3 through layer 7 firewall for you, which of course that's the network layer all the way to the application layer if you understand the OSI model. All right. It supports threat intelligence for alerting and denying based on any type of malicious traffic or malicious IP addresses and all that. Now they've also got a premium offering, and it ups this to providing what's called intrusion detection and prevention services. So if you're familiar with what's called an IDS or an IPS, intrusion detection system, intrusion prevention system, this is going to add that. It's going to add a signature-based analysis. And so you got 58,000 signatures and 50 categories of different threats. They're going to add, they tell you that the exploit categories are included as well. Malware, phishing, coin mining, Trojan attacks, all of that gets added. And then finally, they've also got Azure Firewall Basic. And Azure Firewall Basic is mostly geared towards a smaller environment that's connecting with an on-premise environment or to a file-based services using SMB, server message block, which is, again, if you're just transmitting files back and forth and you're mainly just doing file services, that's what the basic is going to be good for. All right. Okay, so that's my first recommendation. All right, so the next thing would be I am ready to maybe start adding a firewall. And the first thing you need to understand about adding a firewall is that you have to have a firewall subnet created where it's going to be. So if you're doing like a hub and spoke, you would go into like the hub subnet, the hub VNet, and create a subnet for your firewall. So let's pop over into portal.azure.com. So we'll go there, portal.azure.com. We're going to go to our resource group. Resource groups here, and I have a resource group called VNet Demo RG. I'll go in there, and I have my VNet 1, which is my hub VNet. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click to create, and I'm just going to search for the word firewall, and just going to hit enter. and this is the one I want. Be careful because there's a lot of different firewall options. The one that we're talking about right now is just the standard Azure firewall. That's this right here. So we're going to click to create, click firewall, and I just want to real quick, I want to show you what I'm talking about with the subnet. If I scroll down, you're going to notice that it needs a subnet called Azure Firewall Subnet. Okay, that is a requirement for this to work. So let's go back over here. We're going to go on to VNet 1, all right, and we're going to go to subnets, and we're going to create a subnet called Azure Firewall Subnet, okay, and that Azure Firewall Subnet, I'm going to make the firewall subnet like 10.1.10, all right, 10.1.10.0/24. That's going to be my firewall subnet, all right. And yeah, we'll click save. All right, it's now in the process of creating that subnet. So now we're ready. We'll go back over to our resource group into our VNet demo RG. Now we're ready to create the firewall. So we can click create, search firewall, hit enter. There it is. Click create, and we're now on the creation screen of the firewall. All right, I'm going to go here and give it a name. I'm just going to call it my firewall demo, and I'm going to select East US, and then it asks if I want availability zone. Don't want an availability zone right now, and then this is where I would choose basic, standard, premium. All right, I'm going to go with standard, and then it says firewall management. It says use firewall policy to manage this firewall, and then there's also classic. So there used to be just a set group of straight rules you could configure for the firewall, and then what they started doing is they started allowing us to create these things called firewall policies, which can be groups of rules instead of just one massive group of rules. We can have different groups, and that's what our firewall policy is all about. And so this is the newer way to do it, and that's the way I would, of course, recommend that you remember for this firewall policy. And then, of course, I don't have a firewall policy that I've created. I have a couple of default ones here, standard policy, basic policies, but I can also click to add a new one. I'm going to call it my firewall policy demo, and I'm going to go with East US, standard, click OK. All right, this is going to be a fresh new set of policies that I can configure whenever I'm ready. All right, and then I got to, if I'm creating a virtual network, if I'm using an existing one, I'm going to use an existing one. It's going to be VNet 1. All right. And then right there, it's asking the public address I want to use. So if I want to associate a public address, obviously, with this, I'm going to say firewall pip for public IP address. That's going to associate a public IP address with the firewall now. All right. And then they ask about doing force tunneling. It says enable force tunneling to create an additional subnet for the firewall management traffic. This subnet will be direct traffic to the internet. So if you basically wanted to do a force tunnel, this you can. In fact, you can also look right here. It talks about learn more, and they talk a little bit more about this idea of a force tunnel. If you're familiar with what's known as automatic versus static NAT and all of that, that's along the lines of what this force tunnel is going to do for us. All right, it's going to allow us to direct traffic in a network address translation based environment. That's not really what I want to look at right now, so I'm just going to keep that disabled. All right, and then from there I'm going to click review and create, make sure the validation passes, and then I'm going to click to create. All right, at that point I'm going to pause this recording and let this finish creating. All right, so now that that's done, I'm just going to go to the menu button. We'll go to resource groups. We'll click on our VNet demo RG here, and you can see the my firewall demo listed right here. If we click on that, this is the actual firewall resource. All right, and we can look at our firewall policy, which of course would contain our firewall rules, right? We click on that, the my firewall policy demo. This brings up the different policies and collection rules and all that. So Microsoft has a very good document that kind of outlines what this is all about. I want to show that to you right now. You can search for this. If you were to go to Google or Bing, you could search Azure Firewall Policy rule sets, and you'll find this. And I like this because they give you this little visual here that that kind of outlines what this is all about. So you have the firewall policy itself, which is the resource we created. Okay. Then you have the rule collection groups. Of course, a rule collection group, as you can probably imagine, is just a group of rule collections. Okay. And so you can see this rule collection group has no rule collections. This one has 2 sets. This one has 2 sets. This one doesn't have any rules, though, so there's nothing really going on here. There's nothing really going on here. But down here, they've got multiple rules that will go along with that. All right. Now, here's the other thing. This is sort of key here, is when it comes to these rule collection groups, all right, they tell you that there are 3 default rule collection groups, and their priority values are listed here. You got what's called the default DNAT, which is destination NAT, destination network address translation, is a priority of 100. You have the default network rule collection group, has a priority of 200. And then you've got the default application rule collection group, which has a priority of 300. Okay? All right. Now, what's very important here, the thing I really, really want you to remember here, is it says even though you can't delete the default rule collection groups nor modify their priority values, so you cannot modify those priority values, they do tell you, though, you can manipulate the processing order in a different way. If you need to define a priority order, there's a different than the default, you can just create your own custom collection groups. So if you can't mess with these, but you can create your own, and you can mess with those. And that's ultimately what they're telling you can do here. So that's the idea of a collection group. Okay, that's this level here. All right. If we look at the actual rule collections themselves, you have rule collections. All right, and they have to belong to a group, and there's 3 kinds of these rule collections. Again, the destination NAT, the network, and the application, right? And so the idea there is that you can define some kind of an action for these, either an allow action or deny action, and you can adjust the priority level if, of course, you've created your own custom ones, all right, at that level. So what do the actual rules have to do with? Because that's the confusing part here. A lot of people are like, okay, well, I understand the collections, right? So you got collections of more than one rule, but the rules are the tricky part, right? What is the rules? Well, the first thing you have to understand about rules is there's inbound and outbound, right? And inbound means exactly what you probably think it means. It means traffic trying to flow in, right, into the firewall. And then an outbound rule would be traffic trying to flow out, trying to leave the firewall, okay? So the idea is inbound, they tell you traffic sourced from the internet. Outbound, traffic sourced from a private IP address within Azure. That's the way to look at it, okay? So then you have DNAT, the actual rule type. DNAT, this is allowing inbound and outbound traffic through the public IP address. And so what you're going to use DNAT for is when you want a public IP address to be translated to a private IP address. So if traffic is flowing in from the internet, maybe it's it's coming in through the public IP, and you want it to be translated to maybe a web server. So maybe I've got www.examlabpractice.com that's mapping to a web server, a virtual web server on the inside. That's what I'm going to use a DNAT rule to allow. Okay. The next is a network rule. And that's just a standard layer 3 rule. This is pretty much exactly like working with an NSG, a network security group. All right, you're going to be basing it on a source and destination IP, a port number, a protocol, all of that stuff. So it's just your standard run-of-the-mill IP filtering based rule, just like a network security group does. And then finally, you got an application rule. That's where you get into layer 7. And this is where you can filter based on a fully qualified domain name, URL, then the HTTPS based protocol. So you can decide to allow something based on the URL or domain name that someone has typed. All right. So again, that's how these different rules are going to operate. The firewall policy, the overall policy contains rule collection groups. Below those, you have rule collections, which is really just multiple rules and then of course the individual rules that are going to be applied. All right, that is the idea of the policies that you're seeing here, the different the idea of your actual policy and what the rule collections are going to do. Okay, so looking over here on the left under settings, you'll see the parent policy, rule collection. You see all these different blades. The parent policy is a feature in which if you had multiple Azure firewalls, you can have a parent policy to your Azure firewalls. And so that way you're not having to reinvent the wheel. If you wanted to tie a single policy to multiple firewalls, you could. But below that, we have our different rule collections, and then here are the 3 different types of rules. So if we want to create a rule collection, we'll go here and we'll click to create a rule collection. All right, I'm just going to call this firewall rule collection demo. Okay, specify the rule collection type, whether it's going to be network, application, or DNAT. Okay, so I'll do network. And then I can set a priority to it. It says set a priority between 100 and 65,000. So I'm just going to say 100. And then rule collection action. Am I allowing stuff or am I going to deny stuff? All right. Of course, I am going to allow stuff. And what do you want to give the rule collection? What do you want which rule collection group you want to tie this to? Remember, there's 3 of those, 3 rule collection groups. Of course, this is a network rule, so we're going to tie it to the network rule collection group. And then if I want to go ahead and specify a network rule to go with this, I can, but I'm not going to do that right now. I'm just going to click Add, and it's going to create this rule collection group. Now, it will take a couple of minutes to do this, so I will pause the recording while that's happening. Okay, so now that that's done, you can see that's created here, and I'm ready to start creating some rules. So if I come over here to the network rules, all right, I can click to add a rule, and it says, all right, rule collection group. Here's the rule collection group I'm selecting. All right, there's the rule collection. Give it a name. Okay, maybe I'm going to allow, maybe I've got a virtual machine, and I'm going to allow traffic to flow to that virtual machine. All right, from anywhere on my VNets. All right, so we'll say web server VM. All right, this is our IP address source. So I could have a group of IPs that you'd have to create, but I want to do an IP source. Okay, so source IP, I'm going to say star. That means anywhere. This could be, traffic could be flowing from anywhere. And the destination IP would be whatever that web server's address is. We'll say the web server's address is 10.2.1.20. Okay, that is the IP address of my web server on my network right now. Okay, then the protocol, TCP, and then I will do port 443 because it is using, HTTPS. So we'll click save, and we've now gone through and created this rule for that web server. Okay, now it does take a few seconds or so before that rule will get created, but there is the rule right there. All right. So if I wanted to create a DNAT rule, I could do that. Come over here and add a rule. Notice it says I don't have a rule collection for that, so I could say let's add a rule collection for DNAT rule. We'll say DNAT collection. DNAT, this is the type, right? It's going to use the default destination NAT. We're going to click add. Oh, got to assign the value. Whoops. So we'll say the value will be 103 or 102, and we'll go with the DNAT collection group, and we'll click add. Okay, we'll give that just a moment to create. Okay, once that's done, I can go here to add rule. We'll select our group here, the collection group, and that's going to be the DNAT one, and we'll go with DNAT collection. We'll give it a name. So we're going to say translate to web server. Okay, capitalize that just for fun. Translate to web server. Okay, the IP address and then source. So I'm just going to say, hey, it doesn't matter. You're coming in from the internet, and maybe this is for a public web server, that internal web server that we have. We are making that public, but traffic will have to pass through the firewall coming in from the internet. Okay, the destination address, this is going to be the public address of our firewall. Now, if you don't know that, You can find that out pretty easily. Okay, all you got to do, let's go back over here. We'll go to the menu button. We'll go to resource groups. We'll go to our VNet demo, and we'll look at our public IP address that's associated with our firewall. So if we go here to our firewall, okay, we'll go to public IP. There's the address right there. That's the public address that is currently available for my firewall. So I'm going to copy that. All right, and then we'll just paste that in. So this is the address somebody would be going to from the internet. Doesn't matter where they're coming from. This is where they're going to from the internet. And then what we're going to do, this is TCP, we're going to map that. We'll say port 443, but we're going to map that to, we could do a DNS name if we wanted. We're going to map that based on that address, that public address. And we'll keep the translated port at 443. We'll click save, and we've now created our DNet rule. Of course, it does take a moment to create. Now, if I wanted to create an application rule, it's pretty much the same process. Go over here to application rules. I'd go for a rule collection here. App rule collection. Okay, it's an application. Set the priority. Okay. We'll say 105, and then allow, specify it's going to be app rule. We click add and give that just a moment to create. Now that that's done, I'm going to go up here to add rule, specify that I'm doing a default application rule collection group. The collection I created is app rule collection. Okay, maybe this is for my web server URL, and I might say, well, this is the exam lab practice web server. Okay, and then the IP address maybe we'll say is just star, so it doesn't matter what IP address is coming in. And then destination FQDN, I could say examlabpractice.com. They have this TLS inspection. If you're doing premium, it adds an additional layer of security. And then we'll be allowing these protocols here. We'll say HTTPS:/443, and then we'll click save. And we've now created this application rule that basically says, hey, any time examlabpractice.com is the URL that somebody's trying to get to, I'm going to be allowing that in. Okay, that's the idea there. Of course, you know, the other side of this is I would need to make sure that I went through the process of setting up what are called DNS zones and all that, which I'm not getting into in this video, but that is the side of that I would need to configure in order to allow that URL if anybody's typing a domain name to get into it. So hopefully that now gives you a good understanding of just setting up the firewall and the different rules that are going to be associated with the Azure firewall. I want to look now at the concept of the Azure Firewall Manager. Now, in a nutshell, the Azure Firewall Manager is nothing more than just a resource that will help you centrally manage multiple Azure firewalls. So it's just a central place you can go where you can see all of your firewall services and VNets and policies and all of that in one place. So here we are on portal.azure.com. We're just going to click the menu button, and we'll go down here to where it says All Services, and we're just going to do a search for Firewall Manager. And you can see right there is the resource. We'll click on that, and here we are. You can see that the Firewall Manager resource already detects that we have the virtual network firewall security coverage on 4 VNets. It's got a default, because I chose a standard plan, it's got a default network DDoS security coverage. I can click here to see my virtual networks that are associated with it as of right now. It's telling you there's no firewalls deployed on these. It's deployed on VNet 1, but don't let that mislead you, because I have deployed a routing table that routes all the traffic through my firewall. So VNet 1 is my hub VNet, and that is where my firewall is actually installed. Okay, so that's how that is. All right. And then I've also got this thing called virtual hubs. If I wanted to set this up, you can do what's called creating a secure virtual hub. I tell you, this is if you're doing what's called the Azure Virtual Wide Area Network WAN, where you actually could be using Azure as a wide area network for a bunch of on-premise sites, which I'm not really explaining in this video. Same for application delivery platforms and all that. But here you can see all your Azure firewall policies. You can see I have one set of Azure policies, and then I've got I could also go with the security partner providers. Now this would be if you wanted to utilize third-party security partners such as Checkpoint, iBoss, companies like that provide security as a service on the internet. You could actually have traffic be routed through their security services as well, and it'll work in conjunction with your Azure firewall. So that's what that's talking about. You've got DDoS protection, not really explaining that in this video, also not really getting into web application firewall policies in this video either. So the main thing though is just to note that the point of the firewall manager is just to be a central place where you can see all your firewalls in one place, you can see all your policies in one place, all the VNets and subnets that's being associated with it, and it's sort of just like your one-stop shop for all your centralization firewall needs. All right, so that's the idea of the firewall manager. It's just an easy to go to place to see everything all in one interface. Now I want to help you understand the difference between an Azure App Gateway and the Azure Front Door, because these two particular topics can definitely be confusing. They almost sound like they do the same thing. So we want to make sure that we're clear on that. So to start with, what is the Azure Application Gateway? So the Azure Application Gateway is a load balancer, all right, and it has the ability to operate at the 7th layer of the OSI model, whereas a traditional load balancer operates at the 4th layer of the OSI model. Okay, it has the ability to route traffic based on a source IP, destination IP, the port number, but it also has the ability to make decisions based on the HTTP or HTTPS request based on the URI path or URL, Uniform Resource Locator, Uniform Resource Identifier path. Okay, so that is that's the idea there. Whereas a traditional load balancer is just going to basically make decisions on source IP, destination, port, the App Gateway can make decisions based on the actual DNS type name that was typed in. So what is Azure Front Door? So Azure Front Door, this is a newer technology that is Microsoft's official CDN, Content Delivery Network, if you're familiar with that term. The idea of a content delivery network is to be able to route web-based traffic all over the world as quickly as possible, especially when you're dealing with lots of dynamic content. All right, so lots of images that are changing and video is changing. It's very, very oriented towards web content. So not just the DNS name and stuff people are typing in, but actual web content, aiming towards images and video and audio and things like that. So the Front Door also works with Microsoft's Global Edge Network and their partners. So you have a lot of point of presences all over the world that you can route traffic through the Azure network all over the world. So it will go through the Azure network to wherever the destination is. It also means that somebody out on the internet that's going to your web service can type a name in, it gets routed to the Azure network, and then through the Azure network on their high-speed networks to your location, wherever that's at, whatever region your web services is running in. But what's the difference? So the Azure Front Door and the App Gateway, they're both Layer 7 load balancer based technologies. Front Door is geared as a global service that is oriented towards web applications, web images, audio, video. And App Gateway is a regional service, so it is oriented towards a region of the world that you are handling traffic. So it's best if you are looking at it from a smaller perspective. App Gateway is going to be a cheaper solution. For example, if I'm selling, I don't know, let's say tractor parts for rural Montana here in the United States, and I know that my majority of what I'm selling on the internet is going to be geared towards that region of the world, and App Gateway is going to be a better solution. But if I'm a worldwide organization doing lots of traffic for web applications or web images and all that, then Front Door is going to be a better solution. Front Door does what's called path-based load balancing. in a global level that is oriented towards just people being all over the world, whereas your application gateway is geared towards regional. It's perfect for specific VNets that are going to be tied to a regional area, and you need to route traffic to that. So that's the idea. If you look at the diagrams towards the bottom, you're looking at an application gateway scenario on the left there, and then the front door scenario is on the right. So you can see there's a lot more going on that front door scenario, where somebody's, in this example, trying to go to www.contoso.com. They could be anywhere in the world. It routes into the edge of the Azure network, and the Azure network is going to route traffic to wherever region it's supposed to go, pull those images. And the other thing that Azure does with this content delivery network in front door is images can be cached near wherever that person is. So if you're talking about the East US being your region where your web application is, but or web service is, and then maybe the user who is going to your website is in Brazil, then the content delivery network nearest Brazil can cache the images and deliver those images quicker. So that's the idea of the front door. The front door is, again, in most cases, going to be more expensive than a web app gateway as far as load balancing. But hopefully that helps you now kind of get a feel for the difference between those two. Let's take a look now at creating an application gateway load balancer in Azure. So here we are on portal.azure.com. Going to click the menu button and go to All Services, and I'm just going to search for the word Load Balancer, and if we look over here to the right, we can see Application Gateway. So we'll select that, and we're going to click Create Application Gateway. Keep in mind, there are no such things as a free application gateway, so you might want to look at the Azure pricing calculator to get a better feel for this, okay? So here I would choose my resource group. All right, let's say VM destination, application gateway name. I'm going to call it App Gateway Demo. All right. Region, we'll say East US, and then you got your tier. So you can look at the different tiers right here. Learn more about the tier differences. All right, that are available to you. So supporting auto scaling and manual scaling and all that stuff. And of course, you know, the tier is also going to involve the cost, so you'd want to look at this on the Azure calculator to see the big cost there. And do you want to have auto scaling? Yes. So one of the things about the application gateway is that the application gateway can generate more instances of itself. All right. You automatically get a couple of these anyway. One's an active one and one's a passive, but you can also have multiple active application gateways running at the same time, and it'll even you know, both of them can accept traffic simultaneously. If one fails, the other one takes all the traffic for load balancing and all that. So that is what you're going to get out of that. So for standard also, and then also your application gateway can also do web application firewall capabilities as well, and that's where you get into these. Of course, again, you need to look at the pricing calculator because that gets more expensive as you play around with that, some of the different capabilities. Right now we're just focused on the load balancing. So then you have your minimum instance counts here, you know, minimum instance count from 0 to 10. So they tell you right there that you can have more capacity, which is maintained irrespective of the traffic. 0 basically signifies purely auto-scaling application gateway with no additional reserved capacity, while still maintaining high availability services. All right. So when you think about the instances here, you go back over here and look at this right here. All right. They tell you that with the auto scaling, you're going to have multiple instances, right? Multiple instances of your load balancer in their service. And they tell you right here, it says an Azure Application Gateway instance can support around 10 capacity units. So depending upon how much traffic you typically have, you might want to configure your minimum instance auto scaling setting to a value higher than 2. For scale-in events, Application Gateway will drain existing connections for 5 minutes on the instances that are subject to remove. So it all depends on how much load that you're getting in your environment with the application gateway on how many instances of this it's gonna be utilizing. These application gateways are actually running on virtual machines, and so they scale them out very much like a scale set in order to handle all of that. Okay, all right. So then from there, if I want to have availability zones, I can. That adds even more redundancy. And then here, am I going to support HTTP2 or just standard? So right here, it tells you the HTTP2 protocol is available for clients that connect to application gateway listeners only. The communication to the backend pool is over HTTP 1.1. By default, HTTP2 is disabled. And then you can specify virtual network. So what virtual network this is going to tie to, your addressing system, and then go from there. Now, there is a catch to this. They do warn you about this. When you are specifying a virtual network, it tells you the subnet must only have an application gateway. That means you have to have a subnet that just has the application gateway on it. And that is something I would remember if I were you. So I'm actually going to create, we'll say create a new VNet. I'm going to call this the app gateway VNet. All right, and then we could specify the addressing system we want. We're going to do 10.20 will be the addressing system. That'll be a /16. Subnet name will be app gateway subnet. The address space will be 10.20.00/24. You really don't need that many addresses, considering you're just putting the gateway on there, but I've allocated that many addresses. So I'm going to go ahead and click OK. And at that point, I'm going to click Next and go to front ends. So here I am deciding what my front end address is going to be. If it's going to be a public IP address that I'm accepting traffic from the internet, I'm going to choose public. If I'm going to do private, if it's just for internal use, I would choose that. If I want to do both, I can do both. I'm going to do public, and we'll add a pip. I'm going to call it app gateway pip. All right. That's fine. I'm going to click OK to that. It's creating a new pip, and I'm going to click Next to go to backend. So here's my backend pool. This is just like the standard load balancer. I'm going to choose the backend devices. So I would click Add. I would specify a name, backend pool. It says Add backend pool without targets. So if I've got targets I can go ahead and select, I can go ahead and specify those. What's neat about, one of the things that's really neat about the app gateways is that they can do IP addresses just like a standard load balancer, but you can also point directly to a virtual machine. You can do a virtual machine scale set, so you can point to those, or you can even load balance app services that are out there. So that's really cool. Okay. All right. So I am going to, we're going to say just go ahead and create without the backend pool, since I don't really have my virtual machines set up. I'm going to click Next. And then at that point, I get to configure these here. So I've got front end, routing rules, and back end pools. Now I do need to say this is another one of those things in Azure that's constantly changing. You've probably heard me say that before. These screens are constantly changing, so do not be surprised if any point in this your screens may look a little different than mine. It does not matter how frequently I update my videos week after week. It's still, they change everything, it seems like, every week. So just be on the lookout for that. The key here is we're learning the concepts, though. So I've got my front end, right? That's going to show what's here. I've got my back end. That shows right there. So the next thing I've got is routing rules, and that's how we want to route our traffic, right? So we'll click Add. Okay, give it a name. I'm going to call it LB routing. That's load balancing routing. And then you can have different priorities for your rules if you want. So you can specify what you want your priorities to be. And they tell you right here the priority value should be between 1 and 20,000. The lower the number, the higher the priority. Okay, so here's my first rule. What do you want your listener name to be? We'll say HTTP is my listener. All right, and then I would specify my front end IP, and I'm doing port 80. Okay, listener type is basic. They tell you here, if you're hosting a single site behind the application gateway, you're going to choose basic. If you're going to be configuring more than one web application or like have multiple DNS names, that's when you would want to go with multi-site. And then you can also even have an error page URL here that you can specify. So if you have a web developer who sets you up like some error pages, you could point to those right here. At that point, we would click Add. Oh, I forgot about my backend targets here. So we did our listener. Let's click our backend targets. So from there, it says target type, your backend pool, or you want to redirect somewhere else. So my backend pool, this is what I'm generally going to do is I'm wanting, remember, traffic to come in through the front end, and I want it to then be directed to the backend pool. The backend pool would be your virtual machines or websites or web servers that are accepting the traffic, right? In this case, I'm going to specify backend pool. If I wanted to redirect it somewhere else, like to a completely different external site, I can actually put in a URL for that external site right there. But in this case, we'll say backend pool. And then backend settings, if I want to add some additional backend settings here, I can specify those. So I can go here and I can say, we'll say this backend config. And then the protocol is HTTP port 80. And then cookie affinity. Now, cookie affinity, it simply means that we are accepting cookies by the site, by the web server. And what that'll try to do is it'll try to make sure that when the client connects, the client always goes to the same web server based on its cookie. Most of the time, you don't want that turned on unless there's a particular reason that your web application needs to talk to a specific server. You want to avoid turning this on. And then you got what's called connection draining. So they tell you the idea there is this is so if you've got a bunch of connections occurring to your different web servers, this is a way of removing a backend pool member, basically one of the machines in the backend pool. It's a way to gracefully remove it without losing your connection. So if you had to take one of your virtual machines offline or something, you can have it removed and it will drain those connections off and redirect them somewhere else without just deregistering it immediately, deregistering the instance of the virtual machine and causing those clients to get an error before retrying and connecting. So this is something that you can do. You can turn this feature on. They do tell you here that this applies to backend instances that are explicitly removed from a backend pool via some kind of like an API call, an application programming interface call, and it goes by the health probe. So you can turn that feature on if you want, and you can set the time period you want the draining to occur. Then you have request timeout. That's keep alives. If request times out, so they tell you here if a request times out, it's basically going to be the amount of seconds that your app gateway is going to wait when it receives a response from like a backend pool before it throws a connection timeout message. And then from there, you've got override backend path. So if you look there, they tell you that this is going to override the path in the URL so that if a request for a specific path can be routed to another path, then it'll override that path. So for example, if you are going to a website, like let's say you're going to examlabpractice.com, and I'm trying to display on my website, examlabpractice.com, I'm trying to display something, but what I want to display is actually coming from a totally different website. And I want to be able to hide that URL name. I want to hide that domain name. I can have these paths overwritten. So if you look at their example, they say if you intend to route requests from contoso.com/images to default, then enter / in the text box. Subsequently attach this HTTP setting to the rule will be associated to contoso.com/images. So you're able to not display a specific path if you want. You can have it not display a full path. You could redirect somewhere else if you've got a website that's displaying some text that's being mapped from somewhere else or an image that's being mapped from somewhere else. It can appear as though it's coming from your site. All right, and so I could just put a / there if I want. Again, this is this is more one of those things that you really have to talk to your web developer to decide whether or not you're going to want to do that. Okay, some of this stuff we IT people don't deal with a whole lot because it depends on the web developer who has developed your site. All right, and then there you have the host name. It tells you here by default the application gateway does not change the incoming HTTP host headers from the client, because that's what I was getting into about changing about names by default. If you've got a link on your site that links to a different website to display an image or something, it's going to display that other website's name. If you want to override that, you can. You can actually make it where your DNS name will override it. So they tell you here, by default, the application gateway does not change the incoming HTTP host header from the client and sends the header unaltered to the back end. All right. So whatever somebody's name, whatever link or URL that's being used, it's going to display that outright, even if it's from a different website. If you want to override it and make it appear as though, instead of, if I've got examlabpractice.com/image.jpg, and really that image is coming from contoso.com/image.jpg, I could make it appear as though the image was coming from examlabpractice.com as opposed to Contoso. So that's what that has to do with. Again, you really have to work with a web developer on whether or not some of these features are going to be helpful to you. So then at that point, we click add to that. We'll click add, and we've got our routing rules. And then finally, if we had any tags, we could specify tags. We review and create, and then we can create the app gateway. Now, remember, be careful with this one. It is going to cost you some money when you activate it. And another kind of forewarning, it does take about 15-20 minutes to set the application gateway up. So it's going to take a while to process before it finishes. Now, on top of the Azure firewall, which is basically a general neutral based firewall that handles pretty much any traffic flowing in and out of VNets, Microsoft also has the web application firewall, WAF, that is oriented just towards web services, and it can be combined in conjunction with the front door feature, which can be used for load balancing. So you can use web application firewall for both load balancing as well as the firewall services if you use it in conjunction with the front door. So I want to show you a little bit of that right now. Here we are on portal.azure.com. I'm going to click the menu button. We're going to go to all services, and we'll just search for web application firewall. You'll see it right there. And we'll click that, and you'll notice this option down here that says create a front door WAF policy. So we'll go ahead and click to create that. And let me warn you, this is yet another feature that seems like they are changing week after week after week. So it is one of those things, no matter how many times I update my videos, I can't seem to stay ahead of them on this. So don't be surprised if your screen might look a little different than mine. It's one of those things we just got to get used to. Things are constantly changing. So right here, they're telling you this web application firewall is oriented for attacks such as SQL injections, cross-site scripting. It is geared towards what's known as the OWASP top 10 threats, which are very popular. If you've ever done any kind of web development or work with web developers, that OWASP thing is the top 10 threats is a big deal, and they've oriented their web application firewall for that. So if we come down here to policy, it says, okay, we are doing the global WAF, which is, of course, going to be tied to front door, because that's for global, and then there's regional, would use in conjunction with an application gateway if this is just for regional. So we'll go here, front door. And you have the different tiers here, classic, premium, standard. You can go here to this article, and you can read up on some of the different capabilities and features and all that in the SKU if you want. Some of the different features that you get, but this again, as far as a SKU goes, this is something that is constantly changing. Essentially, when it comes to this, you have the older one, the classic one, which I don't really recommend. It's got limitations on it, from when it first came out, and then you've got the standard, which is going to give you the standard capabilities that you would want, all the different abilities of detecting the SQL injection, cross-site scripting, and all that. But you can also go a premium, which has additional intrusion detection and prevention features. All right, but I'm going to go with standard, tie this to my subscription. Here's my resource group. We'll put this in VNet Demo RG, and then I would give it a policy name and call it WAF Policy Demo. All right, and then policy state is turned on. It tells you that the policy can either be enabled or disabled. The WAF policy will not apply to any websites at the moment. So I am turning this on. Policy mode is prevention or detection. So I just want it, do I want it to detect, which is just going to be monitoring and logging what's going on, or do I want it to try to stop a threat? I'm going to go ahead and say prevention, okay? So at that point, we'll click to manage rules. And right here you can see I have no rules at all put in place because I have to actually create some rules before I have that. And since I haven't created any rules, there's no rules available for me to select. So that's fine. We'll click next. Then we've got policy settings. They tell you here that the WAF policy allows you to control access to the web applications by a set of custom and managed rules. There's multiple settings here. Do I want it to inspect do I want it to do what's called a body inspection? So that's actually going to, it will slow things down just a little, but it's going to scan the body of all of the web pages and HTML code and all of that we're using here. It'll look to see if there's been any kind of code injection on the site. So if you are hosting a website and you allow users to post data, like maybe it's a forum or some kind of social media site, it will scan all the body of the code. It's gonna use more performance, and it's gonna use more bandwidth to do this. You can also have a redirect to URL if it detects anything. You can have it. It says block response status code. It gives a 403. When a request is blocked. Block response bot if you want to have a message posted here if in response of if a body detection, there's some kind of issue detected in the body of the code. All right, you can also go here. This is where you can create custom rules if you want. Where this would be if I wanted to set up specific conditions based on a region or area that somebody's in, like country. I could set that here, which I'm not going to do right now. And then association, if I want to associate this with a front door profile, which I'm not going to do right now either. And then we would click review and create, and we'll let this finalize, and we're going to click to create. And I'm going to go ahead and pause the video while that's creating. All right, now that this is done, I'm going to click go to resource. Here is the web app firewall policy that I've set up here, and if we come over here to custom rules, we can click to add a custom rule. We'll give it a name, WAF web rule is what I'm going to call it. I can go ahead and turn this on and enable the rule if I want. And then I got this thing called rule type, and this is the main thing I really wanted to show you here. You have a match and you have rate limit. So match means that you're going to set some conditions down here, and it's going to look for a match and decide what to do based on that match, whether it's going to allow or it's going to deny it. But there's also rate limit. Now, rate limit will essentially assign a rate limit duration and a rate limit threshold. And what that'll do is that'll prevent, let's say, one IP address out there from being able to connect more than a certain number of times, 100 being the default. So this is a form of denial of service attack, of flooding protection that can be put in place. So within a 1 minute period, no single IP address can send more than 100 connections at a time. Okay, if you know anything about denial of service attack flooding, you may know that clients can send thousands, tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of connections at a time if they've got the right equipment and the right software. All right, so that's the idea of rate limit. You can set your priority. You had multiple rules. You could decide what the priority is going to be. Okay, and then from there you've got your conditions. So if we'll say IP address matches, if there's a certain IP match, or you could say geolocation, you set the size, a certain keyword it's going to look for as a string. Then you say match the variable. let's say remote IP address or socket address. That gets into like IP port sockets and all that. So we'll say remote addresses does contain or does not contain, so a certain address range, certain IP address or address range. Okay, so maybe I was looking for a certain address. We'll say this address here. All right, and then from there, are we going to deny the traffic or are we going to allow the traffic? Are we allowing it, denying it, log traffic only, or redirect traffic? Okay, so we can decide what to do with that based on that. All right, we're going to allow it, we're going to deny it. We could say, well, maybe this particular server, this address that's communicating from the internet into this web application, this website through the front door, maybe that is a on-premise based server. All right, and normally the rate limit would be, set to 100, but I don't want to set the rate limit. Sorry. And if I'd set it for for everybody else out there, maybe I do have a rate limit set. And with this IP address, I'm not going to have a rate limit because maybe this server that's on premise needs to be able to send thousands of requests per second or something like that. All right. And so I'm going to go ahead and say allow that traffic. We would click add, and we've now added that. So if we wanted to add other custom rules that were denying things based on these various pieces of criteria, we could go ahead and do that. And then from there, we can associate this with front door services and all that we have in our on-premise environment. Okay, or I'm sorry, in our cloud environment that could also tie to our on-premise environment. Okay, so again, the idea here of a WAF policy is that it is just oriented towards web applications, whereas a standard Azure firewall is a general neutral firewall. Any type of traffic can flow through it, and you have to pay the premium services and all that to get the additional web service capabilities and all that. Whereas the web application policies here, this is if you're utilizing front door, this can go hand in hand with that. Now, on certain resources that we have in Azure, we can configure firewall-related settings directly on that resource. I'm going to demonstrate this real quick on a storage account. If I go here to portal.azure.com, click the menu button, and then I'm going to go to storage accounts. All right. If you don't have that, you can always do go to all services and do a search. And I've already created a storage account, and if you are wanting to try this yourself, you can always create one. But I'm going to go right here on the storage account, and if I go down here to where it says security plus networking, there is a networking blade, and you can see that firewalls and virtual networks, this is already enabled for all networks that this storage account is interacting with. The firewall services feature is already enabled. Now, if you wanted, you could just enable this for certain virtual networks and IP addresses. You can go down here. You can add specific VNets that firewall protection will be enabled on. Or if you wanted to do specific IP ranges instead of specific VNets, you can do that here. Add IP ranges to allow access from the internet on your on-premise networks if you want. All right, so I can select that, and I could specify the addressing space there that I want in regards to allowing access from the internet or like an on-premise network. All right. Ultimately, though, by default, this is usually set to enabled from all networks. All right. So all services will travel through the firewall services in regards to this storage account. Again, it isn't just storage accounts that have this capability. You're going to find these capabilities on some of the other resources like the Azure Key Vaults and SQL database services and things like that. They all have some firewall-specific services that can be associated with those resources. I'd now like to help you understand the difference between something called a service endpoint versus a private endpoint. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is we're going to just move this up here, and we're going to split the screen in half here. Half of the screen will represent service endpoint, the other half will represent the private endpoint. Okay, and next thing is we're going to have our internet connection here and an internet connection over here. Okay, this is going to represent the Azure environment, this box here. So this is going to be Azure, representing Azure as a whole, and I am just going to copy and paste that over. Okay. All right, let me move the internet up a little bit over here. All right, and there you go. So there's our Azure environment. Okay, and the thing you got to understand is obviously that Azure is producing different types of services. These services are in the forms of resources that Azure is providing, and we have different we have other resources such as virtual machines that need to interact with these different services that are running inside of Azure. For example, you might have a storage account, okay, and that storage account resource obviously is providing access to data, maybe blobs or something like that, for Azure. Okay, and of course you've got a, let's say this is a virtual machine. All right, and let me create a VNet here. This is going to be our VNet, and then over here we have subnet. So the virtual machine is sitting on a subnet. Okay, so all that's fine and dandy, right? Now this virtual machine needs to interact with that storage account. Now traditionally, the way that storage accounts work, and some other services in Azure, is they're connected to the internet, and what happens is your virtual machine would end up having to use the address of the storage account to get to it. It actually have to go out to the internet. You know, I think we can all agree that doesn't make a lot of sense. If the storage account is on the Azure network and the virtual machine is on the Azure network, why can't this virtual machine just talk directly to the storage account? Well, that is exactly what a service endpoint does. Okay, a service endpoint allows virtual machines to be able to communicate directly with storage accounts on the Azure environment without having to go out to the internet and then back in. Okay, now you're going to find that this is essentially also what a private endpoint does, but let's talk about some differences. With service endpoints, you could have multiple storage accounts, and when you enable a service endpoint, all storage accounts in your region become available to that virtual machine to communicate with directly. No longer does it have to go out to the internet and then back in. It can talk to those directly. Now, with let's copy this information and we're going to move it over to the private endpoint side of things. This is the private endpoint method. With a private endpoint, it's a one-to-one connection. Okay, and so what ends up happening is when you establish a private endpoint, you are just going to attach a single storage account. Now, to clarify, something else that's kind of interesting here is that your storage account will actually get a VNIC. Okay, and that VNIC, that virtual network, can be attached to the subnet, and that storage account is linked through that VNIC, and it can have a private IP address. Over here, these storage accounts continue to have their public address, but when your virtual machine hits the public address, maybe it queries the DNS name of the storage account or whatever, even though it's hitting the public address, it never leaves the Azure network. It never actually has to route outside of Azure onto the internet and back in. It stays within Azure. And that's the way it would work for both of these. But with a private endpoint, when you set that up, the storage account gets a VNIC associated with it, which can be associated with the subnet, and the virtual machine can talk to that VNIC and talk to the storage account directly. And it is a one-to-one communication. So this storage account would be accessible by this VM without having to go out to the internet, but this one would not. Okay, And so you really kind of have to decide which route you want to go. It's more work, obviously, to do it this way, but there are the benefit of having a private address, and you have that one-to-one communication going if you want. But ultimately, you can still go this route and get the job done quickly. And my experience has been most people just enable service endpoints and not do a whole lot with private endpoints. But you have both options available to you, and they're relatively easy to activate. All right, so how do we implement a service endpoint or private endpoint inside of Azure? Let's take a look. Here we are on portal.azure.com. I'm going to click the menu button here, and we're going to go to Resource Groups. And let's go to the VNet Demo RG resource group. All right, and then from there, I've got various VNets that I have set up, okay? Let's say that I have a virtual machine that's running on VNet 2. All right, so I would click VNet 2. All right, if I look over here, you have service endpoints and private endpoints. Okay, so if I go to service endpoints here, I'm just going to click add, and I'm going to select the whichever service I'm making available. In this case, if I'm talking about a storage account, then I'm going to choose Microsoft.storage. At that point, it says, all right, service endpoint policies, which there are no policies implemented involving service endpoints. You can set Azure policies for that. And then I would specify the subnet that the virtual machine is on. Is it on both? Do I have virtual machines on both subnets or just the first subnet? I'm going to say I have it on both. And at that point, I'm going to click add. And just like that, it actually establishes an internal connection with the storage account services in my region for storage accounts. All right. It does take a moment to show up. Now, if I go over here to private endpoints, I have no private endpoints. To do a private endpoint, what you actually have to do is go to your resource group, click create, and then just do a search for a private endpoint. Okay, so you establish a private endpoint just a little bit different. There it is, and you go through the process. So you can go through the wizard for creating the private endpoint. Let's go back and let's see if our service endpoint has shown up yet. All right, so we'll go to VNet 2, and we're going to click on our service endpoint, and it looks like it has been established. So it is officially set up on that. Again, you can also go through the wizard if you want on the private endpoint and play around a little bit with that. Just make sure that you have a storage account available with where your VNets are, and then you should be able to establish that. But all in all, very easy, very quick and easy to set that up. I'd like to now spend some time talking about the Azure DDoS protection. Now, DDoS is Distributed Denial of Service Attack. Protection, if you're not familiar with it, the most common way this occurs is where hackers use botnets to flood so much traffic into your environment that it causes your resources to not be responsive. And so, of course, Azure needs to be protected against that, and Microsoft wants to give you that protection. They already do have some DDoS protection just built right in, but if you want the additional protection, then that is something you can implement. So let's take a look at that right now. Here I am on portal.azure.com. I'm just going to go click the menu button, and I'm going to click to go to all services, and then from there I'm just going to do a search for DDoS, and you can see we have DDoS protection plans right there. So we'll click that. We'll click to create DDoS protection plan. All right, and we'll choose the VNet Demo RG resource group, and I'm going to call it DDoS Protection Demo. All right, East US, review and create. And once it's done validating, we'll click create, and we just got to wait on that to finish. All right, once it's done, I'll just click Go to Resource, and that's going to bring me into this DDoS Protection Demo Protection Plan resource. All right, and then from there, I can go down here to Add Protected Resource, and the various things that you can add this plan for is for VNets, firewalls, application gateways, bastion host, load balancers, network interface cards, virtual machine scale sets, and virtual network gateways. All right. So those are your various options. I'm going to click on firewall. Now I'm going to go up to add, and we'll click add, and okay, it says the subscription and the resource group and the VNet. We're going to go with VNet 1. That's where our firewall is at. So it's going to go ahead and add that to that resource. Okay, and so we have we have now added that DDoS protection. Now here's the big question: what does this cost to add this protection? Well, if you go to, let's go and do a quick Google search for Azure Calculator. And we'll go to the pricing calculator. All right. Once that comes up, you're just going to do a quick search for the word DDoS, or the acronym DDoS. There it is, Azure DDoS protection. Click View. Okay. And I think I have got it added multiple times. So let's clear that out real fast. There we go. Now we'll add it again. I think I added it twice. There we go. And as you can see, at least at the time of this video, you can see protection for up to 100 resources. The upfront cost is $0, but monthly is $2,943.55. That's 29.44. That's dollars per resource. Okay. So if you start looking at how many resources you got, you can up that. You can see what the cost is, and you can see the monthly cost going up. So that's the thing you want to consider if you are going to implement this DDoS protection. You do need to consider price, but all in all, as you can see, it's very, very easy to add this if you want. Okay, very, very straightforward. There's not a lot of configuration to it. It's just a matter of adding the various resources. Now that we've gotten through this these Azure firewall section and all that, I think it's a good idea for you to wipe out all these changes you made, because it is going to be using Azure credit the longer it is in place. So I'm going to go up to the menu button here. I'm going to go to resource groups, and I'm going to go into this resource group VNet demo, and I'm going to tell it to delete the resource group, and this is going to delete all the resources in the resource group. So we just paste the name in there, hit delete. This will take a little while to delete, but it will get deleted. I am also going to delete, I had a storage account that I added, and I'm going to delete that storage account as well. So I just recommend, for practice sake, get rid of the stuff that you don't really need anymore. I don't really need any of that firewall stuff that I was playing with, and to conserve Azure credit, it's a good idea to delete that stuff. So that would be my advice at this point in the course. I'd like to now go over the concepts of installing endpoint protection on a VM and how that can be monitored. So what is endpoint protection? So this gets into basically the anti-malware capabilities that Microsoft offers us for the ability to obviously scan for viruses and spyware and exploit protection, threat protection, all these different things that Microsoft provides in their security services that we can now install in one agent on our devices. And they've made it very easy to do this. You can actually have this Microsoft anti-malware services installed when you create your VM. You could install it after. You can use it as a download. It could be installed in an on-premise VM. You can install it through PowerShell. There's various different ways that you can do this. And then what happens is you can use the Microsoft Defender. If we come over here to the menu button on portal.azure.com and go to all services and just do a search for the word Defender, you can use Microsoft Defender for Cloud, and it'll tie into this once the agent is installed. So I want to show you how we can get this installed and take a look at it. All right, so here we are again, portal.azure.com. I'm going to click the menu button. I'm going to go to resource groups, and I'm going to create a VM. Okay, real quick, I'm assuming you already know how to create a VM, so I'm not going to get into all the details. I just want to, there's a few things I want to show you. So I'm just going to call this VM demo. All right, be the name of my resource group. Okay, and we'll go there, create the resource group. We're going to click the menu button and go to virtual machines now. We'll click to create an Azure virtual machine. All right, and I'm stored in the VM demo resource group. I'm going to call this Win Server 1. All right, East US. Not going to worry about availability groups, any of that stuff. We'll just do the Windows Server 2022. I'm just going to take the default size, and my username will be ELP Exam Lab Practice Admin. Password, put that in. Just answering the minimum requirements here. All right, I think everything else there is good. I am going to switch this over to standard for the hard disk drive. Nothing else here for networking. I'm just going to leave all that the same. And management, I am going to do auto shutdown at 7 p.m. All right, and then the monitoring, I'm just going to disable the boot diagnostics. And then here's what I really want to show you. It's on the advanced tab here. I'm going to click select an extension to install. So we're going to click that, and I'm going to scroll down and load more. All right, and the extension that I want is called Microsoft Anti-Malware. Okay, so this is going to go ahead and install this agent directly onto the virtual machine. You could go and download the agent. Just do a quick Google Bing search, and you can find the agent itself. You can download it. You can also install it through PowerShell. There's lots of articles that walk through how to do that. We're going to go ahead and do it through the virtual machine itself. Okay, do I want to exclude? I have any excluded files, locations, file extensions. I want to exclude processes. I want to exclude no. Do I want to enable real-time protection? Yes. Do I want to do scheduled scans? I can. Do I want to do just quick scans, or do I want to do a full hard drive scan? All right, I can set a scan day and a scan time. So I'm just going to go ahead now and click create, and that's going to be the extension that I'm going to install. All right, so at that point we're going to click review and create. And we're going to click to create. All right, so we'll let this virtual machine get installed. I'll pause the recording while that's happening. Okay, the deployment just takes a few minutes, and it will take a little longer than a virtual machine normally takes to deploy, just because it is deploying that anti-malware. That's the endpoint protection capabilities that's going to link it back to the cloud, okay? So I should be able now to click the menu button, go to my virtual machines, and I should see my virtual machine here, Win Server 1. All right, and the first thing I want to show you here is that you could also install this extension after the fact. So if you've already got a virtual machine, you can always go right here on that virtual machine, go to extensions, and then you could have just added the extension from here. All right, so it's not like you have to do it when you are creating the virtual machine. You can always do it after the fact. Okay, so you can see here that that is installed. It is provisioned, as you can see, so it has been configured correctly. And then if I want, I can actually go here to Microsoft Defender for Cloud, and we can see if there is any alerts or anything as of yet, and there is not. Everything is linked, but there's no security incidents or anything like that. Now if I want to connect to it, I can go right here to RDP. I can connect to it. I've actually already done that to save time. So here it is. This is the virtual machine. I've connected to it already. Okay. And if I go right here to start, there is a Windows security option I can go to right here. You can see everything is connected. If I go, everything is showing up just fine. Now, if I go over here to virus and threat, scroll down. So everything says is updated. Everything's good there. Nothing, no issues are showing up. So everything seems to be solid as far as all that goes. Virus and device security, all that is showing up just fine. Okay, so no issues whatsoever. Your virtual machine is linked up here. I can look at protection history, so nothing there, no issues there. Everything is solid. If I come back up here to virus and threat protection, I can scroll down, and right here where it says virus and threat protection, click manage settings. You can see cloud delivered protection. That is turned on, so it is able to deliver that. If I minimize this again, everything's gonna show up here in Defender for Cloud. All right, this is where the endpoint protection and all that is looked at. And of course, you can also go back over to Microsoft Defender for Cloud if you go to all services. Do a search for it, and if there's any issues that are showing up, you would begin seeing that here. You have security posture, which is going to tell you, overall, if you've got any unhealthy services. You can click the view recommendations here and see if there's any issues. Of course, if I had any kind of malware or anything like that on my virtual machine, I would start seeing that appear here. Obviously, I don't, so everything is good to go. And that's how you can set up the endpoint protection for anti-malware on your virtual machines. Now, one of the most important things that we have to think about when it comes to securing virtual machines is keeping those virtual machines updated. Now, if you're dealing with an IaaS scenario, infrastructure as a service, where you are under control of the operating system of a virtual machine, that's something you got to worry about. Now, if you're utilizing a PaaS-based service, platform as a service, then you're not under the control of the operating system. You're just under control of the apps, so you don't really have to stress out about it as much, because Microsoft will handle making sure security updates and all that are there. But again, if we are in control of the VMs, we have to consider that. All right. So here I am on portal.azure.com. I'm going to click the menu button here and go to the virtual machines blade, and I've created a virtual machine called WinServer 1. So I'm going to click on WinServer 1, and then I'm going to scroll down a little bit here, and you're going to see a blade under operations called updates. Now, there's two different approaches when it comes to dealing with updates. And one is you can do what is known as an Azure automation account. So you can actually sign up for what is known as an Azure automation account, and you can manage your virtual machines updates using an Azure automation account, which is sort of the old way of going about it. And you go right here and you can create an Azure automation account. And the thing about an Azure automation account is it can do more than just manage updates, and it's also more expensive. It's a more expensive solution because you have to pay for that, and you may just need it for updates. You may not need it for all the other capabilities that it has. And I'm not really going over Azure automation accounts in this video, so I'm not going to get into all the things it can do, but there's a lot of things that an Azure automation account can do. But what Microsoft has now added, which is what we really want to focus on here, is the ability to go right here under guest operating system updates, and we can see total updates, update history, scheduling, all of that right here. And they've made this very, very easy for us to control on our virtual machine. We can go right here for check for updates if we want. We can trigger an assessment to go ahead and run through. And of course this takes time, but it will do an assessment and provide us information on what updates are available. And if we want to force a one-time update, we can do that. All right. You can schedule updates if you want, so you have the ability to perform scheduling, and it will make you create this little maintenance configuration. But I wouldn't do that until it actually goes through the process of checking the update assessment. All right. Once the update assessment and all that is complete, then at that point you would say, oh, okay, well, I have updates that I need to install. All right. I can also go to update management center, and I can look at all of the updates as a whole. And this is really fantastic because, again, the old automation account method, you had to manage all your updates through that, and there was a lot more going on there than just updates. They've got it all in one place now for us. So I can very easily see all of my virtual machines. I've only got one, but I could see all of my virtual machines. I've also got the ability to use what's called Arc, which I'm not really explaining in this video, but I'll give it to you in a nutshell. Arc is, of course, something that can link to your on-premise environment, and you could also be managing your virtual machine updates from your on-premise side as well, which is really, really cool. All right. And but you can see here any installations that have gone through, any kind of failed or completed, warnings, pending updates. You can also, of course, they've got Linux updates here. Of course, I've got a Windows server, but you got Linux involved there as well. All right, and again, you can see your specific virtual machine. It says, all right, I've done my assessment. There's 4 pending updates. Let's go right there. That brings us back over to our server. All right. And we can see the updates here. It even tells us if there's going to be a reboot required here. Okay, so if I want to force if it's going to need to do a reboot, it's letting you know ahead of time that that's going to be the case. All right. So I can go here to one-time update right here. Windows Server got 4 pending updates. All right. Next. All right. Select updates to be installed. So specific updates So I could say include a specific update classification, KB. I could exclude or include a patch publishing date as well, which is neat. I can set a specific date if I want. I can select all, add all the updates here that I want, or if you just wanted to update, specify a specific classification, you could do that as well. All right, so we'll click next, and then you don't want to do a reboot. I'll say if the reboot is required, never reboot, always reboot. We'll say reboot is required. Okay, we can set the maintenance window. They tell you this is specify amount of time that it's going to take to deploy the updates in minutes. So you can have a maintenance window, a period of time where that's going to happen. And then at that point you click install, and we've now triggered our updates to be installed on our server. Okay, and so as you can see, it's very, very easy to manage the updates now on virtual machines. It's much easier now than when we used to deal with automation accounts. All right, I gave it a few minutes, and the updates did officially get installed. You can see that it took about, well, it says it took a couple of minutes, but I would say it actually took a little bit longer than that. It took maybe about 10 minutes or so. But the updates did get installed, and we can see that there's no more updates available because the updates have officially been installed. We can click on history. We can see that that has happened. And so as you can see, it's very easy to manage these updates and get these updates installed on your virtual machines. I'd like to now look at the concepts behind securing container services in Azure. So if you're familiar with container services, you may be aware Microsoft has different container options for hosting these virtual containers in their environment, one being the Azure Container Instances, which is usually the one recommended for smaller environments, whereas they've also got the Kubernetes service, AKS, for larger environments and orchestration of containers. So here we are on portal.azure.com. We're going to click the menu button, and we're going to go to All Services, and we're just going to search for the word container. And even though I didn't spell it correctly, you'll see container instances right here. So I'm going to go to create a container instance. All right, and then it asks about a resource group. I'm just going to create a new resource group just called container demo. All right, and container name, we'll just call this my container instance. That'll be the name, and I'm just going to go with East US. No availability zones. So I want to do a quick start, Azure Container Registry or an other container registry. Again, not really getting into the details behind creating containers here. I'm just going to go with quick start. All right, it says, all right, you want to do a Linux image, you want to do Nginx, do you want to do server core? I'll just do this Linux one here. It's a hello world image. And then at that point, we'll click next, and you have the networking side of things if you want to configure any network related stuff here. And then I'm going to click advanced, and if I wanted to specify any advanced stuff here. Now this gets into the fact that I can use encryption keys and all that fun stuff, which I'll look at the security of all this here coming up. But I will say the fact that if I want to utilize encryption keys for encrypting everything, Microsoft will allow for two options there. I can do encryption with a Microsoft managed key, which is basically going to let Microsoft just manage the encryption keys for encrypting the container information, or I can do a customer managed key, which I can create a key vault for, and that customer managed key can be a key that I provide. Now, why is that valuable? It's valuable because if we have our own HSM equipment on premise, if you're not familiar with HSM equipment, HSM, hardware security modules. These are appliances that a lot of people will implement in their on-premise environment, and they will keep encryption keys on that. And Microsoft has their own equipment, they manage it, or we can actually manage our own keys. And the reason that's beneficial is because we can have a copy of the key stored on our own equipment, copy of the key stored in Azure, and essentially we can have services that web services and things like that that are using this encryption key along with the Azure, and it's all the same key across the board. You're not dealing with multiple keys for different things. So that's an option. If I want to do a customer managed key, it gives me a little bit more control over the key. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and click review and create. Let's see, validation failed. Oh, let's see, what did I do? Oh, okay, I see what I did. I added one there. I didn't mean to do that. Review and create, and then wait for the validation, and we'll go ahead and pull the trigger and create the container instance. I'll go ahead and pause the recording while that's happening. All right, after that's done, I'm just going to click go to the resource here. And so securing a container, we'll start with the IAM. This is the access control, role-based access control. So if you're going to control who can manage the container, make changes to it, you can do that here. You can go to role assignment, and then you can add a role assignment for whoever's going to be able to manage it, whether it be a contributor or reader. And there's some other role options down here that you can look at the descriptions on. You can also click view to view the actual details of the permissions that they have. So that's the first thing to understand is when it comes to managing containers is that you can manage things through role-based control, right? Like many of the other services in Azure. So the second thing to be aware of is if you want to use a managed identity, which you should already kind of have an idea of this, managed identity, you can do that here. I can do a system identity that I could go ahead and have it create, and it will associate the system identity with these services. And then that system identity can also be used for granting access through role-based access control as well. So like if this container need to interact with some other like a virtual machine or something like that, now that you got the system assigned identity, you can assign that through role-based access control on that virtual machine. You could also do this with user assign. Okay, so again, you should already kind of have an understanding of the idea of managed identities, but that's something else to consider when it comes to security. Okay, and then the third thing I want to look at is locks. One of the concerns is that a container might get deleted. You can actually add a lock here. I could say, don't delete, and then I can click OK. And at that point, it's now protected, so this container cannot be deleted. I'm going to get rid of that, though, because I am eventually going to delete the container because it's just using Azure services right now. And the final thing that is very important to keep in mind here is the development of the site. So if you have a developer that is going to be contributing, code, a website code and stuff like that into this container and making changes, they should always follow the security standards in web development. And my biggest advice there is to follow what's called OWASP. If you go out there to somewhere like Google, just do a Google search for OWASP top 10, do a search for that. You can read, developers can read about the OWASP foundation. And when it comes to developing web code, they should follow the OWASP standards. And Microsoft wants you to remember that the OWASP top 10 standards is very important when developing any kind of web code. But all in all, there isn't too much here to be concerned about. Microsoft keeps the containers updated and stuff like that for you, so you're squared away there. The main thing is just to remember that you can manage the IAM, you can do managed identities, and then you can also place locks. And then remember that you have to consider the development of your web code as well. I want to go over the concepts now of managing the security for container registries. Now, if you are a company that's going to be working with a lot of web app-based containers, it's a good idea to consider utilizing a container registry because it's going to give you access to manage everything privately, especially if you're dealing a lot with Docker containers and all that. So let's go in right now and let's create a container registry, and we'll talk about securing it. So here we are on portal.azure.com. We're going to go to the menu button. We're going to go to all services, do a search for container registry. Okay, you'll see the container registries option there. We'll go there. Then we're going to click to create a container registry. All right, specify a resource group. All right, I'll just create a new one. I'll just call it a container registry demo. All right, and give it a name, container registry ELP for exam lab practice. And we'll go there. We'll say East US. All right. Not going to deal with availability zone, any of that. Now, we do have different SKUs. You can look at the pricing and other information by going to their link. Here's the latest information on that. The main thing is with standard, there's certain things you don't get. For example, if you go over to networking, you don't get to utilize private connectivity for the container registry. So you'll notice here it tells you that you can connect the registry either publicly via public IP address or privately using a private endpoint, but you got to have premium SKU. So that's one thing to consider for security there if you want it to completely be private only and not a public-based IP address container registry. Then you would want to go with the premium. So that's one security technique I want to get across to you now. The second is for encryption. You'll notice this option is grayed out as well. Now if I switch back over and I go with premium, you'll notice that I can make it a private private access if I want. It'll allow me to create a private endpoint, and I could link that to a specific virtual network and all of that fun stuff if I want. Okay, just give it a name, private endpoint. All right, put it in the container demo resource group, create the virtual network. You can integrate it with DNS. It'll set up a private DNS zone for you, so you have a private DNS name that everything can link to. All right, so I can click OK on that, and then I can go over here to encryption, and I'm allowed to use a customer managed key instead of a Microsoft managed key. Of course, you can set up a key vault for that and have your own managed key if your company's using its own a hardware security module equipment or whatever. Okay, I'm not going to enable that right now. I did want to point out that's something you could do. So let's go here and we'll go ahead and create it, and I will just pause the recording while that's creating. Now that that's done, I'm going to go over here to go to resource. And so a couple things here. First off, you have IAM, and of course that is for access control, identity and access management, access control, role-based access control essentially. And of course, if I want to assign a specific role, give access to somebody, this is the way I'm going to go about doing it. All right, so we already understand how roles work, so that's one piece of information as far as securing a container registry. Is you can control who has access to that container registry using this role-based access control. Okay, the second is the access keys. So if I go right here, I have access keys, registry. This is if you're using like Docker, the Docker software, and you want to log on to this container registry, you can turn this admin controls on, and at that point, this will be the username, and then you've got your password here. Okay, so that is what that's going to do for you. There's encryption if you wanted to. Again, right now we're using the Microsoft managed encryption keys, but if we wanted to use the customer managed keys, you can go that route as well. And then we also support a managed identity. We can do the system assigned identity or the user assigned identity. You should already know what all that is. And then networking. This is right now we've got public access turned off. That's one of the things we did. We signed up for premium, so if we didn't want to do public access, we didn't have to. If we want to turn on public access, we can. So that is something we can turn on. Right now we have private access enabled, which is a premium feature. You also, with this is something that does link to Microsoft Defender for Cloud, so your different containers can work in conjunction with Defender for Cloud, and Defender for Cloud can check for security incidents and all that. So that's another thing to consider from a security standpoint. The last thing would be locks. If you were afraid that the container registry might get deleted, you could always enable like a lock called "Don't Delete" or something like that, and at that point nobody would be able to delete it. So that is the ways, the different methods that you could use for securing your container registry. Let's talk now about the concept of securing the environments in a serverless situation. So a serverless situation is where Microsoft is completely hosting all the services for us in basically it's like a platform as a service environment. The difference is we don't have to really deal at all with sizing anything here. We're not having to choose virtual CPUs or RAM or any of that like we do even with an app service plan. This is great for developers. It is really perfect for developers that just want to jump right in and have a development environment where they can write code and maybe web code and things like that right out of the gates. So that's what a serverless scenario is really good for. Azure has what's known as Azure Functions, which is one of their primary serverless environments. So let's take a look at that now. Here I am on portal.azure.com. Going to click the menu button here, going to go to all services. We're just going to do a search for function. So then you'll see function app. We'll go there, create a function app. All right, choose our subscription, our resource group. Let's just create a new one. We'll just call this serverless demo. All right, and then give it a name, serverless example. All right, and then it says code or use a Docker container. So this is a runtime stack or a Docker container essentially, okay? All right, so from there, we're doing code. This is going to be a runtime stack. It's going to be a serverless-based scenario as opposed to using the Docker-based scenario where you would actually do a pricing plan. So you see down here where I chose Docker, and I've got all this down here I have to choose, but with this, I don't do that. In fact, the consumption is serverless, which is what we're choosing here, right? And so we'll go with .NET. It'll be a Windows-based scenario since it is .NET. And then I'll choose EastUS for me, and then I'm going to go to hosting, and we got to have a storage account for this to host it in. So that's one of the big things is we're not hosting this on a bunch of VMs or anything. It's being hosted by our storage account, so everything's going to be stored inside of a storage account. All right, so from there we would choose networking, and it does tell you you can have this thing called network injection, but it's only available if you go with the premium, basic, standard, premium, dedicated app service plans. We're not doing an app service plan. We are doing a serverless plan. All right. So then monitoring. In a secure environment, I would definitely recommend utilizing monitoring so that you can go in and look at logs and all that. But I'm not really covering logging and all that right now in this video. So I'm going to just choose no to that. It's going to save me a little cost here. We'll click next on deployment. Now, if I wanted to utilize GitHub, if you're a developer, you're probably very familiar with GitHub and being able to interact with a GitHub account and submit code and all that. You could link all that here. Not really getting into that right now involving security. So I'm going to click Review and Create, and we'll go ahead and click to create, and I'll go ahead and pause the recording while that's happening. Okay, now that that's done, I'm going to say go to Resource. This is going to bring me over to the function app here. All right, and we have a lot of the standard stuff here. We've got the IAM blade, which of course we can control roles for that. If we want to add a role assignment, we can control who can get to it, and that's one of the first things you want to think about involving security. We also have Microsoft Defender for Cloud. So this is another thing that's going to link to the Microsoft Defender for Cloud. The Microsoft Defender for Cloud will be communicating with these services, and any security alerts and recommendations and things like that will show up in there. So you can always go over to the Microsoft Defender for Cloud and take a look. Remember, all you got to do that is just go to the menu and then do all services and do a search for it. Okay, I've added it as a favorite, so I've got it. But from there, we can go down. We have what's called app keys. This is if, as far as working with like a web developer might be writing code that's going to be interacting directly with your function app here, and they might need to know what the key is for that. You can see what this key is here. Of course, this is not really a developer course. I'm not getting deep into that right now, but if you're working with a web developer that was writing code, they might need to know what this key is. You can always change the key out too if you want. Okay. The other thing we've got down here is we have authentication. All right. And if we click here, we can choose an identity provider. So if you want to specifically choose different types of authentication services that can authenticate in conjunction with this, you can. This is kind of nice because I can support all of these different authentication methods here. So not just Microsoft, but but Apple, Facebook, GitHub, Google, Twitter, and pretty much anything that can support OpenID. Okay, so that's one of the nice little features that we have. Then we're going to go down here to where it says identity, and we can do a managed identity. You should already know what that is: system assigned and user assigned managed identity. So if we want to associate that with some, like if we want to link some virtual machines or something, give virtual machines direct access to this, we could we could very easily go about doing that. Okay. Another thing we can do is come down here where it says TLS SSL settings, and right now we could force HTTPS only. That's one thing that's turned on, which we normally would want on. I turned it off, but I don't really want that to be off. I want to do HTTPS only. We don't want to allow HTTP unless we have a really good reason. We could choose a specific version. Right now we got the latest version, which is good. And then what we can do is we can add TLS SSL bindings, set up a domain name, and then go with our SSL provider. You can buy a certificate to go with that for HTTPS and all that if you want as well. So that's another option. It's something you definitely want to think about when it comes to securing this. Down here to these, you can go to the certificates blade and you can see all of that. All right. You want to add a certificate from your own company, you could do that as well. All right. And the last thing I want to point out involving the security of this would be down here with locks. You can prevent this from being deleted. As always, add a lock that says don't delete, or you can make it read only if you don't want anybody changing it, and that would be a way to add a little additional layer of protection, making sure it's not deleted. Okay, but all in all, not, it's just really the sort of the same old thing that we've seen with maybe some of the previous stuff we've done. A lot of the same security procedures you would be performing here that you've done on some of the other services, but all in all, pretty easy, I think you'll find, when it comes to securing your serverless-based technologies. Let's talk now about securing an app service plan with app service running in it. Now, the app service plan is a resource that can host app services. This is a little different than the standard serverless platforms such as Azure Functions, where you're doing everything with what's called runtime, and all your data is being stored in a storage account. In this case, Microsoft is giving us some control over the fact that we are going to be utilizing virtual machines, and we can choose the sizes of those virtual machines, things like CPU and RAM and all of that. We don't get to control the underlying operating systems other than choosing the operating system, either Linux or Windows, but we do have control over the sizing of it all. So it's a great solution for somebody that needs a little bit more control and handling the scaling and all of that stuff. So let's take a look at securing that. Here we are on portal.azure.com. We're going to click the menu button here, and we're going to go to all services, and we're just going to do a quick search for app service. All right. And so we'll go right down here. Here it is right here. We'll go to app services, and we can go and create a new app service. All right. And we can choose a resource, create a resource group, or choose a existing one. I'm going to create a resource group called app service RG. All right. And then give this the app name where this is going to go. I'm going to call this app service demo. Okay. We can choose if, it's not available. Let's do ELP for exam lab practice. All right. So then publish is going to be direct code, or if it's going to be a Docker image or container or a static. I'm going to do a Docker container and choose either Windows or Linux. I'm going to choose Linux, and then I'll go with EastUS. Okay, again, this is not really a lecture about the ins and outs of creating app services. You should already be familiar with that. This is more about securing it. So we're just creating one real quick here. All right. So if I want redundancy and all that, I don't want any redundancy. We'll go over to the Docker tab here. We'll just do a quick start image with Nginx on it. That'll be our Nginx web service that's running the web service. Then we'll go over to networking, and do we want to enable network injection? Okay. And they tell you here that the idea here is that web apps can be provisioned with inbound address being public to the internet or isolated Azure network. The web apps can be provisioned with outbound traffic able to reach endpoints in virtual networks, be governed by the network security groups, or affected by virtual network wraps. By default, your app is open into the internet and cannot reach into a virtual machine. All right. These aspects can also be changed after the app is provisioned. So do you want to enable that? Yes or no? Okay. So if I want to, I can. If I don't want to, I'm going to turn that on. And if I turn that on, it wants me to have a virtual network that I can use. But I'm just going to leave it off. So we'll click with review and create, because this is more about security, not giving connectivity right now with the internet. So we'll click create, And I'm going to pause the recording while that's being created. Okay, now that it's done, I'm going to click Go to Resource, and here we are in the app service itself. We have the standard IAM blade here. That's the first thing involving security we want to focus on. We can set roles, so we can control who has access based on roles. Do a role assignment, okay? So again, that's the same old thing we've seen many times with lots of other things in Azure, but that is definitely the first thing we want to consider when it comes to security. The next thing is the Microsoft Defender for Cloud. So this is another service that does link to Microsoft Defender for Cloud, and it will provide any security alerts for us, any recommendations, so any kind of security incidents, all of that stuff will be linked there into Microsoft Defender for Cloud. And again, you can always go there by going to All Services. You can do a search for it, and it'll bring you in there to see everything as a whole, as opposed to just this one thing. Okay, the next thing we have down here is authentication. So we can link an identity provider, not just Microsoft, but Apple, Facebook, GitHub, Google, Twitter, and anything that can support OpenID, which is the industry standard. Okay. From there, we have the identity blade, which of course links us to another scenario where we could use managed identities if we want. So if we had a virtual machine or something we wanted to give access to this app service, we wanted to link that somehow, we could, using either system assign or user assign. Okay, from there we've got TLS SSL settings. We have HTTPS only if we only want to allow HTTPS, which is a good thing. We can choose the latest version of TLS, which is good. You could go lower, but it is a little bit of a security risk to do that. You would only need to do that for compatibility reasons. You can buy a certificate, and you can add certificate information there. You can see any certificates here if you want for the SSL TLS side of things. Okay, and then finally we also have locks. So if we want to put a lock on this to prevent it from being deleted or set it to read only, we can. And the last thing, which I think is also really fantastic, is we can go down here to SSH. And so with an app service plan, if you needed to connect into the app service and manage it through a Linux interface, you can totally do that using this SSH. And of course, if you did not know, SSH is secure. It uses its own secure shell-based encryption. So here I am in front of the Linux environment. I can actually run Linux commands. All right, see Linux permissions and all that. And so, so this is a secure way of getting in and utilizing the Linux environment involving your app service. Okay, all right. So again, working with the app service is a lot like working with many of the other platform as a service-based systems, and securing it, you're going to use the same methods as a lot of the other services. Now, one of the considerations you have to think about when it comes to working with the various Azure computing services is my information being protected? Is my data being protected? And the answer to that question is yes. Microsoft has built-in Microsoft managed encryption keys where they encrypt all of your data using a BitLocker-based type of encryption. So your encryption is going to be encrypted at rest. However, you can also have a little bit more control over it if you want, all right, using what's called an Azure Key Vault. Now, I'll show you an example of this using container instances, but I want to say that pretty much a lot of the different computing services that Azure has, you will have these options available in all the various computing services. But I'm going to use Azure Container Instances as an example. So we'll go right here on portal.azure.com, click the menu button, go to All Services, and from there we'll search for the word container. We're going to go with Container Instances, and we'll click to create a container instance. If we want to specify a new resource group, I'll just call it My Container Demo RG. All right, and then give this a name. I'm going to call this My Container ELP for Exam Lab Practice. Specify my region, and then I'm not going to do any kind of availability or any of that. I want to jump right over to this point of this video is not really to create the container. I just want to jump over and show you this right here. So here it is, key management. This is really what I want to get across to you. And that is, notice that the default is Microsoft Managed Key. And for the most part, that's going to be fine. Now, if you need a measure of control over the key yourself, if you want to manage it yourself, you can go with Customer Managed Key, and you can do what's known as a key vault. Okay, you can create a key vault yourself. All right, give it a name, resource group, and you can specify who's going to get access to it, who can manage it, and all that. I'm not really getting into the details of key vaults in this particular video, but I wanted to talk about, what is that concept of a key vault. All right. So a key vault's going to hold encryption keys that you can manage, and then you can even generate encryption keys from a key vault. So if you've got a key vault, you can create a new key, generate a new key that you want it to use, give it a name. All right, the type of algorithm, the size of the key, all of that, and you could say create this new key. At that point, you could use that encryption key. So that is the idea, though, of if you were going to use container instances, you could manage your own encryption keys for that, as opposed to Microsoft managing it. Again, your encryption, your data is going to be encrypted at rest through Microsoft Managed Key. However, if you want to manage it yourself, you can use a key vault to do that, and that's called a customer managed key. Now, the majority of the different services that we host in Azure are automatically going to support SSL TLS encryption utilizing Microsoft's built-in certificate services. Now, it is possible for us to purchase our own certificates for SSL TLS to get a measure of our own control over that if we want, and we can add those certificates to our services, okay? This is especially important if you are going to host custom domain names. If you're not going to use the built-in Microsoft domain names and you want to host your own custom domain names, you can purchase certificates that match those custom domain names. Else, if you use the Microsoft domain names, you can just use Microsoft's certificates that are built in that don't cost anything. Let me show you an example of what I'm saying. I have an app service that I've created. An app service is a platform as a service that hosts a web service for us. I've got one called App Service Demo ELP. Of course, if you needed to create one, you can always go to the menu and go to All Services, just do a search for App Service, and then create an app service. Okay, but I'm not demonstrating all of that. I just want to get into what I'm talking about involving basically encryption in transit, so security in transit here. So right here, I have TLS. So here I'm on the app service. I have TLS and SSL settings. You might have seen this before. First thing I want to consider is making sure that I'm only using HTTPS. If I'm hardcore about security on any service I'm working with for security in transit, I want to make sure that I'm only allowing HTTPS. I also want to use the newest version, so I want to set the minimum to 1.2. And then from there, I could, again, if I'm going to use a custom domain name for any of this, I can buy a certificate. I can go through here and go through the process of buying an app service certificate. You can see Microsoft will redirect me to the Microsoft SSL and area, and I can go through and purchase standard or wildcard directly from Microsoft for a custom domain name. Okay, that costs money, but you can do that, and that's going to be a recommendation for you if you're doing a custom DNS name associated with it. Again, the app services themselves can have their own DNS-based naming system that they're using that doesn't cost you anything. But if you want to register a custom domain name, you can totally do that. You can register custom domain names, add a custom domain name, and then go from there. But the app services themselves, they do support just using the built-in names that Microsoft provides. Here's the built-in name, as you can see over here on the overview blade, HTTPS. So that's the built-in name. It's going to have that azurewebsites.net on the end of it, but you could associate that with a custom domain name, and then add that certificate. If you add that certificate, you're now going to have your own custom SSL TLS certificate, and you can go from there. Of course, if you got your own, certificates that you purchased through some other company, DigiCert or something like that, then it is possible to pull that stuff in. You can upload your own certificates as well. So that is how we're going to supply encryption in transit for a lot of our services. The app service is just one example that you're going to have this TLS SSL settings blade on quite a few services in Azure. Wherever you see that, you can basically associate your own certificates, or you can purchase one directly through Microsoft, or you could you could just go with the default that they got. You just won't be able to use a custom domain name. But as you can see, pretty easy to do that. It does cost a little money if you're going to buy one, but pretty straightforward as far as making sure that you are customizing that encryption in transit capability. I now want to get into the concepts of securing Azure using Azure policies. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to create a virtual machine, and we're going to use a policy that's going to analyze that virtual machine for compliance. And we're going to have it check to see if the anti-malware extension has been installed. Then what we'll do is we'll get into deploying another policy that will remediate that and actually install the extension if it's not there. All right, so to get started, here we are on portal.azure.com. We're going to click the menu button. We're going to go down to virtual machines, and I'm going to kind of do this quickly because I'm assuming you already know how to create virtual machines, right? So we'll go here to Azure Virtual Machine. We'll just create a quick resource group called VM Demo RG, and I'm just going to call this virtual machine Win Server 2019. Okay, and then we will go with East US. Not going to do any availability zone. We'll switch it to Server 2019 Data Center. We'll go with the default on the size and create my admin account and password. Okay, and then we will click next, and we'll switch this just to standard HTTP just to save on cost. Not that we'll leave the virtual machine running very long, so cost shouldn't be a big deal. And then of course I'm going to have on the management tab, I'm going to have it auto shut down. I'm going to disable the monitoring, and of course if I wanted to install the extension, I could go right there on advanced, and we could go and choose load more, and we could install the extension this way, right? And let's try that again. Load more, and just look for there it is, the Microsoft anti-malware extension. But we're not going to do that because we want to have a policy that's going to test that out for us. Okay, so we'll close out of that, and then we'll click review and create. At that point, once this is done validating, I'm going to go ahead and click to create, and I will just pause the recording while that's getting created. Okay, now that my Windows Server virtual machine is up and running, here it is right here. All right, now I can go to my resource groups by clicking the menu button and clicking on VM Demo RG, and I can see that the virtual machine is there and up and running. Okay, so what I want to look at now is policies. So we can go to policies by clicking policies right here, or you can always click the menu button and you can go to all services and just do a search for policy, and that's just another way you can get into policies. So if you weren't trying to place a policy directly on virtual machines or something like that, you want to go to the general area where policies are. That's an easy way to do it. So now that we're here in policies, we're going to click on definitions, and you will see all the various definitions that are available in Azure, and there are hundreds and hundreds of these things that are available. These policies are all written in JSON. Okay, so as you click on any of these, you'll see JavaScript object notation. All right, you can sort these by whether it's you just want to view them all in one stream. If you want to view the just policies or initiatives. An initiative is just a group of policies. So you have individual policies and you have groups of policies, which are called initiatives. Then you have categories. You could sort by that. And then if you just want to search for a specific policy, you can do that here. I'm going to put the word malware in there. And as you can see, there are some policies involving malware. Now, the one I'm looking for is this one right here. All right. Which is the Microsoft IaaS anti-malware extension should be deployed on a Windows server. So let's click on that, and let's take a look at the JSON of it. Now, you don't really have to be an expert on JSON here. Just looking at some of the basic parameters and all that we have involved, it tells you, okay, so this is the name of the policy. It tells you what it's going to do. The policy audits any Windows Server VM without Microsoft IaaS anti-malware extension deployed. You can view here that it's checking to see this parameter is just verifying that this is turned on or off, enabled or disabled when you deploy this policy. Below that, you have it's going to search in the Microsoft.compute/virtual machines. It's going to look to see if the image publisher is Microsoft. It's looking that it's a Windows Server offering, and then it looks at the different SKUs. Okay. You will notice that Server 2022 is not listed there. You could add that if you wanted. You just have to verify the SKU name of it, and you could paste that in. They'll eventually update this policy definition with that. They just haven't yet. So then it's going to go into the Microsoft.compute/virtual machine/extensions, and it's going to check for this extension. Okay. And from there, it verifies the publisher and looks, and it's going to specify in the Microsoft.Azure.security. That's where this extension is going to be located at. All right. So from there, we're now going to click Assign, and we're going to specify the scope. The scope is what is it going to link to. We could have it linked to just the whole entire subscription, or we could specify a specific resource group. I'm going to tell it to go to the VM Demo RG resource group. That's where our virtual machines are. If we had multiple, we just have one, but if we had multiple, it would analyze all of them. So we'll click Select, and then from there, make sure it's enabled, which it is. Okay, we would click Next. Then it would have any additional parameters. We'd have to answer those here. So what is a parameter? It's something that it's an additional piece of information that must be specified before the policy can be applied. In this case, there isn't anything extra. And I'm not going to do a remediation right now because I want to talk about that after the policy tells us that it's not compliant. Okay. If you want to specify any kind of non-compliant message, it is going to tell you that it's not compliant, but you could specify an additional piece. So it says non-compliance message helps users understand why a resource is not compliant. The message will be displayed when a resource is denied, and the evaluation details. So if I wanted to, I could add an additional piece of information here, but I don't need to. So I'm going to click Next, and then we're going to click to Create. Now, just be aware that as exciting it is to create that very quickly, and it says it's already applied, if you look at their warning message here, it can take up to 30 minutes for this to take effect. Okay, so you definitely need to be patient with this. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and pause the video, pause the recording, wait about 30 minutes, and then we'll come back. Okay, so now that we've waited, we're going to go to the menu button here, and we're going to go to Resource Groups, and we're going to click on the VM Demo RG. We're going to click on the Policies blade, and look at there. We have Microsoft IaaS anti-malware extension should be deployed, and it says it's not compliant. We're going to click on that, and we can see that this Win Server 2019 is not compliant, right? All right, so we can click on details. It says it's not compliant. And so now what we're going to do is we are going to apply a policy that is going to make it compliant, okay? So let's go back over here to policies, and we're going to click to assign another policy. And let's see. So parameter will be VM Demo RG, policy definition. So let's do a search for malware. All right. And then let's see, we have deploy the default Microsoft IaaS extension for Windows Server. So let's choose that. So we're going to deploy this policy. Go ahead and enable it. We're going to click Next. Okay, no parameters. Remediation. It says by default, this assignment will only take effect on newly created resources. Existing resources can be updated via remediation task after the policy is assigned. For deploy if not exist policy, the remediation task will deploy the specified template. For modify policies, the remediation task will edit tags on the existing resource. All right, so we'll create the remediation task. So, okay, that's great. It will need to create a managed identity so that it has the rights to do this. And it's going to just do a system identity. You could do a user assigned one if you went through and created one, but we don't need to do that. All right, and then the permission is fine. For that, we're going to go ahead and click Review and Create. and we're going to click Create. So we've now created this policy assignment, and this can take some time as well, so I'm going to go ahead and pause the recording and let it run through. Alright, so after waiting a while for that to get done, I waited about 20 minutes in this case, but it does say you might have to wait up to 30. We have officially waited for it to finish, and now what I want to do is jump over here and look at the deploy default Microsoft IIS anti-malware extension, and it does say that it is compliant now. Okay, so clicking the menu button here, going to resource groups, going over here to VM demo RG, looking at policies. You can see the policies are here. The deploy is, that's how I got there. It's 100%. Let's go verify the actual virtual machine itself. So let's go to the virtual machine, Win Server 2019, and let's click on extensions and see if the extension's there. And it is. So it is 100% working. So hopefully now that gives you an understanding of, you know, applying policies, and gives you a bit of a visualization of that actually taking effect. Let's look now at policy initiatives. So here we are on portal.azure.com. We're going to click the menu button, and we'll just go to all services and just do a search for policy. So there it is, policy. We'll go there. All right. And so once we get into policy, we can look at our definitions here, and from there you'll see just existing policy definitions, and there's also initiatives as well. Now the initiatives are nothing more than just a group of policies. You can tell this to sort by just initiatives, and you can see some of the various initiatives that are available. Okay, or if you want to create one where you can kind of pick and choose what policies you want to group together in the initiative, you would do that right here. So I would click that, and then I would give it a name. Let's just call this auditing initiative. All right, and then from there, specify if you wanted to specify a category for it to be a version number that you want to give it, and that would just be for your own internal records. And then from there I would add my policies. So would choose whatever policy definitions that I want to use. Okay, so if I just like search the word audit, maybe I want to do this one, and I'll do that one, and we'll save that one there. Okay, so those three. Okay, I'm going to add those, and then click next. You can also have groups to help group if you got a huge amount of policies you're doing here. You want to group them together. You can do that here. It's kind of weird because really what an initiative is just a group of policies, but you can have groups within the groups, and that's the idea there. You can also, if you click next here, you can create, if you had a lot of policies and you had to answer the same questions over and over and over for some of the parameters, you can create what are called initiative parameters that you can just, you'll always have these answers available to you. So that's what this is here. You'll see what I mean when we go to this next page here. So right here, if there's any parameters that have to be answered, you would answer those there. Okay. In this case, there is no parameters that needed to be answered. Let's see if we can add one. Let's see if we go back and search for audit. Okay, let's add this one. I believe that one's going to require us to have a parameter answered. So if we go back over here, yeah, so you can see here that is a parameter. It's wanting answered. And so the parameter is include ARC connected servers. So it's asking if this is something it needs to check for, if ARC connected servers. Right now the default value is set to false, but if you wanted to change that to true, you could. At that point you would click review and create, and then click create, and then once that's created, all you got to do then is if you wanted to assign the initiative, you can very easily assign the initiative. Okay, so I would go up here to review and create, and I could go ahead and assign that out. All right, and it works just like policies do. You'll have compliance and all that against your devices. It takes time, just like with compliance, just like with policies. So again, instead of just doing one policy, you're doing a group of policies, and that's the idea of a initiative. Now, one of the main benefits here, of course, with Azure policies is the fact that, we can apply individual policies, we can apply initiatives that we create, we customize, but Microsoft also has lots of built-in policies and initiatives we can look at as well. So let's take a look and apply a security initiative involving auditing that Microsoft has defined already. Here we are on portal.azure.com. We can click the menu button. We can go to all services. You can just search for policy, click policy, and from there we go down here to definitions. This, of course, is going to load up the latest and greatest definitions as always. And from there, if we want to create an initiative or create a policy definition, we can. But I want to look specifically at initiatives here. So we're going to tell this to sort and just show us just initiatives. And here are some of the various initiatives that are available to us. Okay, and if we want to search the word audit, we can do that. And we have audit machines with insecure password settings. So I'm going to go ahead and select that, password security settings. And here are the various policies. So again, this initiative is just a group of policies, and these are all the various things it is going to analyze. All right. So from there, that sounds good. If I want to go ahead and assign this, and we'll set the scope, and we'll set our subscription. We're going to assign it to our VM demo RG, which is where our virtual machine is. We got a virtual machine in there. We would click select, and at that point, if there's any parameters that need to be specified, they've specified here. Okay. Note, there's not really any remediation you can do on that. It's just going to generate a non-compliance report. That's all it's going to do. We could specify customized messages if we wanted, but I'm going to go ahead and click review and create. And this is another one that you have to wait 30 minutes on if you want to reply, but I'm not actually going to pop back in and look at this one. If you want to, you can try this out, and you can go wait 30 minutes and check out the compliance yourself and see what kind of response you get. Let's talk about a new feature and dashboard that Microsoft has introduced into the Microsoft Azure environment called Microsoft Defender for Cloud. Now, to get into that, you should just be able to click the menu button and go down there and click it, but as a blade. But if you don't see it as one of your favorite blades, all you got to do is go to the menu button, go to all services, and just do a search for the word Defender, and you'll see Microsoft Defender for Cloud right there. So what is this? This is a single dashboard, or as a lot of people like to call it, a single pane of glass, if you will, like a one place you can go that kind of analyzes the overall security of Azure itself. All right. And so the goal here is I can get a feel for my overall security features that I have implemented in my Azure environment. So for one, right out of the gates on the overview, you can see different pieces of information. It tells me about my subscriptions, assessed resources and different resource groups. I've got some recommendations, some security alerts. I got this thing called security posture. I've even got some messages here that talk about some of the new vulnerabilities that have recently been discovered out there. The Microsoft security team, there's over 3,000 people working with Microsoft on this to discover the newest, latest, and greatest threats, and you have different alerts. So you can always, if you're in any kind of security position involving Azure, this can be a great place to kind of go first thing in the morning, kind of look at the latest and greatest threats. But again, this overview just gives you a quick glimpse of a bunch of different items: regulatory compliance, workload protections, inventory, and from there, if I want to take a deeper look at some of these things, I can. The one thing that I really love about this is the recommendations. I can go here and it's going to give me some security recommendations. You'll even notice a security score, a secure score. And the secure score is a feature that essentially tells you, it looks at all the different resources that I have available in my Azure environment, and it looks at the different security features that could be implemented in regarding those different resources, and then it gives me an overall score. So you can see that I don't have a very high score, but again, if you just started a new Azure environment, you probably won't have a very high score. But then what's really great about this is it gives you recommendations. It tells you some things you could do to strengthen your overall security. So I could enable MFA. They mention this managed access features here I could implement, enable enhancements I could deal with. So there's various things here I could do. If I click on those, like let's go over here with MFA, and if I highlight that, it says MFA should be enabled on accounts with owner permissions on subscriptions. If I click that, you'll see it tells me here the description of this and the remediation steps, which I really love. I love the fact that they're going to walk me through how I could implement this step by step. So that is what recommendations are. You have security alerts if it's noticed anything involving security there. You got this thing down here called security posture. Now, if you're not familiar with that term, security posture is something that a company must implement and maintain. It essentially means that as a company or organization, you take security seriously, and it's something you stay on top of. Posture is not something that you just one and done. Basically, you implement it and then you're good to go for the rest of your service. It'd be like, here's an analogy for you. Imagine a company that goes out and they bought the latest and greatest equipment, the best equipment, newest equipment that has the best security features on it that you could possibly implement. They've got the best software with security features you could possibly implement. They've implemented all this in their network, and then from there, fast forward. So at that moment, they have the best security posture they can have. They got the best of everything. Now, imagine if you were to fast forward 5 years from there, and that company has done nothing else. They've not updated anything. They've not, tested things. They've just, imagine if you just jumped 5 years in the future. At that point, 5 years in the future, you would have terrible security posture because there would be new threats and vulnerabilities that have been discovered, and there's no patches and all of that. So security posture is something that's maintained. So this means that, there's new things that are coming out all the time, new security threats that come out all the time. I have to be up to speed on those new threats, and I need to be implementing like these recommendations and things, and then I'll have better score and I'll have a higher security posture. You've also got regulatory compliance, which gets into things like compliance, like involving the field you're in, whether it's like HIPAA compliance, if you're the medical world or government or whatever world you're in, whatever field you're in, you might have different compliance requirements that you deal with there. But that's what that's going to have to do with. There's what's called workload protection that gets into managing your things like your virtual servers and things like DNS and all of that stuff. You got a firewall manager. If you had firewalls implemented in Azure, you would be able to see all of that here. All right. There's a DevOps for security there. As if you're dealing with developers, this involves what's called DevOps. So there's a lot of stuff here that I'm not getting into, obviously, the details here. We're really just kind of overviewing this. But the goal of Microsoft Defender for Cloud is to give you sort of let's say a 20,000 foot view of all the security in your environment and give you recommendations on what you could do to strengthen the defenses of your environment. Now, one of the features that we do have in Microsoft Defender for Cloud is the ability for monitoring and logging data from our servers, but Microsoft does have some limitations on what they will let you monitor just using a free-based subscription. So you actually have to pay for something called Defender for Servers if you want to gather all the analytic data involving the servers and be able to perform vulnerability assessments and all that against your servers. So I want to talk a little bit about that with you right now. Here we are on portal.azure.com, and I'm going to click the menu button and go down here to Microsoft Defender for Cloud. And if you don't have that, you can always go to All Services and just do a search for it, and you'll find it. So here it is for Defender for Cloud. All right, and so if I go down here to Environment Settings, I can click on that, expand my tenant here, and there is my subscription. I'm going to click on my subscription, and this is where you will see that you can enable this Defender for Servers. And you can see here currently this is $15 a month. I got partial monitoring already turned on. I can change the plan, but if I don't want to pay the $15 a month, obviously, you don't want to go too deep into that. But you can go here, and when this is enabled, you can support all log analytics. Azure Monitor, you can perform vulnerability assessments, so that's something you can turn on, and enable that. I can apply that if I want, and then if you from there, if you want to do agentless scanning for machines, this will let you scan without having to install any kind of agent software or anything like that on there. So that's something that can be enabled for your virtual machines as well. Okay. If you wanted to exclude some virtual machines based on tags, you could. But you could apply that, and then we would hit continue. And at that point, we've turned that fully on. All right. And so then we would just hit save, and we've now officially set up the support for being able to scan our virtual machines. That is how you configure and enable the Defender for Servers to turn that feature on, so that now the servers that are interacting in your Azure environment can now be analyzed. I now want to look at how we can use Defender for Cloud for analyzing if we have any vulnerabilities. So here we are on portal.azure.com. Click the menu button here, and I'm going to go down to Defender for Cloud. Again, as always, you can use all services if you don't have it as a favorite. You can search for it. And then from there, we have our overview. This gives us a quick look at security posture and all that. But what I want to really focus on is the active recommendations that we have. All right. If we go to active recommendations, we can see all the recommendations that Microsoft has for us as far as potential things that could be vulnerable for us. We go to all recommendations. We can see right here, everything is ranked from high, medium, and low severity level. Okay. And you can see I have external accounts with read permissions should be removed. So apparently I have some external account with read permission. I should remove those. External accounts with write permissions, MFA, should be enabled on accounts with read permissions, deprecated accounts with owner. So the main thing you want to do here is you want to go through and evaluate these and follow through with their recommendations. So these are potential vulnerabilities that I have that I need to be considered. I need to consider taking care of. I can click on these links. All right, and it'll tell me if I have any resources that are being affected by it, healthy resources that are being affected by it. Right now I have this this key here, and I can say go to remediate. It says to remove external accounts, and it basically walks you through step by step on how to perform this action. Okay. There are also policy definitions that can be applied. I can click view policy definition, and I can this policy definition is what's actually looking at this from a compliance perspective. All right, so let's go back to Defender for Cloud, and looking at security posture, we can see my overall security posture for this one subscription here. I only have one subscription, right? It's telling me I have 4 unhealthy resources, so 4 out of 4 unhealthy resources. And of course, looking at their security recommendations is the way that I'm going to analyze what it is that is a problem. All right, and the severity levels of it all. Okay, so those are the things you want to be looking at. If you pay the extra money for Defender for Server and Defender for SQL, you can also have it run vulnerability assessments, but you do need to understand if you do that, it is going to cost you additional money to perform that. Again, you can do that through environmental settings, and you can go under subscriptions and you can turn those capabilities on. Just be aware that it will begin charging you money, and from there you can actually run additional vulnerability assessments for things like your servers and databases and storage counts and all that. All right. But that is how we can use Defender for Cloud for analyzing our environment, looking if we have vulnerabilities. Now, the Defender for Cloud can also monitor lots of different services, including SQL databases, which is what I want to kind of focus on right now. So first thing we got to do, though, if we're going to look at that, is we got to add a SQL database. So we're going to go to the menu button here, going to go to All Services, just do a search for the word or the acronym SQL. You'll see SQL databases show up there as an option. We'll click to create a database. Keep in mind, I am going to delete this when I'm done because I don't want to be charged for this. But then resource group, I'll just call this My SQL Demo. All right, RG for resource group. And then Click OK to that. That's just going to create a little resource group for me. I'm going to call this MySQL Database Demo. And then I can specify a server, which I don't have, so I would need to create a server. So we'll just call this MySQL Server Demo ELP for exam lab practice. Okay, I'm just going to go with the default authentication. Not really getting into the ins and outs of creating a database here. Just wanted to explain the Defender part of it. I'm going to make myself the admin. All right, this is for the database. And we'll click OK. Anything else there? I don't think there is anything else there I need to worry about. So we're going to click, let's switch that to local redundant. Nothing with the network side of things. I want to enable the Defender for SQL. Okay, so this is the big thing that I wanted to kind of point out right here. It's asking you want to do the 30-day free trial. So I could say start the trial, or I could say not now if I don't want to do it right now. Okay, so we can start this trial. But they are telling you estimated cost a month is $372.97. Okay, if we're going to support that with this. So keep in mind, I'm going to delete all this. So that's fine. I'm going to go ahead and click Review and Create. And I'll click Create. And I'm going to pause the recording while this is being created. Okay, now that that's done, I'm going to click Go to Resource. And we are now looking at our SQL database. And if we scroll down, we will see the Microsoft Defender for Cloud Blade. And this is where we'll get information involving our database. So, of course, I don't have any data in my database, but as we start using our databases, we'll have recommendations, we'll have security alerts, it's going to have logging data, and we can do this nice little vulnerability assessment if we want, where we can have vulnerability assessments that are being performed against the database, and it'll tell us if there's any security vulnerabilities. All right, so that's the idea now of utilizing the Defender for Cloud feature involving Defender for SQL, basically, which associates with Defender for Cloud, and being able to gather intelligence involving any kind of security threats and vulnerabilities. Let's take a look at another great feature that Azure Monitor offers, and that involves being able to set up alerts. So to get to this, we're going to go to portal.azure.com. We're going to click the menu button and go down to the Monitor blade, and we're going to click on the Alerts blade. Now from there, we can go right up here to the left and click Create, and we can click Create an Alert Rule. All right, we have to select our subscription, and then we're going to hit Done. And then from there, we're going to click Next, and we're going to set our conditions. So our conditions are going to involve what they call signals, which are things we want to look for that potentially might generate an alert. Okay, so for example, if I scroll down, or better yet, why don't we look for, let's look for virtual machine. Let's do a search for that. And then, let's see, add virtual machine, remove, capture, start a virtual machine, redeploy, maybe shut down a virtual machine. Maybe we want to know if a virtual machine has been shut down, all right? So we'll go ahead and select that. All right. And of course, it's going to show us if there's any data in the last 6 hours. We can, of course, we can look at the last 24 hours if we want, see if anything happened then. Okay, but anyway, we can go down here. We have the event level, whether it's flagged as a critical error warning, informational, verbose. You can select all of these. So whatever, in my case, I'm going to do all. So whatever event level that shutting down a VM might be triggered by. So then from there, I'm going to go to Actions, and I can set up what's called an action group. All right. Of course, I don't have any actions groups, so I'm going to create an action group. From there, an action group, I'm going to assign this to a resource. Why don't we assign it to the VM destination resource group, which is where my VM is. If this is going to be a region, whether it's, you'll see here global in my case, and there's some other region options as well, but I'm going to go global. And then action group name, I'm going to call it VM alert action. And then we're going to click next. All right, and then it says, okay, what kind of notification do you want to do? I'm going to do so I could do Azure Resource Manager role, email the Azure Resource Manager role, email, SMS message, or push. And then from there, if I wanted to put an email address, cell phone number, all that, I can have Azure's mobile app associated with it, voice information. I'm going to do an email, and we'll say jc@examlabpractice.com. All right. And then I'll go ahead and click OK to that. All right. I'm going to call this email JC. That's the name of it. We'll click next. So action type. So the other thing I can do is I can have action types, and a little bit outside the scope of what we're getting into, the thorough details of this, but you can do things like automation run books. You could have scripts that get ran, a bunch of different things. Microsoft has what are called logic apps, the event hub. There's various things here that I could have a type of action. In my case, I'm not gonna set any actions. I'm just gonna simply have it to where I just get alerted, okay? Because if I'm caring about the virtual machine shutting down, I just want to be alerted. So I'm then going to click to review and create, all right? And we'll go ahead and click create, and it's going to now create this little action group. That brings us back to our alert rule, and then we're going to go ahead and click details, all right? It says, okay, so where are you going to store this alert rule? I'm going to store it in the VM destination. What do you want to call it? I'm going to say alert VM shutdown. Give it a description if you want. There's also some advanced options here you can set. Add your own properties to an alert rule. These will be sent by the alert payload. So if it was being emailed out, you'd have some additional data that's going to be sent to you. But I'm going to click review and create, and we're going to go ahead and click create. All right. Now let's go up and click on alert rules, and we should be able to see our alert rule. Keep in mind that sometimes when you do this, it can take a minute or two before this will actually show up. So just be advised that if you do this, you might want to give it a minute or two. But you can see that our alert rule is now ready to go. We have set up this alert rule. If we want to go in and make some changes, we can. We can click on it, and if we want to edit it, we can. But you can see the information here that we've selected. If we want to go in and edit this, we can just click edit, and we can alter the action information as well. You can't change the name. That's one thing they don't let you do. But if you want to go in and, like, for example, change the email information, you can click on the action, and you can alter that information. See here, if I wanted to do that, I can edit that, change the email address that it's going to use. All right. Okay, and so that is how we can set up an alert. So I encourage you to try that out. I encourage you to try to generate some alerts and see if you can get the alerts generated and emailed to you. All right, pretty neat stuff. Definitely something fun to play around with, and very, very handy. Now, if you're going to gather any type of diagnostic logging data in Azure, utilizing Azure Monitor, you're going to need a Azure Log Analytics workspace. So this is going to be a resource that's going to store your logging data, okay? So I want to add one of those real quick here. Here we are on portal.azure.com. I'm going to click the menu button, and I'm going to go to All Services. We're just going to do a search for Log Analytic. All right, and once we get there, we'll see Log Analytics Workspace as a resource. So we'll go ahead and click on that. And I don't currently have one, so I'm going to click to create one. All right, then I can create a little resource group for it. I'm just going to call it Log Workspace RG, and give it a name, My Log Workspace ELP. All right, and that'll be the name of my Log Analytics Workspace. I'm going to set this to East US. All right, and then from there, let's just verify the name. I'm going to click Review and Create. I'm just going to make sure it passes validation. And then once validation is done, I'm going to click Create. And I'll go ahead and just pause the recording while that's getting created. Okay, so now that that's done, I can actually go to the resource, and you can see the Log Analytics Workspace. And of course, this is what's going to allow me to pull information in. But I want to jump back over to Azure Monitor. So we're going to click the menu button, and we're going to go to Monitor. And if we scroll down, there is an area in Azure Monitor called Diagnostic Settings, and that's what I want to focus on right now. So we'll click on Diagnostic Settings, and then it'll detect the different areas that I can pull diagnostic log data for. So for example, if I've got a virtual machine and I want to pull diagnostic data for, let's say, the network interface adapter, and keep in mind I can do that for these various resources you see here, I'll click on this network interface, and then I'm going to click Add Diagnostic Settings. From there, if I wanted, I could click All Metrics, or I could go over here where it says Send to Log Analytics Workspace. All right, give it a name. I'm going to say Nick Diag Settings, and I'm going to say Send to Log Analytics Workspace, and there is the Log Analytics Workspace that I've got available. All right. So I've got that available, and then anything else maybe I want, if I want to utilize a storage account, you've got what's called the Event Hub that you can link to, send partner, all that stuff. But I'm actually going to send everything to my Log Analytics Workspace. So let's click on All Metrics, and let's click Save. And we've now officially set that up for the network adapter. Okay, so this is how you would connect your different diagnostics. And again, you can do that with the various things in regards to the diagnostics here. If you want to add additional diagnostic settings, you can. If there was any, I'm already sending All Metrics, so this particular resource doesn't have a bunch of other diagnostic pieces of information, just the one. But I have the various things I have here, including if I've got a key vault, network security group, all that information can be linked in regards to diagnostic data. And then with your Log Analytics Workspace, if I come back over here and go to All Services, we'll pull up our Log Analytics Workspace right here. All right, there it is. Of course, you could go through the resource group as well to get to it. This is where your information is going to be logged. So I'll start getting log data and all that stuff linked in here that I'll be able to view. All right, I can run queries, which I'm not really getting into queries and all that here, but in this video, but that is how you would link diagnostic data to your Log Analytics Workspace. Let's go through the process now of running some queries against log data. All right, now keep in mind that you really got to have your environment logging for a while to really get to see a whole lot of information here, but we can see a little bit. And then also, if you try out their little evaluation center that they give you to test things out and look at different log queries, that's something else you can do to kind of see some real data here. So here we are on portal.azure.com. We're going to click the menu button and go to the monitor blade here. This brings us into the Azure Monitor, and we're going to click Logs. All right, it's going to pop the little query box up here, and I'm just going to close this, and I'm going to go and select Scope, and I can select what it is I want to monitor. Let's say I want to monitor, I want to view logging data for a virtual machine. So I'm going to expand VM destination. I've got my Win Server 1, which I've associated with the Log Analytics Workspace. I'm going to go ahead and apply this. All right, and then from there I'm going to click on Queries, and I can now go through and look and run queries. Now the query language that it uses is a language called KQL, Kusto Query Language. All right. And we're not really becoming experts in Kusto query language in this course. We're just learning the basics here on doing queries, but it's not something you're expected to know, so don't stress in this case. But I'm going to go here to like health, for example. Let's say I was looking at, or how about availability? How about count heartbeats? So this gets into the average time period that Azure is going to check to see when a virtual machine is down. So if I double click on that, just double click, it puts the query over here. All right, and it's going to summarize this by computer, tells you what this is going to be. If you looked at enough queries, you kind of get a feel for how to create these queries yourself if you ever wanted to create custom queries. But I'm going to go ahead and run this. Should pull back 60, yes, 60. All right, how about let's see, let's look at diagnostics. And How about malware protection? We should get nothing back for this, hopefully. Yeah, no data for that. Good. All right. And then how about, let's look at, how about missing update rollups? All right. So all computers missing update rollups to create alert. Okay. So it's going to go ahead and run that. Let's go ahead and run it. All right. So right there, it's telling us Windows malicious software removal tool, classification update rollup. So it's showing the update rollups that have been put on this machine. All right. So this is how you can run queries. And again, if you kind of look at the query language here, you can kind of get a feel for what all this means. Like where OS type is not equal to Linux. That's what that means, by the way. Not equal to. Whereas double equal sign means is equal to. Okay. So where OS type is not equal to Linux, and the optional is equal to false, and the classification is equal to update rollups, and the update stays equal to needed. So see how that works. So you're actually setting a statement there, what's called a where statement in query language in KQL. You can also go here and set the time range, let's say for 7 days, and I could run this again if I wanted to, and it'll do the last 7 days. So you can see it's got a little bit more information there. So you have all these different queries. You can do searches for those queries. But again, I'd like to remind you that Microsoft does have a test bed that's got a ton of information in it where you can do some test queries against an environment where they got lots and lots of data in it. So you want to try that out. And if you can't remember how to get to it, let me show you how to get to it again. So just open up your favorite search engine and search for Log Analytics Tutorial or Azure Log Analytics Tutorial. If you search those keywords, you'll see this tutorial here. If you click on that, from there, you've got this demo environment that you can play around in. So let's jump into that demo environment. And Microsoft has a bunch of information that you can play around with in query. So if you click Query, so you can expand this stuff out and do lots and lots of different types of searches for various things. And they've got a bunch of data that they've pulled in here. So I want to encourage you to try that out. Go in there and just start playing with some of these different queries and pulling information like in the last 7 days, or set a custom range if you want. And look at the data that you can pull. And then I also want you to look at the queries and analyze what those queries are saying. Again, you're not expected here to be an expert on understanding the queries, but I do think it helps to analyze that a little bit and get a feel for what the query is trying to do.
Let's talk now about something called Azure Sentinel. Now, what exactly is Azure Sentinel? Now, this is a relatively new product that Microsoft has come out with. I'm not sure if you're familiar with what is known as a SIEM product, also known as SIM, depending upon the way you like to pronounce it. SIEM or SIM stands for Security Information and Event Management. And there's another thing called SOAR, Security Orchestration and Automated Response. Okay, so what does all this mean? Okay, well, you probably are aware when you think like in terms of on-prem solutions, you think of all the clients you have, like desktop machines and servers you have, and routers and switches and all these different things you have. And then think about what you got out in the cloud as well. You got all these cloud services going on. We have Exchange Online and SharePoint Online and OneDrive for Business and Teams and all the Office 365 services. All of those things have logs and are generating data. They're generating analytical data. And there are different things going on in regards to threats against all those different products. Wouldn't it be great if we somehow could pull in all the analytical data, all this logging data from the on-prem resources we've got to the cloud services we've got and sort of aggregate those in a central place? Well, in the past, you had to go third party if you wanted to do that. There's products out there. You get into like Splunk, and you get into Alien Vault, which is now owned by AT&T, and all these different things, OSIM, all that. And the issue you run into is, in the past, you had to go third party. There was just no real Microsoft solution that could do it. Well, now there is. Azure Sentinel can actually do exactly what I was describing to you. It is a cloud-based security information event management, as well as security orchestration and automated response product. Okay. Now, what's the purpose? Well, there's a lot of purposes. For one, it does data collection, okay, across all the users in your enterprise devices, applications, your infrastructure, and that includes on-prem as well as the cloud. It has the ability to, with the help of machine learning, it has the ability to look for previously, maybe like previous undetected threats that might have slipped their way into your organization, things that may look out of the ordinary. In other words, anomalies that could have maybe been passed by a human-based system where we're just looking through logs ourselves. This way we can pull everything into one central place and look at it. This allows us to sort of investigate it and hunt for any kind of types of suspicious activities that have been going on. Okay. The great news is with Microsoft, they've got over 3,000 people on their security team that are constantly looking for cybersecurity threats. This goes into their database that works with Sentinel, and of course Sentinel can look for those threats in your environment, and we have the ability to perform responses to those. We have ways to automate. That's part of the orchestration system. We can automate a response whenever Sentinel notices a particular threat. Okay, so you can connect all of your data up. You can link into everything, both on-prem and out in the cloud, with the help of Office 365, Azure AD, Azure ATP, that's Advanced Threat Protection, their cloud app security system, and there's other things. Microsoft has partnerships with other third-party companies, and we can link all that together into Sentinel and pull all that analytical data in and take a look at it. We have workbooks, okay? This is going to let us monitor the data that it's grabbing and basically group everything together. So a workbook is a way for us to sort of group certain things together to analyze specific tasks we want it to analyze. Now, we've also just got all the analytic data, which is a tremendous amount of analytic data that you're pulling from all these sources, and it gives us an opportunity with the help of Sentinel to basically go through and analyze and investigate all that information you are able to grab. This is going to be pulling things together in regards to alerts and any type of threat maybe that it's finding. It helps us go through a process of trying to investigate that analytical data and then deal with it. Okay. Now, the other thing would be the security automation orchestration. With our Azure, we have what are called playbooks, and with playbooks, it's something that you can have your Sentinel do if it actually runs across a particular threat. Okay, like for example, I could have Azure Sentinel. It notices something out of the ordinary, and it can send an alert. It can trigger an alert. Okay, it can record that particular alert. It can post a message in, say, Teams, which means I get a pop-up message if I've got Teams open. It can even fire off an email to me to approve this task to actually run through. Okay, so I can define conditions here and decide what, have the security automation orchestration decide what to do with it. This is all part of what Microsoft calls their Azure Logic apps, and it really boils down to programming. If you've ever done any programming before, you know that programming is based on if statements that verify based on conditions. In other words, if these conditions are true, then perform the following action. Else, if it's not true, perform this other action. Essentially is where that's going. Okay. We've also got investigation. It gives us a nice way to kind of visualize. Sentinel gives us a nice way to sort of visualize and deeply investigate what's going on. They provide us with all these tools to do that. And we've also have the ability with investigation to kind of scope what it is we want to actually look at. When I say scope, I'm saying like the whole a broad series of different items that I want to look at, or I can kind of nail down and kind of hone in on specific things like specific users, specific devices that could be potential threats. Okay, the investigation process is also going to help us with hunting. Basically, we have a query language called KQL, and this query language allows us to hunt through and look for different types of threats. And this all ties to something called the MITRE Corporation framework. If you didn't know, MITRE Corporation is the big company that sort of works with all the security companies in the world to pull in all the new threats that come out. So what's great about that is, somebody over on the Amazon side of the world, the AWS cloud services, could find a threat, post it in MITRE Corporation's framework, and then we can take advantage of that on the Microsoft 365 side. In other words, Sentinel is tying to this MITRE Corporation framework, and you can have all sorts of query and keyword searches that can help Sentinel actually locate the different things that are out there. And then finally, we've also got community. Azure Sentinel has a community in which we can go through and add new playbooks and all that, different workbooks and new queries. So what's great about that is people out there, come up with different types of customized playbooks they want to run or special queries, and they might come up with some things that Microsoft never even thought about, but they post that in the community, and we might run across the same problem that this person was running into that caused them to create this query or this playbook, and we can take advantage of that. Okay, Microsoft, as you may know, now owns GitHub, and they use GitHub as a way to post information. So we can all work together as one big community. If I come up with something fancy and cool, I can share that with other people in the community. If you come up with something fancy and cool to help, stop threats or be utilized with Sentinel, you could post that out there in the community as well, and then we can pull that into our Azure Sentinel. Okay. All right. So as you can see, Azure Sentinel, this is their big SIEM or SIM product, however you like to say it. And it can really, really do a lot. And I think it's about time. I'm really, really glad that Microsoft has finally pulled this in there. And it is a very, very valuable tool that we can use in our environment to help us discover the different threats that are out there.
Now, real quick, as I get into talking about Sentinel, you need to make sure that you have a log analytics workspace created. And what will happen is when you go into Sentinel, it's going to want to connect that log analytics workspace. So if you don't already have one, make sure you go to the menu button, go to all services, and then just do a search for log analytics, and you'll see log analytics workspace. You just create a log analytics workspace. All right. And once you create one, when you go into Sentinel, you'll be able to connect Sentinel to your log analytics workspace.
Once you have Sentinel connected to a log analytics workspace, you're ready to start using Sentinel. So let's just start from the beginning here to get into Sentinel. All right, obviously I can go right here, but if Sentinel's not showing up here, you can always go to all services and add it if you want as a favorite, or in my case, I've already added it as a favorite. Okay, but I could search for it through all services, but I'm going to go ahead and click on it. And here I am in Sentinel. I can click on my Sentinel workspace. Granted, don't forget, you can have multiple Sentinel workspaces if you wanted to be able to, kind of group together the things you're looking at. Maybe I might have one workspace that's sort of focused more on the on-premise side of security. I may have another that's focused on cloud if I wanted. Or I could base it on different regions or different buildings at my company. There's different strategies, different branch offices, different strategies there you could do. Okay, so just having a look as I jump into Sentinel here, I've got an overview of the things that are going on here, which, as you can see, not really a whole lot going on in my little environment at the moment. But if it has noticed anything based on things that have been going on, it would be able to show me some of the events, alerts, incidents that it's found. Okay, I can go over here to logs, and I can see logging information based on anything that's been found. And the other thing that's great about this is if you look at some of the things I can query for right now. I have a lot of different things here I can look at as far as querying log information that's been gathered through Sentinel. So all these different options here, storage and my firewall, application gateways, app services, bunch of different options here that I can go with. And of course you can tell it to run one of these queries now. All right, based on whichever of these you click on, you can click on these different queries and have it run the query and give you some information. Okay, just kind of depending upon what it is that you're wanting to look at. Maybe it's a virtual machine and I'm looking at CPU information on the virtual machine. In my environment I can say run, and then it's going to show me this query language here that I can actually click run on, and it would tell me if there was any information. Of course you got to have some virtual machines for it to run that against, and of course we're not really looking at virtual machines at the moment. I'm just giving you that as an example. Okay. You have news and guides. This has just got updates on some of the latest goings on involving Sentinel. We've got incidents. Now this is, of course, if any incidents have been discovered, this is a place for us to sort of look at any types of threats in our environment, any particular incidents maybe that have come up in our environment. Remember that Sentinel has machine learning that it's using, that it can analyze what's going on in our cloud services, as well as if we connect with our on-prem service, and it can try to find any information it can and tell us what those incidents are. Remember that it ties to MITRE Corporation's CVE database, which is the Common Vulnerability Exposure database. We've also got workbooks. Now, these workbooks are great because they sort of group together a series of things that I might want to look at. So I've got Amazon Web Services, network activities, Azure activities, audit log information. If I wanted to see like Azure AD sign-on information, I can come over here and I can click on, they have these little graphics that you can look at, different bar graphs you can look at, kind of get a feel for what's been happening in your environment if you've had a bunch of different sign-ons from different locations. And this kind of ties directly hand in hand with Azure Identity Protection and all that good stuff. So you can get some real good information there, especially in a larger environment. I've also got hunting. So I can click on this hunting blade here on the left, and this is going to help me hunt for specific threats, maybe specific things that I've come across. And as you can see, I've got a bunch of different queries here I can perform. It's tying to the MITRE attack that they've got, which again, that's the MITRE Corporation database. Here's all these different queries that are available to me that I could click on. Okay, like for example, I've got failed logon attempts. If I want, I could run this query. Here's the query language right here. And then I could click View Results, and I could look at the specific query a little bit more in detail, okay, and then I can run the query if I want. Another thing you can do, of course, is if you really spend some time looking at these queries, you can kind of learn how that query language actually works. And it's actually a pretty straightforward language. It's very similar to the same kind of language that PowerShell uses, if you're familiar with that. I really wouldn't stress out too much if you're taking the exam, stress out too much over memorizing all the query language. That's not really something they're focused on. They're going to expect you, they expect you to know what Sentinel is and the fact that it uses a query language, but you don't have to be an expert on their query language. Okay, that's not one of the things that's located in their test objectives. So. Anyway, that is something, though, you can spend some time on. You could write your own advanced scripts. You can also use the communities. So, like, I can come over here to Notebook, the Notebooks option here. And the Notebooks allow me to kind of group together information that I might want to look at, different queries I might want to look at, and this actually can tie to the community as well. The community down here ties to GitHub. But I have some different notebooks here, guided investigations for anomaly lookups. They've got Entity Explorer for Linux. If you want to look up IP address information, domain name, URL, specific user accounts, you can launch the notebook here, and this is going to bring you into the GitHub community. And there are different people that have posted things out there for us to look at, and it'll actually create this set of queries for you, and you can save this in your GitHub account if you want. Okay, so that's something you can do involving these notebooks. All right. So as you can see, it tells you a little description for each notebook. In this case, if I'm looking at like domain and URL, it says uses data queries and visualization to help you assess the security state of your DNS host or domain name. So again, you click on each one of these, they provide you with a nice little description of what each notebook is going to do and gather information for you on. Over here, I've got data connectors. Okay, so this is how I'm actually connecting to other data sources. Whether they be cloud data sources, or if you wanted to connect on-prem, you can download agents for on-prem use and install those and connect to things on-premise as well. Here are the things that I've got just built right into Sentinel. As you can see, here's Cisco, Checkpoint, DNS, ForcePoint, the Cloud App Security. And of course, as you click on these, you can click open the connector page if you want. This is what's going to, help you link up and connect this up. So in my case, this is connecting me into Cloud App Security, which controls what applications users are allowed to use in the cloud environment. So this is the point of connectors. Connectors is where do you want to grab your analytic data. You always need to remember something though. The more you link to, the more analytic information you're gathering. It is taking up cloud storage, and you're paying for that cloud storage. So, keep that in mind. It's wonderful and great to use like every connector under the sun, but and gather just an ungodly amount of analytic information through these data connectors. But the problem with that is that it is using storage, and you really got to monitor that. Okay, keep an eye on that. Okay, we've also got analytics over here. So we'll click on the analytics blade, and you through analytics you're going to gain a lot of valuable information just from all the information that data connectors and all that's gathering. It's going to pull all that down into the analytics, and it's going to, with the help of machine learning, you're going to be able to tell if there is any types of threats. In fact, I've got one right here. You'll notice it says advanced multi-stage attack detection using what's called built-in fusion. Now, currently this is not turned on. If I wanted to enable the built-in fusion machine learning technology, I can. As you can see the description here, it says by using fusion technology, it's based on machine learning, Azure Sentinel can automatically detect multi-stage attacks by combining anomalous behaviors, suspicious activity. Okay, so yeah, that sounds good to me. So I'm going to click Edit. All right, we're going to go ahead and click to enable that, click Review, and click Save. So we've just enabled Fusion. So now the analytic data that we're gathering from these different data connectors, data sources, this technology can look to see if we've got any types of attacks going on. Okay, so that's a little machine learning engine. You actually, there are other things there you can add if you want. You notice there's a create option up here. Where I can schedule a query to run. I can do what's called a Microsoft incident creation rule. So it can generate an incident report if it notices something out of the ordinary. So you have a few different options there. I have playbooks down here. Now this is part of their orchestration using what's called a playbook. And you can add a playbook right here if you want. And it is going to tie that. This is another thing. Keep in mind these playbooks. These are things that are going to use some CPU processing power and all that in Azure, so they do cost money. You have to tie them to a subscription. You have to tie them to a resource group. Okay, and you can create this this playbook if you want. So I could call this Sentinel playbook. Specify a region. You got to turn on your log analytics, and you got to tie it to your Sentinel workspace. So then we'll click to create, and it does take a second to do that. It'll process it, and then it'll create it. And at that point, you'll be able to actually go through and utilize this playbook. So if I click on go to resource here, it's going to take me straight in there. And Microsoft has a bunch of these automation tools that I can utilize right here in this thing called the Logic Apps Designer. So what you can do is you can drop this down right here, and you can click security, and you have a bunch of stuff here. For example, when a message is received, when HTTP request is received, you can even, as you can see, when a new tweet is posted, when a new email is received. So you can click these, and they have some pre-configured ones, and then you can also create your own if you want. So you can kind of add some customized ones and all that. Okay. So this is just kind of looking at the basics of going through that process of creating a playbook. And the exam's going to just expect you to understand what the playbook is. They're not really getting into all the depth of designing playbooks or any of that here. Okay. And then here's the community blade over here. A community blade, this gets into being able to look at what the community's doing. Again, all this ties to GitHub. And the last thing you've got is the settings blade. The settings blade is going to show you, it talks about the Sentinel pricing, all right, a little bit. Again, you can always go out there, though, and research things a little bit further to get a better rundown of all that. And then you got the settings area here. It says, how do we use your data? You can kind of read about it. It's not really a lot you can turn on or turn off, just a couple things here, as you can see. If I wanted to turn this off on how they use my data, analytic information, you could. Down here it says, sorry to see you go, if you were removing Azure Sentinel. So there's not really a lot of settings there. You have a little bit on workspace, but really the workspace is just going to take you over to log analytics, which you would have to control your information through log analytics. Okay. If you ever wanted to delete your workspace information, they don't make that easy. Okay. If you go, you can't just tell Sentinel just delete it all. You actually have to go, and even if you go into log analytics to delete it, like let me show you what I'm talking about here. If I go log analytics, which is where your Sentinel workspace is, if you try to delete it, you'll notice there is no option here for delete, right? So if you ever want to delete this information, all you got to do is go up to the little menu bar here, okay, and then click on resource groups. And this is how you would get rid of it. So you would just go here, click on the resource group itself, and if you wanted to get rid of it, you can get rid of it here. You can delete the whole resource group if you want, or just you can delete individual things, and that's how you're going to remove that. Okay, if you didn't want it, maybe it's because it's taking up too much space. So you might just temporarily use Sentinel for a certain period of time, and then you might decide to get rid of it because it's costing you money. Okay. All right, so that is a look at Sentinel and how we can use it to manage and monitor what's going on in our environment.
Let's get into the concepts now of creating a storage account. All right. So to start with this, we're just going to be here on portal.azure.com. We're going to click the menu button. We're going to go to all services, and we are going to click on storage accounts, or you could search for it if it doesn't show up right here. Just search for storage accounts. We're going to click on storage accounts, and then we're going to click to create a storage account. You can also, of course, click create up here as well. All right. So once we get into there, we can choose a resource group to store it in. I'm actually just going to create a new resource group from this screen, and I'm just going to call this storage account demo. All right. We'll click OK on that. And we're creating a new resource group while we're creating a storage account. All right. So then we have to give it a name. Now, remember, the storage account name must be unique across all of the Azure instances. Okay. So in this case, I'm going to name this Exam Lab Practice Storage JC. All right. And of course, if you go through this process yourself, you need to make sure that it is a unique name that's unique across Azure. So you can't exactly copy exactly what I'm doing here. You'd have to name it something unique if the name is already used, right? All right, so then we would select our region. I'm going to go with East US, and then it wants to know the performance type here, standard or premium. In this case, I am going to go with the recommended one, which is the general purpose, because we're looking at the basics here. We'll get into the details in some later stuff here, but general all-purpose, or if I wanted to try one of the premium ones, that's where you get into the page, blob, file shares, or block. But the great thing about general all-purpose is you can pretty much do anything you want, all right, as far as storing things in the storage account. Then you've got redundancy. I'm not going over all the redundancy capabilities right now. That'll be covered later, all right. I am going to go with the cheapest level just to save some cost on that. I'm going to go with locally redundant storage because this is for demo purposes and I'm not really concerned about redundancy here, all right. Now, I'm not going to get into all of the advanced features right now. You're going to see some later videos where we talk about these features, a lot of these features here. So, but you will see that you have some advanced capabilities like requiring secure REST representational state transfer. That means you're requiring HTTPS basically, allowing public access to containers, meaning people could access your containers over the web if you want them to. Of course, we can talk more about this and restrict it. Like I said, some of this advanced stuff, this is going to get covered in some later videos, but just to go over some of the basic stuff here. Enable storage account key access. That's you're gonna have encryption keys, which I'm not getting into right now, that encrypts everything. All right. Default to Azure Active Directory authorization Azure portal. That means for somebody to access the container data that's stored in the storage account, they'd have to authenticate through Azure. Right now, we're gonna be able to use what is known as a shared access signature token, which means we could allow like a web server to access the data that's stored in our container for a website or something like that. So we're not requiring an Azure AD authentication, but more on that later. The version of TLS we're using is here. So a few other things. Again, I'm not covering all of this right now, okay? But I did want to point out a couple other things. Here's the access tier. You have hot and cool. Now, one little word to the wise about Azure that's really, really nice, if you haven't heard this before, is these little I symbols are information messages, and a lot of them provide you with articles that can give you more details. So for example, if you're like, okay, so what is hot and cool? I can go right here and click learn more, and it'll pull up a website essentially that will sort of break down what the hot and the cool is for you. Okay, so if we scroll down here, we can see that hot tier, it says an online tier optimized for storing data that is accessed or modified frequently. The hot tier has the highest storage cost but the lowest access cost. And then a cool tier, they say data is in the cool tier should be stored for a minimum of 30 days. The cool tier has lower storage cost and higher access cost. So if you've got a lot of data that's just kind of sitting there, maybe you're storing a bunch of logs or something, then the cool tier is a great way to go, as long as the data is not being accessed a lot. And then, of course, in some cases, you won't see this on the creation page, but you can actually associate data with what's called an archive tier. And this is for things like backups. So they say data is archived and should be stored for a minimum of 180 days. So you have that as well. So that's what your different tiers are here that are available. Hot and cool, all right. And then you've also got what's called large file shares. Again, I'm not really getting into that right now, but in a nutshell, they tell you that it's for a maximum of up to 100, TIB, right? So pretty large amount of information there. Okay, not getting into a whole lot of the networking stuff or the data protection stuff right now, or the encryption stuff, all right? But we're going to go ahead and just take the defaults on those, and we're going to click review. And it's just going to do a validation check, and it looks like it went through successfully, so we're going to go ahead and create the storage account. Now, it does not take very long to create storage accounts. Storage accounts are something that, generally can be, will be created within just a few seconds. But let me warn you, when you do create a storage account, sometimes if you jump right into the resource group, it does not show up immediately. So you do need to be aware that, that even though you might go to create it, you might jump into your resource group and you'll notice that it's
not quite available yet. Okay. Now, one quick way you can go straight into the storage account, you don't even have to open up the resource group to do this, is you can click go to resource, and it'll take you straight into the storage account. Okay. However, if I do click the menu button and I go and look at my resource groups, let's take a look at the resource group and see if it's shown up yet. We'll see if it's already there. Okay, so here is the storage account demo resource group, and it did show up. So it actually did kind of show up quickly. Just again, be advised that sometimes it can take a minute or so before it will show up inside the resource group. Okay, but again, when you go into the storage account, you've got all of your different options over here, all these different blades over here on the left that will let you manage and configure that storage account. Okay, so you can see when it says containers, so this containers area involves blob storage. Okay, so blobs, binary large objects, this is what containers are going to store. And blob containers are really, really good if you need to dish up data very quickly for things like websites. It's very affordable. You can have any size file you want essentially in there. Files can be made bigger or smaller at any given time. It's very, very good for web-based traffic. So videos, audio, images, text, whatever it may be, blob containers are great for dealing with that. And then of course you have file shares. Again, this file shares are the feature that storage accounts use for sort of taking the place of a file server. So you can actually have like a mapped drive and all of that stuff. Users can have a mapped drive to the actual file shares just like they would a file server, and it supports server message block and NFS, network file system. Blob containers do not support that. The only way you can access data in a blob container really is by the URL. You can't access it through a file share, but with file shares you can. Okay, keep in mind you can access file shares through a URL as well, but it's not as affordable. So you don't want to be really using a website. File shares wouldn't really be used in regards of like web services usually. All right. And then you've got the queues and the tables, so that gets into queuing messages and all that, which I'm not getting into right now, and then also tables, which gets into database information. So there's, again, various things you can use your storage account for. Okay, so you've got quite a few blades here to kind of look at and play around with. Under settings, you can go back, and if you wanted to change some of the configuration, you can actually change some of the configuration options that you saw. Well, pretty much just about everything that you saw when you were creating the storage account, you can actually go in here and you can reconfigure that, which is really nice. All right, just about everything. There are certain things that you cannot change, but just about everything. Okay, and for example, one thing that can't be changed, you'll notice, is it won't let me change this performance from standard to premium. There might be a day where Microsoft implements a way to do that, but as of right now, at the creation of this video, they have not. Okay, but you have all these different blades for configuring. There's your IM for configuring the roles. There's an activity log that tells you everything that has been done. There's tags if you wanted to add tags. All right, and then a lot of this other stuff, networking and access keys and shared access signatures and all that, that's all stuff to come. So again, lots of stuff here that I'm going to explain, just not in this particular video. One of the things that we have to consider when utilizing storage accounts is how users can be authorized to work in conjunction with that storage account. For example, if you have users that are contributing, maybe developers or fellow admins or just users that are utilized for backing up and restoring data to and from a storage account, they have to be authorized to do that. Now, the most common way that we can do that in terms of users is to use Azure Active Directory, and we use roles and roles identities in order to handle all of that. All right. There is another method that I'm not getting into this particular video on, which is to use shared access signatures, which is more along the lines of web services and all of that interacting with your storage account. All right. But in this video, I want to talk about the Azure AD side of things. So let's just start out here on portal.azure.com. We're going to click the menu button here. We're going to go to Resource Groups, and we're going to click on this Storage Account Demo Resource Group that I've created. And then from there, we have a storage account
called Exam Lab Practice Storage JC. Okay, so we're going to click on that. All right. So from there, we now can go to this Access Control IAM blade, which the IAM Access Control blade IAM is the Identity and Access Management, is what that acronym stands for again. So we'll click on that, and this, of course, is where roles are managed, right? And so from there, I've got role assignments, and I can see here what role assignments. And there's some built-in role assignments that the Azure throws in there. I can see that I'm added, and I'm the owner of this role, of this container, this storage account, sorry. And then if I want to add somebody to that, I can say add a role assignment. And then I got all these different options down here I can go with, right? Including these different contributor roles and all of that. I've got like, for example, if I was working with blobs, doing blob-related storage, I could do a storage blob data contributor role, right? This is going to let somebody read, write, delete access to Azure storage, blob container data, and all that, but they can't change permissions or any of that on your blob. All right, you can make somebody an owner, which would give them the ability to change permissions. All right, so as far as somebody being able to interact with your storage account, you have to give them some type of permissions, and the way you're going to do that would be through this right here. Okay, so I could select this if I want. I could also click View, and I can see the exact permissions that they're going to be given. Okay, and then from there I can select that role if I want, and if I want to give somebody authorization of it, then I can. I have the ability to do that. So have I assigned it to anybody yet? No, it's not been assigned. So from there, I have the ability to select the role. Okay, from there, I can click Next, and I can specify, it says assign access to users, group, or service principal. Of course, I'm talking about Azure AD, users here, or groups, so I would want to select this, and then I can select a member, and I can specify who I want to do that with, right? So I'll go down here and we'll do Larry Thomas here. So we'll hit select, Larry Thomas. I can also add some information here as far as a description. Could add, why I'm adding this person, or who I am, and why I'm adding this person. From there, I can click next. From there, it says, okay, you have role assignment conditions. All right, role assignment conditions, I can say add condition. All right. And so if you notice here, it says a condition is an additional check that you can optionally add to your role assignment to provide more fine-grained access control. So for example, you can add a condition that requires an object to have a specific tag to read the object. All right. So they have a couple of different ways you can use code to edit this, which is sort of the old way back in the day you'd have had to do it, and versus the newer way, which is visual. So from there, I can click add action if I want. I can select, so it says select the actions you want to allow if the condition is true. If you select multiple actions, there will be fewer attributes to choose from for your condition, because this attribute must be available across the selected actions. All right, so I could say, maybe I'm going to do list blobs, read blobs, write blob data, set access tier, right? But I'm not going to give delete. I'm not going to allow any kind of rename. So we'll hit select, right? So this is giving me a more fine-grained way of handling it, right? That's the idea, okay? So then an expression, build one or more expressions. If the expressions evaluate to true, access is allowed to these actions. So whatever the expression is set to, you're giving the access that we've selected, right? So we'll say add expression. We'll say, okay, attribute source being resource, operator, or attribute. We'll do account name. Now we got all of these operators available to us. Okay, these are different parameters that could be checked against, or conditions that can be checked against. All right, you've also got container name. All right, so remember here, if we're talking about blobs, and you may not necessarily have a great understanding yet about blobs. Blobs being just we have what's called a blob container, being like a folder almost, and then you have all this data inside of a blob container, files that you want to share out. what you're basically saying is the name of this container could be equal to something. So the string could equal, you know, whatever we want to call it. Maybe the string is going to equal the word backups, all right? And it doesn't matter case sensitivity and all of that, right? So it says specify one or more values for the expression. Values for like operator can include a multiple character match. You are allowed to use wildcards if you want, or a single character match with a question mark. So if I wanted to, I could do like, you know, star backup star if I wanted, meaning if the container, the blob container, which again is sort of like a folder with blobs, all right, if the blob container contains the word backups in it, then it would be a match, right? For the expression, all right. So there you have it, all right. And if you want to add an additional one, you can say add condition. You could add an additional one. I'm not going to add an additional one here, but okay. I'm just going to go ahead now and I'm going to hit save. All right, you'll see it builds this is basically building the editor code for you that does all of this, all right, which is really cool. Used to be you'd have to learn this yourself, but learning the programming and all that's kind of outside the scope of what we're learning in this particular course. But you'd have to write that yourself. You'd have to learn this code and write it yourself, but they've added the editor now, and it makes life a lot easier. So we'll click review and assign, and at that point we have now assigned that ability to that guy Larry. Now the thing is Larry's only going to have those permissions if the container has the word backup in it, right? So if we go over here to container, right now we don't have a blob container. So we have one called logs, but we don't have one called backups. So we create one called backups, right? Notice it says this may only contain lowercase, right? So it's a storage account, so I got to lowercase that. But remember, even though I used a capital character previously, it doesn't matter because it's not case sensitive on the expressions. So from there, so I public access. It says private anonymous access. This essentially means that if I allow private anonymous access, no anonymous access, that means that you have to authenticate to communicate with this blob. Okay, you have to. You can't anonymously view any of this data. So if you're trying to serve this up in like an anonymous web type scenario where somebody can hit this data anonymously, that's not going to happen. All right. Right here, you have blob anonymous read access for blobs. So that means that somebody could, if they know the URL of the data that's in the blob, they can get to it. Okay. And they can see it. So if I had a JPG file or something that was in this blob container, and somebody knew the URL to it, or you posted the URL somewhere, they could anonymously get to it. They'd have read access to it. And then, but they can't see the whole blob container. They can't see every file in the blob container. They can just see that one file. Now, if you do want to allow somebody to see every file in the blob container, you could choose this option. They have anonymous read access for containers and blobs. So that means if they know the URL of the blob container itself, they can see everything in it. Of course, what I was talking about was having to authenticate through Azure AD, and so I want to go with this option here. All right, I'm going to make a person have to authenticate, right? And not getting into the advanced stuff in this particular video, but I'm going to hit create, and we've now created our blob, okay? And if you followed along and all that, you can even try logging on to that user that you've given access to, and you should have access to that. So if I click on this container right here, I can see that I have no data, and if I want to upload something, I can. All right, but I'm not doing that in this video. Here's the URL, right? And that person would be able to interact with whatever data is in this blob container, okay? And the other thing you got to understand, there's some missing pieces here, things we haven't gone over yet. For example, we really haven't gone over how to interact with blobs yet, and how to upload and download data and all that. So just stay tuned on all that. But that is how we authorize users to access stuff in a storage account. Now I did it with blobs, but you also would notice that if you go back over here and you look at the IAM, you've also got the ability to give these roles for things like file shares and all that. So if we scroll down, see there is
there's file share contributor and all of that stuff. So there's other roles that you can do regarding all this as well. Okay, so hopefully that gives you now a decent understanding of how you can authorize somebody with Azure AD to authenticate and get access to a storage account. On top of interacting with a storage account using Azure Active Directory user credentials, one of the most common ways that we interact with storage accounts is through web services. You can have web servers that are storing all the images, video, audio, all of that, including even HTML and all that inside your storage account. And basically with Microsoft Storage Account, they have blob storage, and blob storage is extremely fast at being able to dish out images, audio, video, text, all of that stuff. Now, file share storage, not so much, but blob storage, incredibly fast when it comes to that. Now, the thing to consider here, though, is that obviously you don't want a web server to have to put in credentials every time a user accesses a website. So you want a web server to have authorization for dishing out this data very quickly. Now, in order to handle that, Azure has what is known as Azure Storage Keys. And we can take a look at those by going here on portal.azure.com, clicking the menu button, going to Resource Groups. We're going to go to the Storage Account demo here and then open up our resource group. All right. And by the way, if you're wondering why I go through all that process every time I show a video, it's because I like to keep people in the habit of knowing how to get places. A lot of times people ask me, you know, why I repeat those steps, and that's the reason, is because a lot of times I've found that other instructors will just start their video in a certain spot and then students don't know how they got there. So I like to show the steps over and over and over again. I feel like it'll stick. So there's the reason, if you're wondering. But here I am on my storage account, and if I scroll down a little bit, I've got this thing under Security Plus Networking called Access Keys. I'm going to click on that. So here you have two different access keys that basically give complete access to a storage account. Now, these access keys, if you're working with a web developer who is developing some kind of web application that's going to be storing data inside the storage account, you could give this key information over to the web developer. They could have that associated on their web server, and the web server then has the ability to access the storage account and add data to the storage account. You can give them the key, which you'll notice I can click Show Key and see what that is, or if they want a connection string, you give them the connection string. Okay. Now, the other thing you can do, you'll notice that they give you two keys because the idea is maybe you're going to use your, key one as your primary key, but then all of a sudden, let's say somehow that key got exposed somehow. Maybe somebody got access to the web server that shouldn't have. You can have a secondary key that's already set up and ready for you to go. The other thing you can do, though, is you can rotate a key, meaning you can change a key out, right? So it says the current key will become immediately invalid and is non-recoverable. Do you want to regenerate access to key 2? Yes. So at that point, it's going to regenerate, and I can have a completely different key. But I have the second. I already have two keys in case maybe the first key is no longer exposed or something, and I want to switch to that second key very quickly. I can. So that is the idea of utilizing these access keys. And again, you're not really learning like the developer side of all of this, but if you're working with a web developer, that web developer should know what to do if you provide them with the key or the connection string, whichever one they would prefer to be associated on their web server. Let's talk now about the concept of Azure identity-based authentication in regards to a file share utilizing the SMB protocol. So in storage accounts, we have the ability to create file shares. Those file shares use server message block, which of course is the protocol that's been around ever since the 1980s in regards to anything involving Microsoft interacting with shares. Now, natively, if you are working with Azure and you don't have any kind of on-premise domains or any of that, then you don't really need anything special to allow for access to a file share. However, if you have clients that need to be able to use the Kerberos-based protocol, which is the on-premise protocol that we've had ever since Windows 2000 came out,
then this is what the identity-based authentication system is going to do for you. Okay, so first let me show you where this is at, and then I'll give you a little bit more information to go off of on this. So here we are on portal.azure.com. I'm going to click the menu button here, and I'm going to go to storage accounts, and I have a storage account here, Exam Lab Practice JC. I'm going to click on that. All right, and then from there, just waiting on this to, there it goes. We'll click on File Shares. And from File Shares, this is right here where it says Active Directory Not Configured. This is where this would be turned on at. All right, and they basically tell you there's 3 scenarios here. Now, Microsoft has a really good article on this. If you were to go to Google or Bing and just do a search for Azure File Identity-Based Authentication, this is the article that they have, and they talk about the 3 different ways this can be turned on. And the benefits and all of that. And really what I want to focus on is the uses. So the first use would be the ADDS based system. That would be on-premise Active Directory. So if you want, you can use on-premise Active Directory. Here is a visual for you. So you can enable Azure Files on-premise ADDS authentication, including creating an Active Directory identity to represent a storage account. So you actually create a identity on-premise for that. You can assign the Azure AD identity that was synced from AD onto the shared permissions. So if you're synchronizing, you're using Azure AD Connect, it synchronizes this account that you can create, and that account can be used for the SMB connections between all of your different shares that you have in regards to a storage account. From there it says mount Azure AD files with storage account key and configure the directory file level permissions, and then access the Azure files using the Active Directory credentials by first authenticating against ADDS. So if you look here, that's what you're seeing. You got a client machine that's authenticating with an on-premise domain, okay? And that on-premise domain, you've set up a connection already, which I'll show you in a second where that's at. Again, you've set this connection up. Your client is authenticating from that domain controller. From there, that client will be able to interact with this file share utilizing this connection that you can establish, okay? So looking back over here, that's what this option here is going to let me do. It's going to let me set that up. If I have an on-premise domain, then I can set that up, okay? The second option is if you have an Azure Active Directory domain service. In other words, if you are hosting not ADDS on-premise, but you're actually hosting ADDS in the Azure environment, then that is another option that you can go with, okay? And so from there, here is a visual for you. It's really the same exact thing. It's just instead of hosting it on-premise, it's being hosted in Azure. So it's pretty much the exact same process. You're gonna enable that here though. Okay. Now, what you really want to remember for what we're going over here, what you want to know is this option here, because what we're really talking about is being able to turn on the Kerberos capability within Azure itself, not really talking much about the on-premise side of this. And so if you look here, they tell you that you can turn this on. Enabling configuring it allows an Azure AD users to access Azure file shares using Kerberos authentication. It's good. It's a good configuration to use and to issue the necessary Kerberos tickets to access file shares with an industry standard protocol. This means that end users can access file shares over the internet without a line of sight domain. There's your keywords right there, and that's what I want you to remember on this. Okay, so if I'm looking at anything and it's talking about, there's not a line of sight domain controller, there's no domain controllers available, but we need Kerberos support. Okay, this is going to be the way to go about doing it. Okay, it's going to be done by using this identity-based authentication system. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this on by clicking Setup, and we'll select Azure AD Kerberos. All right, and we would have a domain name here to configure the directory and file level permissions through the File Explorer. You also need to specify a domain name and domain GUID for your on-premise. So you'd have to have, if you did have a on-premise domain and you wanted to link that here with Azure AD, you could do that. Okay. All right. But I'm going to go ahead and hit save because I don't actually have an on-premise domain. All right. But I still could support Kerberos in regards to Azure AD. All right, and then from there, the second step here says once you have enabled Active Directory source on your storage account, you must configure share level permissions in order to get access to your file share. There are two ways you can assign the share permissions. You can assign them to authenticated identities as a default share level permission, and you can assign them to specific Azure AD users. Okay, so if I want to do that, I could say default shared disable permissions and no access is allowed for the file share, or I could say enable, and I could specify if I'm going to what privilege I want to give. Maybe I want to give reader privileges, then I can. I'm going to hit save, and that is how we can turn on the Azure-based identity authentication. My biggest advice for you, though, if you are dealing with this in an on-premise domain, definitely check out this article. Okay, Azure file identity. All you got to do is do a quick Google or Bing search for these keywords right here, and you'll find this article. Okay, so very easy to look it up. So Azure Storage has what is known as a storage key that it utilizes for giving access to things like web servers. But there is another consideration here, and that is if a web server has access to an access key, then it pretty much can do what it wants to the storage account as far as being able to contribute data, delete data, manage data, all of that, which is fine. But what if you need to give temporary access to something? So to do that, you're going to use this thing called a SAS token. All right, to allow web servers to have temporary access. This is especially helpful if you've got some kind of a web application that's supposed to be given a token for temporary use. These tokens can be generated on the fly. If the web developer knows how to do this, you can actually have these tokens generated on the fly, and they give temporary access to users to access the data, or the user that's working with a web application or working with a web server. As they interact with this data, they can get temporary access, and it can also restrict what privileges they have. So let me show you a little bit about what I'm talking about here. So here I am on portal.azure.com. I'm going to click the menu button, go to Resource Groups, click on my resource group, which is Storage Account Demo, and then I'm going to go to my storage account, which is Exam Lab Practice Storage JC. So we'll go there, all right, and then from there we're going to go to Containers. And I've got a container there called Backups, but I'm going to create another container. I'm going to call it Images. All right, and it says public access, private, no anonymous. Okay, I'm going to say blob anonymous read access only. So I am going to temporarily make this to where you can get to this image anonymously. All right, just with read access. So we're going to click to create. All right, and then we're going to click on images here. So here's my container. I'm going to upload. And I'm going to upload a file of basically the picture of the domain and cloud that I've drawn. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and select that on my desktop. Okay, so I've selected the image. I can also say override if it already exists, but we're going to go ahead and click upload, and we've now uploaded this image. Now if we go on and click on this image, I can see the URL of this image right here. I'm going to copy that, okay? And then I am going to open up a incognito or in private window, and I'm going to paste that link in, and as you can see, I am able to see that image. Okay, so that image shows up just fine. All right, that's because I allowed anonymous access. Okay, now I'm going to minimize this for a moment, and we're going to go back over here, and we're going to change the access level. So we'll change that real quick, and we will change it to private, no anonymous. All right, now that we do that, we're going to open back up that in private, and we're going to refresh the screen. It may take a moment. There it goes. And now notice I'm getting this error because this browser, I am not authenticated with Azure, okay? So I don't have access to view it, all right? So no matter what I do, no matter how many times I refresh this, I'm no longer going to be able to see that image. So what we're going to do is we're going to use a SAS token to authorize this this session to be able to view that that actual image. All right, so I'll minimize that. Okay, so we'll go back over here to our storage account. All right, we're going to scroll down, and right here, same area that we saw access keys here, I'm going to click on shared access signature. Okay, and from there I can specify what services this is going to be allowed on: blob files, queues, tables. I can say the resource type, service, container, objects. Don't forget the little I symbol you can hover over. and then the permissions that I want to give. So I have all these different permissions that I can give someone. Okay. Allow version and permissions, deletion of versions if I want, indexing permissions, being able to index the data, like search through the text and all that. And then I can set a date, a period that I'm going to allow that. All right. And so you'll see how many hours there that it will allow. You can even allow specific IP addresses if you want. To be able to do that. So maybe you know the public IP address of maybe your web servers or whatever that's going to interact with it. You can do that. You can say also allow HTTPS only or HTTP and HTTPS. So I'm going to say HTTPS only as opposed to HTTPS and HTTP. And then preferred routing. I'm not really getting into all of this right now. But if you go through the networking side of things, you'll understand what all this is. But we're just going to go with the basic, which basically lets Microsoft choose the best routing solution for where your storage account is. And then essentially what's going to happen is this token is going to get built using key 1. If I want to sign it, it's going to put a digital signature on it. And it's going to use key 1 to do that. You could say use key 2 if you would prefer. But I'm going to say generate the SAS. And now that I've done that, I can look down, and here is the actual SAS token itself. All right. So I can copy that. All right. I can go right here, and I'm going to open this back up, and I'm just going to paste this onto the end of that. So you'll notice that the graphic file ends, and then there's a question mark, and that's where the rest of this. So this is where you have what's called a URI as opposed to just a standard URL. It's a uniform resource identifier as opposed to just a uniform resource locator. All right. It's basically specifying this additional information. So now let's hit enter and see if it shows up. And as you can see, it does show up. All right. And if I open up a notepad file here, I can, let's just paste this whole thing in. All right, and take a look at this whole URI. So if you look at this URI, here's the URL portion up to the JPG. Then it have a question mark. All right, so then it's got a start date and an ending date. But most importantly, I want you to notice that at the end of this, you have a signature. Now, depending upon how familiar you are with the way that digital signatures work, when something has a digital signature, it basically takes this whole URL that you see here with the URI portion and runs it through a signature algorithm. And then from there, it generates a signature code. If you were to alter this URI by a single binary bit, it's not going to work. Okay, so like for example, if I tried to go in there and I tried to expand the date, and change the date to where I can make it where this is valid longer than it's supposed to be. It's only valid for a few hours today, but if I extended that by altering what you see here, it would no longer work because the signature mathematically doesn't equal all of this data anymore. And so that's the beauty of tokens and signatures. All right. So that is how a SAS token would work. Keep in mind, we're not learning the developer side of this. So right now, so if you're working with like a web developer and all that, somebody who is writing code that's going to be able to deal with all this, you can actually write code on the developer side that can request SAS tokens and generate them on the fly. So if you had some kind of an application that was giving a user access to something in a storage account, you could have these generated on the fly by this web application. But you'd have to, again, work with the developer that could do that. At least in our side of things, we now know what SAS tokens are, and we know how to manually generate them if we need to. Now, something that's pretty common in Azure these days in a lot of organizations is hosting SQL databases in the Azure Cloud Services. Now, one of the main benefits of this is the fact that I don't have to host my own server on premise and all the headaches involved there, or you can also look at it from the standpoint of even hosting a virtual machine and installing SQL on that virtual machine, and all the management that you got to deal with there is also a headache. With Azure SQL databases, this is a platform as a service, so we're not having to deal with the underlying hardware. We're also not having to deal with the underlying operating system. All right, so I want to look now at creating a SQL database and server and how we can connect to that service itself. All right, so here we are on portal.azure.com. We can click the menu button, and if you should see SQL databases here, but if you don't, you can always go to all services and then just do a search for SQL, and you'll see SQL database there. All right, and then from there I'm going to click to create the database. All right, and just a forewarning, this is yet another service that is constantly changing. It doesn't matter how often I update my videos, they're constantly changing these screens week after week after week. So don't be surprised if things look a little different for you, but the concept should be the same. All right, so here we are, subscription. One is my subscription. I'm going to choose a resource group. I'm going to create a resource group called SQL Demo RG. All right, that'll be my resource group, and then I'm going to give the database a name. I'm going to call this ELP database for exam lab practice database. All right, and from there it's going to ask me if I have a server. I do not have a server, so I'll need to create a server. Okay, so we'll click to create. All right, give the server a name. I'm going to call this ELP SQL Server. All right, and it gives it this DNS name that'll be associated with it by default. This will be East US. Okay, so then it's going to ask me about the authentication system. How do I want to do authentication? Do I want to do Azure Active Directory authentication? Do I want to do SQL, or do I want to do SQL and Azure Active Directory? Okay, for now, we're just going to choose SQL, and we're going to basically manage our user through SQL. All right. And so my admin logon name will be ELP admin, and I'm going to put a password in here for the SQL database. All right, and I think I typoed it. Let me try that again. There we go. All right, and now we're going to go ahead and click OK. So it's going to be setting up this SQL server for us. Okay, and not really getting into too many details here this is not really focused on SQL, but they do have what's called an elastic pool. Provides a effective solution for getting multiple databases, and all of that saves money. But if you are going to deal with multiple databases, and asking if this is a production environment, development environment, okay, there are some costs there you can look at if you go to the Azure calculator. But so we're just going to go with production by default, and then you got the general purpose, the standard series for computing cost, 2 virtual CPUs, 32 gig storage, zone redundant disabled, all of that. And if you want to do the backup of redundancy, I'm going to do just a local redundant backup storage. All right. Again, not getting in all the details of that. That's not the point in this video. All right. And then if I want to configure some networking for this, I could. All right. Networking, connectivity, networking policy. I could allow no access, public endpoint if I want, private endpoint. I am going to go with a public endpoint, and it says allow Azure services and resource access to the server, add current IP address. So I can say yes and yes. All right, this is going to allow my client IP that I'm using right now to get access to the database. Of course, you can also add additional IPs if you want. Okay, and then connectivity policy, default, use redirect policy for all client connections originating inside of Azure, and proxy for all client connections originating outside. Or you can do a proxy. All connections are proxied via the Azure Database Gateway, or you can redirect clients' established connections directly to the node hosting the database. All right, so I'm just going to leave it as a default, and then we'll use TLS 1.2 encryption, so that's all fine. Any additional security here, I'm not going to turn on the Defender for SQL right now because that does cost a little extra money. Don't really need it. All right. It asks me if I want to do ledger cryptographically verifies the integrity of your data and detects any tampering that might have occurred. If I want to configure that, I can. If I want to configure a delegated identity, a managed delegated identity here, I could, which I'm not going to right now, not getting into managed identities in this video. Additional settings. Now, one thing I do want to do is I want to add the sample. They allow you to add some sample data just to kind of look at in the database. So I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to click Review and Create. All right. And again, monthly cost is $227. You can go with a lower tier just for playing around. I mean, this is fine, but you can go with a lower tier of performance if you want. If you want to try to lower the monthly costs, you know, Microsoft does give you that capability. In fact, if you're using a free trial, sometimes you'll have to go with a lower. Like if I just go with basic, as you can see, it's just like $5 a month roughly. But I'll go ahead and apply that. And then we'll click Review and Create. All right. And that was just on our size. Let me make sure. Yeah, that's just on our compute and storage. Our server and all that still costs money. The services and all that still cost money. So we'll go Review and Create. All right, and we're going to go ahead and click to create. And I'm going to pause this recording while the creation is happening. Okay, once that is done, we can go to the resource. And that brings us into the database itself right here. All right, and if you go to your resource group, if I go to the menu button and click on resource groups, I can see the SQL Demo RG resource group, and I can see the resources itself, which is the database, and then there is the server. Okay, so we got our database, we got our server. Okay, now the next thing is, if I want to connect to the database, I need something that's going to let me communicate with the database, and Microsoft has a free piece of software that you can download for working with your database, known as the SIMS. And if you actually go to just pull up Google or Bing and then just do a quick Google search for SIMS, you can see it right here. Download the SQL Server Management Studio. We'll click on that. Free download of this, and it's now downloading the SQL Server Management Studio. So just let that get downloaded, and then all you got to do is just go through the installation process. So we'll let that go ahead and get downloaded, and this piece of software is going to allow me to connect in. I'm going to be able to run SQL queries and all that against the Azure server that we've configured. Okay, so that's the goal here, is to be able to make that connection and make changes. So I'm going to go ahead and open this up. Going to choose Install. The install takes usually about 10 minutes, and you may or may not be asked to reboot your computer when you install this, so just a heads up on that. Now I'm going to hit Close. I'm going to hit Start here on my Windows computer. I'm just going to do a search for the word Studio, and then from there I'm going to find Microsoft's SQL Server Management Studio 18 in this case. I'm going to go ahead and click on that, and it's now loading up the SQL Server Management Studio. Now while I wait on that, I'm also going to jump over back into Azure here and look at our server, and you can see our SQL Server name right here. Okay, so that is our SQL Server name, and I'm just going to copy that to clipboard. All right, and I'll have that when the studio is up and running, and I'm going to be using that to log on with. All right, so once the Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio is loaded, I'm going to go up here and paste in my authentication server under Database Engine here, and we're going to change the authentication to SQL Server Authentication. We're going to put in our credentials, which was ELP Admin, and I'm going to go ahead and put my logon credentials in there, and we're going to go ahead and connect. And it is now authenticating us to the Microsoft server, and we are officially connected to the server, and there is our database. All right, we already should have some tables and all that because it did add some sample information into the database. All right, so this is how you can quickly set up a SQL database and SQL Server and then get connected into it. And hopefully that gives you a nice little tutorial as far as just getting all that set up and connecting. Now, one problem that sometimes people will have when they set up a SQL database is connecting by their IP address at their homes or workplaces or whatever. And a lot of times when we have IP addresses that at our homes and businesses, they change. The ISP will periodically change those out. Now, when you first set up your database, it may record the IP address you're connecting from, but then if that IP address ever changes, you now won't be able to connect to your database. So I want to show you how to fix that real quick. Here we are on portal.azure.com. I'm going to click the menu button here, and we'll go down here to SQL Databases, which you can search through all services if you don't have that. But if we go there, right here we got a thing that says Set Server Firewall. So if we click on that, and then scroll down here, Public Access, and you can see I've got my client IP address right here. Okay, so what you could do is if you needed to configure your IP address, maybe your IP address has changed, you're at a new location, and you want to approve that IP address, you can add that IP address here. Of course, you may say, well, I don't know what my IP address is. Go to Google and type, what is my IP address? And it will show you your public address if you don't know what your public IP address is. But that's pretty important. If for some reason you can't connect to your SQL Server, it could be because your IP address is currently not approved. So you would need to go to this firewall setting, and you can add that in there. Of course, you can also add virtual networks and all that stuff for devices that are on the Azure network that need to communicate. All right. So that is how that would be configured. Just keep that in mind if you have problems connecting. I'd like to spend some time now talking about the idea of using Azure AD to authenticate with a SQL database as opposed to the built-in SQL user database. All right. So I have already set up a SQL database. If I go over here to portal.azure.com, click the menu button, go to resource groups, I have a resource group called SQL Demo RG, and I have a SQL server and a SQL database that's already been set up. As of right now, when I connect to my database using the SQL Server Management Studio, I'm just connecting in using an admin called ELP admin that I created when I set up the initial database. Now what I want to do, though, is make it to where I am able to use Azure AD to authenticate with the database. All right. So in other words, here I am on intra.microsoft.com, and I'm under Azure Active Directory. If I go to users and I click on all users, I can see my users, and I'm going to go ahead and set it up so myself, John Christopher, can authenticate. All right. And we're going to go ahead and set that up so that I have administrative privileges. Okay. And then I can also, if I want, I could create a new user. I'm just going to call this ELP SQL user. All right. And we'll just say SQL user for lack of a better name. All right. And we'll set the password. All right, initial password. It'll make me change my password first log on. All right, usage location, set United States. Nothing else, I don't think there's anything else there I need to do. I'm going to click create, and I've just created a new user called the ELP SQL user, right? And so that new user, I can allow that user to connect. However, the first thing that's got to happen is we have to support admin credentials for our database. So let me show you how to do that. I'm going to jump back over to portal.azure.com. I've already gone to the menu, gone into the resource group, and then right here is my database. There's my SQL server. Okay, I'm going to click on my SQL server, and then this blade right here, this is the thing that's important. Azure Active Directory. I got to go there, and I have to basically, right now it says no Active Directory admin. You have to have an Active Directory admin for this to work. Okay, so I'm going to click Set Admin, and then I'm going to put myself in as the administrator. So we're going to go ahead and select that. All right, and then you also got to remember to save. So we're going to go ahead and save it. Now that I have that saved, I can jump over to SQL Server Management Studio, and I have the old connection using the local account for the database, but I want to use Azure AD now, so I can click Connect, go to Database Engine. Okay, I'll set this as Azure Active Directory password. If you are using MFA, you would want to use Universal within MFA, but then I'm going to go ahead and put there's my credentials. I'm going to put my password in here. Okay, and hit connect, and it is now connecting using that admin account. All right, so that is how we can establish our admin account. Now, what about our other user? Okay, so going back over here to Intra, I created that SQL user, right? This user right here. All right, so the ELP SQL user at examlabpractice.com. So I'd like to show you now how we can allow that user to connect in. To do this, I'm going to need to know the user principal name, so I'm just going to copy that. Now, I also have a little notepad file here set up that this would be the two commands that I'm going to need to set this up in the database. All right, these two queries are essentially going to make this work. So right here, I'm going to plug in the user principal name into this little square bracket area, and I'm also going to plug it in right here. So this is going to send a query, create user, this ELP user at examlabpractice.com from an external provider. That's the first command. We're going to copy that command. And then the second command is going to give privileges. It's going to add a role member called data reader. It's going to allow the user to have read access for that account. All right. So we've copied this. We're going to jump back over here to SQL Server Management Studio, expand databases as my Azure AD admin. There's our database right there. Okay, so I'm going to right click that database, and I'm going to click to create a new query. Once the new query screen pops up here, I'm just going to paste this query in. All right, now we're just going to highlight the query, and we're going to tell it to execute. All right, it says the command was completed successfully. So that's the first one. Now let's go back over here, and we'll copy the second command. Paste the second command in. All right, and we will highlight that and execute that. And the second command was completed successfully as well. So we've now officially added that Azure AD user account to the database. Now, before we connect, there is one thing I forgot to mention. You need to log on to Azure with that user account one time so that it will allow you to reset the password, because the password is temporary. So what I would recommend doing is maybe open up like an in private mode or incognito mode, and then just go to portal.azure.com and then log on as that user. Okay, if you are doing this with me, that's what you would want to do. Log on as that user, and then it's going to make you change your password. Once you've done that, you should have no problem now connecting in. So I should be able to go here to connect and go to Database Engine, put my ELP SQL user examlabpractice.com in, put my password in, the one that I would have reset it as. Okay, now one more thing here. This user has only been given access to this database. This user is not an admin. This user has not been given access to everything. So we need to go here to Options, go to Additional Connection Parameters, and put this in right here. Database equals ELP database. That's that database right there. That's the only thing that user has access to. Okay, this is not a SQL course, so I'm not getting into all the details there, but that's what would need to happen. All right, let's go ahead and hit connect. And we've now established a connection. All right, as that user. We can expand that out, and you can see the ELP database there. All right, and that is how we can manage our Azure AD credentials in regards to SQL. So hopefully that gives you a nice little tutorial on how that works. I'd like to now show you how we can turn on SQL database logging. Obviously, we want to be able to log what's going on, and Microsoft has the ability to utilize audit logs in regards to SQL. We will need a storage account, but we can create a storage account when we turn on logging. So let me show you how to do that right now. Here we are on portal.azure.com. If I click the menu button here, I can go to SQL databases. Again, if you don't have that, you can always search it through all services. There is my database, ELP database that I've created. All right, and then what I'm going to do is just scroll down, and there is a blade under security called auditing. So I'm going to go ahead and click on that. And when you get in there, you can see that currently this is not turned on, right? So I'm going to say go ahead and enable SQL auditing, and you can use a storage account, log analytics if you want, or event hub. All right, so you could set up a log analytics workspace if you don't already have one. You could use a storage account. I'm going to do a storage account, All right, and then it says I got to have one. I don't have one, so I'm going to create one real quick. Okay, I'm just going to call it my SQL storage ACCT. I'm going to put ELP on the end of it for exam lab practice. All right, and just do a general purpose. Not going to do premium. I can just do local redundant storage. I'm going to click OK. So it just kind of gives me some basic options. You don't get all the options that you would if you created a storage account through the storage account resource itself. But it is going to now go through and deploy that storage account. All right, now once that storage account has been created, if I try to click it, you'll see it's not there. So I'm just going to click off of this, and we'll come back. All right, back over here to auditing, turn it back on here, go to storage, choose a subscription, and the storage account should show up at that point. All right, and then it asks me if I want to use a managed identity or just use a storage access keys. I'm just going to go with storage access keys. If I want to enable retention, I can set retention for a certain number of days if I want. All right, and then from there, I'm just going to click save, and I've now officially enabled the audit logging for SQL. All right, now that that's done, I can go over here to the menu button and go down to look at my storage accounts. All right, and again, if you don't have that, you can always search it through all services. There's my new storage account. And if I go to containers, you have a blob container called this SQL DB audit logs that's now been created for me. And inside that, I have my log. Okay. This log file right here can actually be opened up if you download it. You can download this file, and it can be opened up inside of your SQL Server Management Studio. Okay. And so that is how you can go through and set up logging, and if you want to view the log, you can view it through SQL Server Management Studio. I'd like to explain the concepts now of using dynamic masking in the SQL services that we have in Azure. Now, the idea of masking in a SQL database is the ability of hiding information that we don't want certain people to see. Mostly, the idea is we are a privileged user because we are an admin. But when we're dealing with just regular users who are not admins, we might have certain pieces of information that we do not want them to see. So we can use dynamic masking to handle that. All right. So to give you an idea of what I'm talking about, let me jump over to my SQL Server Management Studio, and I've just expanded out my ELP database here, and I have some sample data that was pulled in when I created the database. And here is the customer, saleslt.customer. I'm going to right-click that and say, show me the top 1,000 rows. So it's just going to send a query into the database, and it's going to pull that query information, and you can see this information here. So you can see all the email addresses that would be listed here. A regular user right now would be able to see that. Let's jump over to Azure and turn on masking. So here we are on portal.azure.com. I'm going to click the menu button and go to SQL Databases. As always, if you don't see that, you can always search for it on all services. From there, we'll open up our database. We'll scroll down. All right, and there is a blade underneath security called dynamic data masking. We're going to click on that, and currently there is no masking enabled. Nothing is being masked. So we'll find, let's say, the email address here, and we're going to just turn on masking. And right out of the gates, it has default parameters that are going to hide this from non-privileged users. I can click on that. You can see default values. Default value. And then, you know, if it was credit card related or email related, obviously it's email related, so I want to choose that, right? And then custom string, if I wanted to, I can learn the regular expression capabilities of SQL, and you could create your own pattern if you wanted. But I'm going to go with email. This is not a numeric value in this field, so I can't choose this one right here. But I'm going to choose email. I'm going to click update. And I've now enabled dynamic masking. So non-users, oh, you do need to save it. But now that that's turned on, regular users who are not admins, if they do a query, they would not be able to see that field. I encourage you, if you want to try that out, you can log on as a regular user, run a query, and see what happens. Let's talk now about the concepts of the Azure database encryption capabilities that we have. Now, first off, your Azure databases are all stored on the Azure network utilizing a BitLocker-based encryption. So your data is encrypted at rest. It also is encrypted in transit using TLS-based encryption, HTTPS. However, you can also have an additional layer of encryption on your database that utilizes what's called a transparent-based encryption that is essentially going to be a Microsoft managed key through a service account that is tied to your database. Now, the thing is that if you want, you can also manage the encryption keys yourself. So I'd like to show you how this would work. Here we are on portal.azure.com. If I click the menu button here, I'm going to go to Resource Groups, and I'm going to go to my resource group that has my SQL Server and database in it, and I'm going to go to my SQL Server here, so this ELP SQL Server. And if I scroll down on the left here, I have a feature here called Transparent Data Encryption. So that's underneath the security blaze. So I'm going to click on that, and you can see that right now it's a service managed key. So again, Microsoft is managing the encryption themselves. Now I can go up here to Customer Managed Key and select a key, enter a key identifier. If I've got a key identifier, and they tell you that you could use a key identifier that's going to go based on a format. Basically, it's a key that's stored through a URL, and you could specify that. But what I'm going to do is say change key, and then it says, all right, you're gonna have to have a key store for that. Now I could do a key vault, Azure Key Vault, or I can do a managed HSM. That's a hardware security module, which is a piece of equipment they have at their data center that would host the key, even more safe than a regular key vault, which is just a digital thing that's stored on their racks. Now remember, everything is going to be encrypted regardless, but this is the more expensive solution. So I can give this a name. I'm going to call this create a key vault, new key vault. I'm going to give it a name. All right, we'll call it My Key Vault for SQL. All right, East US. There's your pricing tier again. If you want the HSM backed, you can go premium, but that's more expensive. All right, you can set retention period, which I'm not getting any of that right now. Okay, I'm just going to click Review and Create, and we're going to click to create the Azure Key Vault here. So that's going through the process now of deploying that Key Vault. So we'll let that deploy. Once that's done, I can say create a key. All right, we're going to have it generate a key. There is ways to import and restore from backup, but I'm not getting into that right now. I'm going to say my SQL key be the name of my key. I'm going to use RSA, Rivers, Shamir, and Edelman algorithm as opposed to elliptic curve, which is not an option right now. And then I could set an activation or expiration date, which I'm not going to. I'm going to go ahead and enable it. We're going to go ahead and click to create, and now we're going to select the key. At that point, I can now click Save, and I have now basically created my own customer managed key that's being stored in this key vault that I just created. Okay, so you can see that's processing through. And now, let's go back over here to SQL databases. We have our SQL database, ELP database, and we've just clicked on that. We'll scroll down, and transparent data encryption is enabled, is encrypted. If I go back over to my resource groups, SQL demo, the one thing you'll notice now is I do have a key vault, and so that is something I have to pay for. It's a little extra money. So the difference here is that you can let Microsoft manage the key, which is fine. Doesn't cost anything to do that. But if you need a measure of control over the keys, you would have to have a key vault to do that, and that was the process you just saw me go through. Okay, so that is how we can make sure that our SQL database is all encrypted at rest. It's already going to be encrypted in transit using TLS-based encryption, but now we have basically set up a customer managed key that's going to keep our database safe. I'd like to now spend a little time talking about the network isolation aspects of databases. Now, for the most part, Microsoft has various database solutions, and the networking aspects of it all are pretty much the same across the board. Let me show you a little of what I'm talking about. Here we are on portal.azure.com. we'll click on SQL databases here on the menu button, and from there I have a SQL database called ELP database. Okay, we'll go there, and we're going to look at our server, which is this ELP SQL server. And if we scroll down, we can see right here it says networking, and from there you can support this public access. That's going to allow access from the internet to interact with your SQL database and your SQL server and all that. You can also add VNets right here, virtual networks. Approve connectivity there. If you have VNets inside your network, you want to allow. And then, of course, the firewall rules is what's going to allow clients from the outside to connect. You've also got private access here. If you want to support private endpoints, so you could just completely get rid of public access altogether and just support private connectivity between virtual networking and all that in Azure. And then over here you have connectivity. This talks about outbound networking, so you can restrict network access to a specific set of resources. You can specify fully qualified domain names to do that, and you have a policy here, and the default is use redirect policy for all client connections originating inside of Azure and proxy for all clients originating outside, or you can set it to proxy, which is all connections are proxied via the SQL database gateways, or just fully redirect clients establish connections directly to the node hosting the database. So I have a couple of different options there. You might remember seeing these options when you created the database as well, all right, or the database server. And then we've got TLS 1.2 for our encryption in transit situation, all right. Now, so that is SQL, but we've also got other database solutions as well. Microsoft has what is called Cosmos. Now, if you're familiar with NoSQL, Cosmos is the NoSQL method of dealing with databases. So if I go here and just do a quick search on Cosmos, I can click that resource and click to create. I'm not going to go through the full creation of the Cosmos database. I just want to show you that it's pretty much the same. But I'll go here, we'll choose Azure Cosmos Database for NoSQL. And what I want to show you is right here on networking. So it's a lot of the same types of stuff here. I can support all networking to the Cosmos database. I can do a public endpoint and allow public connectivity if I want, allow access through the Azure portal, allow based on a certain IP address, certain VNet, or I can just do private if I want. All right, and so it's again a lot of the same. And then if I go here, I've also have what's called Azure Synapse. Just do a search for Synapse. Here it is, Azure Synapse Analytics, and this is for data warehousing. So if your organization is, and again, this is not really a database course, but that I'm focused on right now, but the idea would be if there was data warehousing going on, this is the solution that Microsoft generally recommends. But if you click Create Synapse Workspace here, same thing, you got a networking tab, and you can say if you're going to support virtual networking or not. You can enable virtual networking, and you can support private addressing or private endpoints if you want, or you can also say allow outbound data traffic to approved targets. You can specify what those are. All right. And then if you're going to allow public access, that's enabled right here. So you can allow public access, and it's going to use TLS 1.2. So again, a lot of this is just the same old stuff that you've seen. A lot of the same capabilities we've seen with SQL and in virtual networking and all that. So all in all, working with the SQL database, Cosmos database, as well as Synapse is a lot of the same types of strategies as far as network isolation goes. Let's talk about the concepts of the Azure Key Vault. Now, the Azure Key Vault is a way of allowing a person in Azure, a tenant in Azure, to manage their own encryption keys that can be used in various services. Not only encryption keys, but also secrets such as passwords as well as certificates. And it gives us a measure of control over the encryption of our data. Now, keep in mind, Microsoft does encrypt all of your information at rest and in transit using their own mechanisms. But if we wanted an additional layer and have a measure of control over that encryption, this is what we want an Azure Key Vault for. So let's look at how we can create an Azure Key Vault. Here we are on portal.azure.com. We're going to click the menu button here, and we'll go to All Services. We'll just do a search for the word Vault, and you'll see Key Vault listed there. And we can click to create a Key Vault. All right, and then from there, we'll just create a new resource group called My Key Vault RG for resource group, and then we'll create a key vault called My Key Vault. All right, as always, very original name. I'm gonna put ELP on the end of it because they do want it to be unique. ELP1. I think I've already created one called just ELP. All right, and then the region, East US, you have different pricing. The main thing is with standard, they are just virtualizing the key vault and storing it on their equipment. If you do premium, they are going to use an HSM-backed system. So if you're not familiar with HSM, HSM is the hardware security modules that most companies in the world use for protecting encryption keys and all that. And it requires multiple people with physical keys to actually remove these units and get access to these units. They are a very good way to protect encryption keys in data centers. So Microsoft will actually use hardware-based solutions for that if you choose the premium option. Okay. Of course, you want to check the pricing on that using the pricing calculator as well. The next thing you got is this recovery option, and it says soft delete protection will automatically be enabled on this key vault. This feature allows you to recover or permanently delete a key vault and secrets for the duration of the retention period. This protection applies to the key vault and the secrets stored within the key vault. To enforce a mandatory retention period and prevent permanent deletion of key vaults or secrets prior to the retention period elapsing, you can turn on purge protection. When purge protection is enabled, secrets cannot be purged by users or by Microsoft. Okay, soft delete is enabled. You can set the days to retain deleted vaults if you want. If you want to enable the purge protection, you can. Now, I'm going to be deleting all of this, so I'm not going to enable that right now. Okay, so then I'm going to click Next. All right, and then this is where your access policy and all that is. You have a permissions model here for Vault Access or Azure Role. I'm going to go with Azure with Vault Access Policy, which actually gives you a little bit more control than role-based, but I'm not going to get into that right now. I'm going to select to enable this for all three. My resources that can use the Vault is virtual machines, Resource Manager for template deployment, as well as disk encryption for volume encryption with storage accounts and all that fun stuff. So that's fine. We'll click Next. And networking, right now we're allowing public access. That means that this key vault could be interacted with from the internet if we wanted it to be, depending upon what we were using it for. And so I'm allowing an all networks. That's fine. I'm going to click Review and Create. And we're going to click to create. And that is how you create the Azure Key Vault. Now, when it comes to managing a key vault, one of the first things you want to consider is how does anybody connect to it and make changes to it and configure it and all that. So you have to consider access control. And so to do that, we're just going to go to the menu button here. We're going to go to Resource Groups. And I have a resource group called My Key Vault RG. And inside that Key Vault RG, that resource group, I have a key vault called My Key Vault ELP1. I'm going to click on that. And the first thing I want to point out is I've got this thing called access policies, and you can see who has been given access. John Christopher. And if I wanted to give anybody else access, I could say create. Now you may say, well, wait a minute, why don't you control access through this IAM blade? Well, the reason for that is if we come down here to where it says access configuration, okay, you will notice that when I set the key vault up, I chose the permission model called Vault Access Policy as opposed to role-based access policy. And the reason I did that is actually you can do a role-based access policy and control access through this, but it puts some restrictions on the key vault itself. And I'm hoping they'll eventually figure out a way around some of those restrictions, but you actually have some limitations that are placed on you if you go with this method here. Okay. They also warn you you're changing the permission model. This may immediately change users and services that are allowed, all that. But I'm going to keep it to Vault Access Policy. So you might say, well, if you've got it set to Vault Access Policy, why do we even have Access Control Blade on here? The reason is because the Access Control Blade can control who's allowed to come in here and make changes to these different blades. what the IAM blade will not do is give any access to the keys, the secrets, the certificates, and all of that. In order to do that, you have to set that through here where it says access policies. You'd have to create, set permissions, and assign it to a specific person. Okay, so that is how you are going to control. You're going to apply access to being able to access keys, secrets, and certificates. You'd have to do that right here through access policy. Now, one of the main reasons we even have a key vault in Azure is to manage things like keys, secrets, and certificates. So I want to show you a little bit about how to do that. Here we are on portal.azure.com. I'm going to click the menu button, and I'm going to go to Resource Groups, and we'll go to My Key Vault RG, and I have a key vault in there called My Key Vault ELP1. I'm going to click on that, and then I'm going to click on the Keys blade. So as you can see, I have no keys. I can say to generate a key right here. All right, it gives me the option to generate. I can generate based on HSM protected keys. That gets into using Microsoft's HSM system. Costs a little bit more money to do that. And you can also import from somewhere else. Okay, import from a file if you've got one on premise. That's called a customer managed key. And then you could also restore from backup if you want, if you had a backup. So I'm going to call this My Key Demo. That's going to be the name of it. And I'm going to go with RSA. So you have RSA, which is Rivas-Shamir and Edelman algorithm, the most common algorithm on the planet, or you've got the elliptic curve model for generating a key as well, which is also pretty popular. It's used in conjunction with what's called Diffie-Hellman algorithm and all that. But RSA is the most common. You can also do the HSM backed up versions if you want, but again, more expensive to use hardware security module equipment. I'm going to go with 2048-bit encryption. You could also schedule, like set an activation date, set an expiration date if you want. You can go ahead and enable it. You can apply tags. You can also do what's called key rotation, which will switch the key out, which I'm not really getting into right now. But I'm going to click to create, and I've now officially created myself a key. I can click on that key if I want, and there is the current version of the key. I can also click on that. If I wanted to download a copy of that public key, I can do that by clicking that button right there. Okay. So let's go back over here and we'll click on secret. So secret is like a password or some kind of code you want it to remember. So I go here, I could create one manually. I could build a secret from a certificate if I want. I'm going to give this My Secret Demo is going to be the name of it, and I'm just going to type a bunch of characters. And so that's my secret code right there. Give it a content type name if you want, optional. Set a activation date, expiration date if you want. Specify a tag if you want. Go ahead and enable it. And I've now officially created myself a secret. All right. So that's how that works. You can see the information there. I can say show the value if I want. All right. And then finally, we have certificates. So I could generate a certificate if I want. Go right here and say generate. You can also import one from somewhere. So like if you've had a certificate applied from your own certificate authority, or if you had one from maybe a third-party certificate authority, you could do that. So I'm going to say generate. I'm going to call this My Certificate. Okay, type of CA. This is a self-signed certificate, or a certificate issued by integrated CA or non-integrated CA. So integrated CA would be one that's integrated with Azure or one that's non. I'm going to say self-signed. I'm going to say CN equals examlabpractice.com. All right. My domain name. CN stands for common name. This is going to be the name of the certificate this is associated with. Now, you also, the other thing would be with DNS, we would need to make sure there's a DNS name associated with it here. So we'll say OK. You can set a validity period, 12 months. It's a year. Most certificates are valid for a year. Pretty common. And then you can choose the content type, whether it's going to be the PKCS or PIM. This is the public key cryptography standards. All right. And then you've got lifetime action type. By the way, PKCS number 12 is a pretty common standards for Microsoft environments. But lifetime action, automatically renew at a given percentage of lifetime, 80%. Or you can say automatically renew at a given number of days, or email the contacts during a percentage of lifetime, or email all contacts in a given number of days. So it would send you an email saying, hey, do you want to renew your certificate? You can also do what's called an advanced policy, which I'm not getting into. Just advanced policy just lets you specify some extended key usages. You can look up these extended key usage codes. If you are doing something with a specific web server, that web server or web developer might require this certificate to support a certain extended key usage, and you'd have to look the code up for that. You could place that here. You can also customize some of the other values that you want right here, key sizes and all that. All right, so then we'll click to create, and we've now created a certificate. All right, so there it is. I want to look at it. I can download a backup of the certificate if I want, and I can even open that up if I want, view that. So that is the idea of certificates. Those are your three main things, that your three main types of objects that a Azure Key Vault can generate. Now imagine you have created a key in your Azure Key Vault, and maybe you are going to associate that key with a service like a web service, and maybe that key has been compromised and you need to rotate it, change it out, in other words. Or imagine you want to just auto rotate it, change it out within a year. So I want to show you how we can do that. Here we are on portal.azure.com. We'll click the menu button. We'll go to Resource Groups. We'll click on My Key Vault RG. And we'll go right here where it says My Key Vault ELP1. And we'll look at our keys. We have one key here that we've created. All right, and then from there I can click on that, and I have an option here, or a tab here, called Rotation Policy. We're going to click on that, and we can set a expiration period if we want. We can enable auto rotate after a certain amount of time if we want, or if we want to just tell it to rotate now, we can tell it to rotate now. Generates a new key, click OK, and at that point we've now officially generated a new key. All right, and so that is the idea of supporting key rotation. All right, and so you can see the old key available there. Let's go back. All right, and if you want to just completely delete a key, you can also just delete a key. This does a soft delete, which will of course allow you to bring that key back if you want. Okay, now the old key is still available. If I want to disable that old key, I can disable that old key. I can click save, and that old key is no longer valid. All right. All right, so the new key is available, the old key is not. All right, so that's how that works. That is how you can utilize the concept of key rotation in Azure Key Vault. Another consideration that we have with our Azure Key Vault is the concept of backups. Now, Microsoft does their own backup. Even if the Azure Key Vault gets deleted, it's a soft delete, so they can restore it. But what if you want to restore individual objects, such as a key, a secret, or a certificate? Let's take a look at that. Here we are on portal.azure.com. We're going to click the menu button and go to our resource groups here, and we'll click on the My Key Vault RG, and then we'll go to our Key Vault, which is the My Key Vault ELP1, and then we'll start with the keys blade, and we'll go to our key, and you will see you have an option for download backup. And so this is how you would actually download a backup of your key. You can say download, and it is going to back that up for you right here on your computer. Same thing. If we go to our secrets, we can click on a secret, and we can download a backup of a secret. And you're also going to find it's the same concept for certificates. So you can go here and click on a certificate, and you can say download the backup of a certificate. And then all of those can also be restored. You know, go to keys, you can say restore from backup, secrets, restore from backup, and then certificates, restore from backup. All right, so that is how the backup and restoration process. It's pretty much a manual process, though Microsoft does do a, automatically they've got their stuff backed up. If your Key Vault gets deleted, you've automatically got the ability to, have that thing restored in a case where something like that was to happen. Okay, if I come over here to this overview blade and I scroll down, you got turn on recovery options. You can click explore on that, and that's where you got the retain deleted vaults 90 days and
You can also turn on the purge protection, which was an option when you created the vault as well. But that is how you can deal with backing up and restoring your keys, secrets, and certificates inside an Azure Key Vault.
Well, congratulations on finishing up the course. I did want to take just a moment and point a few things out to you, such as where do you go from here? I get asked a lot, hey, how can I find some of your other courses? And I'm so thankful that people do ask that question, and I just try to put all my courses in one place so that people can find them, and also show you how you can get the most discounted rate on my courses. So if you go to examlabpractice.com/promo, it'll bring you to this page, and you can see all of my current available courses. Most of these are certification courses, so you can further your IT career by gaining some of these certifications. And so you can see these links right here, all of my courses in one spot. It'll take you right to where these courses are available on Udemy, and you can get those courses if you want. Now, the other thing I get asked a lot is, do you have any coupon codes, promo codes available? Well, there's actually a few different ways that I send out coupon codes. So the first thing you can do, this would really help me out because I'm trying really hard to get this off the ground and produce free content for everybody, and this is going to be on YouTube. So if you could click this YouTube link and subscribe, it would mean so much to me. It would really, really help me accomplish what I'm trying to do here and get this free content out to everybody. So please do me a favor and go to that channel. Just click that link right there. Go to that channel, give me a subscribe, and if you enjoy some of the videos, give me a like and maybe a comment. I would really appreciate it. Now, that's one way that I'm going to be sending out codes to YouTube subscribers. So if you're a YouTube subscriber and you get notifications, I'm going to put out discount coupon codes. I'm also going to put out free coupon codes available there as well. All right, the second thing is, when you go to my website, it pops up. It will pop up an email list option, and if you would do that, that would help me be able to send you coupon codes and promo codes through email. Now, the other thing I'm going to do on both of these outlets is I'm going to do giveaways. I'm going to be giving away free vouchers. So these are like $160 values for taking things like Microsoft exams via my YouTube channel, as well as this email list. So be a part of that. And then I'm also going to do something else eventually in the future. I might actually try to do some one-on-one sessions with people, and anybody that wants to be a part of that. Now, I'm talking free. I'm talking about offering my help services. Maybe it's just you got a problem you need help with, or maybe you want to talk about certifications, and maybe you need some help with something. I'm going to give away some free time of my own, possibly through that list. So if you'll put your email in that list, free promo codes, discount promo codes, and then some things I'm going to be giving away sort of like as prizes. And I promise you, I'm not going to spam you, and you can always opt out of this if you want. So you're not going to get insane amounts of messages from me. All right. But if you could do that, I would really appreciate it. It would mean the world to me. And the last thing that would mean the world to me is if you could leave a review on this course. Would really, really help me out and get some good traction. All right, I hope you'll do that for me. I really, really would appreciate it if you'd subscribe to the YouTube channel and join my email list. And I really do hope to hear from you. And I hope you enjoyed this course. And looking forward to corresponding with you more in the future.